ahead and get more speed, more boat speed per stroke. Coming towards the end of this Novice 4 event, I think this is Florida State, down 99 in the maroon. Yep, maroon and gold.
Gold.
Seminoles,
That's some
great
nice
flow
rowing,
here.
although it
Yeah.
looks fairly relaxed in terms of the rating. Let's check.
Yeah.
33.5, a little bit low. If you go, the thing about herenow.com, if you go to their result page, you can already see the first half of the results coming in. The Vanderbilt crew right now is the fastest crew on the river at a 6:01, which would have placed them second in the men's varsity 4 time trial. And so it's fascinating to see these sort of things pop up fairly quickly. Um, this sends the top 18 athletes. So as opposed to the other two events where we've seen the top 8 going to an A/B semifinal, here the top 18 get sorted into the A, B, and C semifinals, and then the rest go straight to D, E, and F finals. So they'll only get a second race,
Gotcha.
but they'll be sorted by speed
And
at that
that's
point.
good to point out while we see Colorado State row by here is that deeper event or the men's varsity 8, where a lot of crews are going to be really close to speed. Top 8 are going to automatically move to the A-B semifinal to race each other, and then the next 9 or so are going to go to a repechage. So they'll have another race this afternoon to decide who fills in the rest of those A-B semifinals, and the rest of the crews that do not place, let's say 1 or 2 in the repechage, are going to go to CD finals, and then that will help figure out who's going to the A final, B final, C final, D. Novice 4 event where the seeding, we didn't have a lot of
There's no information basically on
exactly
them at
no
all.
information, and coaches aren't going year in year out figuring out what to do with their novice 4s or novice boats. Leave it all up to the results that come down in the time trial, and then they'll go right to ABC semis. And then the crews that don't make that top half or so are just going to go right to a final. But what's great is that everybody gets a final to race in, so you really get a reason to be here. Some regattas, you do a time trial or a heat, you don't make it to a final, that's your weekend. So it's great here that we can get.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that Greg Hartzer from Michigan always says is, as a club program, you're having to sell a product to these athletes because they're all paying to row here in some way or another. Some schools have the ability to help out with some scholarship money, but basically, these guys have put their own money on the edge to be able to do this rowing. So you want to make sure that there's racing all the way through. The last 4 going past us, Michigan at a 36.5, and we'll see where they come in. But so if you look at the results so far, again, Vanderbilt and Texas are sitting in there. Way out in front of a nice bunch of crews between about 6:11 and 6:14. That would be Washington State, Long Beach State, Virginia, Middlebury, and then there's another 10-second drop to Bowdoin. So again, you never quite know how some people are taking this race relative to their sort of ultimate speed, but you will see that the crews will bunch in speed pockets or envelopes of being about the same place. So the top 8 varsity 4s that get to sit out a row this afternoon are Washington University, Bowdoin, Vermont, Michigan State, Florida, Pittsburgh, Lafayette, and UCLA, and Texas just missing that cut, but by about 2 seconds, so not exceptionally close. But again, since they didn't know what they're racing against, I mean, side by side, you don't know what that speed's going to come out. But the tail between UCLA that gets to rest a little bit, and Texas that has to come back, although they will be very well positioned because of their time. That comes on the varsity men's 8. We have Notre Dame, Virginia, UCLA, Orange Coast, Michigan, Minnesota, Rutgers, and Purdue there. George Washington just on the out by less than a second behind Purdue, right? And Bucknell sitting right there as well. Delaware sitting right there as well. Washington State sitting right there as
Wow.
well. So right below, so Purdue was a 5:14.7, and then Washington State. 6 positions below them is 2 seconds off of that. So you
Wow.
can see how tight the racing is going to be in that both the A final, but that B final is probably going to be a barn burner on Sunday morning. So
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really exciting thing about this event. It's not just that grand final that's going to be the best race to watch. It might be the petite final. It might be the freshman final or the novice state final on the men's and women's side. There's just going to be a lot of great racing. Again, these crews made a really big commitment in why they are here. A lot of these students, their school year might be over. Seniors might have graduated
graduated.
already or had to miss graduation to be here. The women's novice 4 is on the course now. I believe URI club charging down the course. They were the winners of last year's women's novice 4, which is very cool. But this is 4 new athletes, so it's not like these are reigning champions per se. But really great for the club out of Kingston. Following them were Lafayette.
Lafayette's out in front of them, I think, actually.
Oh no, OCC is actually out in front
Oh,
of
Orange
them.
Coast.
Lafayette was trailing URI, and on your screen, this should be Gordon College, also out of Massachusetts.
So maybe we've had some crews missing their starting spots and coming in later. So
But
there we go. This is
you know what?
live and it's
This is
real.
URI coming through on
At
your
the finish line.
through the finish line, way ahead of OCC. Getting it mixed up a little bit. Gordon College, 4th or 5th behind there. Tennessee Club Women on your screen now in the novice 4. Which is very interesting. So Tennessee, URI, I believe maybe some Clemson crews also have varsity programs at their college. So there's actually a lot of depth in how much rowing has taken a hold at these schools, that there's both club and varsity programs. Following them at about 115 should be Michigan State. Really great stroke. I love the connection from all 4 rowers we have here. Bow seats really hanging on, keeping that boat moving out of the puddles. Spacing's a little bit hard to tell just from this angle.
They were getting some even spacing on it, which in a 4 is a little bit easier to do than an 8.
A little bit easier. Wichita State out there at the top of the screen, and I'm going to guess it's Chicago until we zoom in a little bit. Ooh, love the swing that we're seeing on this stroke. These women they're getting great connection and compression up into the catch. And so what I'm looking at is just how far these athletes are rolling up into the front of the shell before they place their blades in. And that's tricky. It's a very technical, in some ways delicate place to be. You could get up there and just miss the water or really not put a lot on. If that crew was getting in there, getting the blade in and putting all the power they had through the front of the stroke. I believe this is that OCC crew coming up towards the finish line here. Orange Coast again, picking it up, and now we're going to get a little bit more video at the finish now and again. You'll be able to see what crews will do when it comes to sprinting, and again, what they're going to do in a sprint when no one's around them, when it's just them giving everything. Once they line up next to crews later on this weekend, you're going to see them shift into a whole nother gear, right? Because as an athlete, as soon as someone's next to them, they're going to push even 1% harder, but it's going to make all the world of a difference.
And you're seeing a little bit of that here on the screen in front of you. Even though they're apart, you can see that there have been 2 crews sort of racing within sight of each other. There you have it. So there's a little bit of contact sort of side to side that the coxswain might be able to use in there.
Yeah, and especially that early pack that came up, maybe crews catching up to one another, or maybe just the intervals in which they were sent off in the time trial being a little bit different. If you get yourself in that situation, you could take the time trial like it's a dual race. I'm sure the coxswains love that. I'm sure they're making calls off of which crews are around them, something that you might hear it pick up on the live stream this weekend. Coxswains are going to call out what seat they're lined up with, what seat they're catching up to, and I think almost every rower's brain starts to fire up with adrenaline when they hear that maybe they're bow to stern with the crew, or they're catching up to the seats ahead of them, and just trying to walk through.
And that Orange Coast crew actually now catching the crew that was 2 in front of it. You can't see this, but maybe as we come into the, Orange Coast. Who was that? Hard to tell sometimes. But we'll see them on the finish line. There can be some good rowing coming through there.
If you are watching both the live stream and the results coming in, something that's exciting is to see these crews come in, the first 5 or 6 bow numbers coming in, finishing almost in the order that they started off in, but one of these crews in the middle of the pack is definitely going to assert themselves up into that top 6, top 8, kind of a dark horse surprise for the crews around them. So nothing's figured out until that last bow number crosses through in our last time trial of the morning.
Ooh. This looks like UCSB.
Yeah.
Going there, we can, I don't know if you can hear right next to us, but we're right next to Oklahoma State. And their novice women were going through very strongly, pushing on the crew in the other line, and that was getting a nice response. This is Georgia Tech with the sort of swirl pattern there, and their almost makes me think of yin yang.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Not sure what it is, but that is Georgia Tech's blade pattern. So I'm glad I don't have to paint it.
Right.
And they're coming through the 1,000. Perhaps Georgia? Ohio State is my guess. Ohio State, red and black.
This should be Seattle if that's about 123.
Seattle U, rowing on the same water as the big dogs.
Big city for rowing. Seattle, like a Boston, just so many programs out there. Collegiate, so you got your Washingtons.
The University of Washington women have been one of the more dominant programs on the women's side recently. So again, we're seeing here some novice rowing. So you're going to see some differences of ability. Someone catches what that was just called a little crab out of the Middlebury 4, and they're right back on it, and they're going on it, but someone just didn't get their blade out with the rest of them, and it just sort of flopped the boat over a little bit. A little bit of a speed break, but then you get an adrenaline rush afterwards sometimes and pick it up and go.
And something that's easy to appreciate is watching the novice crews come through. There might be a mistake here and there. It might not be finely tuned rowing, because it's a lot to do as an athlete, to think about, to perfect. So as we see some of the varsity crews come through later this morning and later on, when it looks perfect, when it looks effortless, you can just imagine how much work, how much just drilling and minutes of time to master that have gone into it to make it look like it's effortless. Let's see, I believe this is UGA. Or nope, WashU.
WashU, there you go.
And that dark burgundy.
Similarish colors, though.
Out of St. Louis.
It used to be that, and some of these unisuits that they're in are sort of legacy. It's the sort of same thing that they've been rowing for a lot of years, but you also had the ability to just redesign the uni some year, and so you don't always necessarily know who it is by what they're wearing. Yeah, but trying to sort of do this, I was asked once by an athletic director I was starting a program for, who didn't really know rowing, but he was a golfer, and he was trying to get it. And I said, so rowing a 4 is like having 4 golfers on a tee all at the same time, but the tee isn't solid. It's like a teeter-totter, and all 4 of them have to drive. There are 220 strokes or so in a race, 220 balls in 7 minutes or 6 minutes, and they all have to go 300 yards, and they all have to do it in time, and it's tippy. And he goes, "Oh, that would be sort of hard." I said, "Yep, it would be sort of hard." So I think he gained a little sense for being a football and basketball guy. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone knows rowers work hard, but I don't think he really understood quite what the technical component of that hard work also
Did you tell him
was.
it was a leg sport after that too?
I did tell him it was a leg sport after that.
As we're waiting for some crews to fill out the last few boats of this time trial, looking at the results, like I said a couple minutes ago, the finish order right away looked a lot like the bout order that went off, URI and then Lafayette in Texas. But we already have a couple crews from the middle of the pack that have put themselves right in the top three. Chicago and Michigan State came through with really great pieces. Chicago just over a second behind URI, Michigan State just over three
They're about
seconds
3.5 seconds back.
behind
Yep.
Chicago, so four behind URI. But right, starting in the middle, it's all novice. You don't know what to expect from anybody. It looks like they decided they wanted to start off this weekend looking like an intimidating crew. So,
And then there are about 6 crews between a 7:15 and a 7:17. So, again, that's going to be tight. And again, this is just speed when they're not next to each other. How they'll line up when they go, we'll see. But there are also these other crews on the course that we haven't necessarily sort of seen come through yet, and they might be quite strong and pop up into one of those top places. But I'm going to say that 7:01 is a pretty decent time for a novice
yeah,
women's
yeah,
four over 1,750 meters.
yeah.
The 7 on the varsity level women, like 7 minutes is sort of like a little bit faster than 7 minutes is a really competitive time. So they're not that far off of. Now they'll have 250 more meters to go, but still, that's for a novice four. That's a pretty decent time. The one thing about Mountain Lake here, it's part of the Tennessee Valley Authority, um, and so they're able to work with the Army Corps of Engineers to shut down the flow for the weekend. So you get some actually pretty good accurate times. And a couple of years ago, they dredged parts of the course to make sure that it's even, because shallow water is much slower than deep water. If you're at an Olympic or international course, it has to be, I believe, 2 meters deep all the way through. But otherwise, you get the wave bouncing off the bottom of the river. So what you do get here is a very, very fair course, particularly on a day like this. There's no, when when you let the river flow here, there actually is a flow to the river, which would put the near lanes to us at a slight advantage in the middle of the race, but helps the far side a little bit in the start.
Yeah, which is
Um,
something again we love about this regatta as coach run regatta, a transparent one, trying to create a neutral course and one that's a little bit more central from the West Coast and the East Coast, Southern, Midwest teams. Because it's common that some of the better courses in the country do have that skew to them. They have lane one is a little bit more protected. So and really serious regattas take place there. So we do appreciate that we can give all the athletes about as neutral of a course as we can provide.
yeah,
It's a
you
cool
raced
fact.
at Worcester a lot in college, right?
Worcester, Massachusetts, my hometown, Philadelphia. A lot
You
of
hit the island in Philadelphia, and
changes,
there's nothing you can do for fairness at
a
that
lot of
point.
changes, and crews that win on those courses often would say, "Well, just go faster and you'll get the better lane." So
And
things
again,
can
that
change.
would lead to more coach politics. So the very famous Harry Parker from Harvard was infamous. They call it the Harry Parker rule. In fact, when you come in and you shift what lane the higher crew is in, because Harry would uh, argue for every advantage he could find. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but there was always some politics played about lanes and who would be seated in what. Ideally, you put, as we come this is the end of the time trials here. So the rest of the regatta is going to be sprint style racing. So it's going to be 6 crews, maybe sometimes 7, lined up across the course. And they are going to race head to head, right? So they start even, and whoever starts out in front wins, right? Very sort of straightforward, unlike the time trial, which was less clear. And those so if there were a perception that one lane was more protected or was in a windy situation or was helped a little bit in some way, then there becomes this whole politics of coaches trying to argue for something. So there is something called a fairness committee, commission here, that hears it. It's not like the coaches get there and get to fisticuffs or anything like that. In fact, it's all very controlled verbal aggression in those situations.
and it's not going to get done on its own, right? It's not just going to be, well, the course is the same. It is good to review year in, year out, and also just something that crews that are new or new to bringing their eights to this course, they should just be in on so they know what to do, again, to prepare your team for the best success that they can accomplish here.
So the event, the results are in for the Women's Novice 4, and as we said, someone from the back could pop up, and Wash U has put out a time of 6:45.
Wow.
15 seconds ahead of second place
Wow.
URI. I mean, that is some real speed. And we saw as they went by, they looked quite good, but they went off in bow number 127 out of sort of like 130. So they were way in the back. And as they were going through, we're like, wow.
Yeah, bow number one that started was 105.
Yeah.
So yeah, one of the last crews to come through, and that's great. And that's what their stroke looked like, right? It looked like something that wanted to make a statement early on in the weekend. So that is great. And that wraps up our time trials for the morning. We have a bit of a break. You got a great shot of the start, the stake boats where the crews are going to line up. And again, in terms of fairness, there'll be volunteers holding them into the stake boats so that we can line up bows accurately, something if you are new to the sport or maybe just don't spend as much time around it as we do. The boats all can be different lengths and a little bit, changes of centimeters here and there, different makes and models. So we are going to make sure that these crews lining up for the heats to start Friday morning are lined up perfectly as best as the coxswains can prepare. Their lines are going straight down the course. If they are wasting the officials' times or getting us off the time centers because they're not actively keeping their course straight, they might start the race without that crew perfectly set, and that's a crew leaving themselves at a disadvantage. But great stake boats here for a really well-received course. And yeah, this is your calm moments before what's going to become an intense battlefield for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So if you want to see the results on any of these four time trials that have gone through, you can go to herenow.com/results or just herenow.com, and you'll be able to link into this regatta that they're running. I don't know if they're running any other events this weekend or not. There's a whole bunch of racing going on in college sports this year. They have the Big 12 and Big 10 conference championships, Midwest Youth Championship. So they are at a place, although we have the boss with us here today who's just feeding us that information, they are able to go all over the nation and put these up. One of the things that we love about Here Now is just how quick the results come up. Back in the day, as I date myself, when I walked to school and back through the snow in July, uphill both ways, we had to wait for literally somebody to run out and post a piece of paper, maybe not even printed out, but handwritten with the times, and everyone is trying to sort of group around, and you have some parent there who just is like standing in the way, and to see what the results were. Now we get them instantly from Here Now. Every solution has something that sort of is not as fun, because sometimes you would sit there and you'd be right behind another competitor's shoulder and they would talk about the results in front of you, like, but we did this and we did that or whatever, and you would get like exactly what they were thinking. And now we all do it on our phones. So so you can go to herenow.com and get all the results instantly, in fact, as they're going on, and they will also be linked through linked through row2k.com. Has them already up, which also has a link to the live stream. But if you're hearing us, you found that link to the live stream. So I guess that's
also on here
extraneous
now,
information.
So results that have come in, plus the schedule as it stands for today, and then as we figure out from time trials or from the heats coming up, what is the result for semifinals, repechage stuff. It'll also populate that right away as crews come in, so you'll know the lane that they're in. I believe for this course, the top seeded crews are the crews that finish higher in heats, and time trials are going to get the middle lanes. And then as you go out, it'll alternate out to the outer lanes, right? So I believe that'll be 3 and 4 for us.
So hopefully soon we're going to have a few athletes over to talk to us about their races. We have this sort of break in the action here as the referees switch over from the time trial setup to the sprint setup. And it would be great to be able to, we thought it would be nice to be able to just sort of find out from some of them how their season's gone, what they're hoping to do with the regatta, what this is like. And Eddie, who do you think we're going to have coming over first?
I think the first group of athletes we're going to have coming over from University of Central Florida, both from the men's V8 that finished up their morning time trial, which is great to see.
And Central Florida is going into they were, let's see, looking through the results.
24th,
24th, it looks like. So that puts them, well, they weren't in the top 8, so they'd have to come back for the reps. So we might talk a little bit about what they think they need to focus on there. But again, they're sort of in the thick of a whole bunch of crews at their class of speed. Five crews in front of them, or 4 crews in front of them, a second and a half in front of them, and behind them the next couple of crews are also within like 4/10. So
yeah, and that's a tight field, and I would treat.
And the guys are here. So Eddie, why don't you bring them on, and we're going to put them on my headset somehow. Hi guys, welcome.
Hey guys, welcome.
You don't have to put it on for the ears, just use it as a microphone.
Cool. So coming in from the ACRA live stream, this is Eddie, and I have 2 athletes from the University of Central Florida men's V8. Guys, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Matt Dowd. I'm 7th seed in the Varsity 8, and I'm a junior.
I'm Pierre Augouin. I'm 5 seed, and I'm a sophomore.
Awesome. And what I have from you guys, rode here a couple times. Matt, you won a gold medal here. Is that your freshman year in the Novice 8?
I didn't win a gold medal, but
gold. Oh, I got the notes.
But I was here. Yeah, I did row in the Novice 8.
Great. All right, and then
I would have loved a gold medal though.
Piero, is this your first time racing the ACRAs?
No, this is my second year. I rode in the V8 last year.
Oh, great. Oh, that's awesome. And guys, how was the time trial this morning?
Honestly, we've had a pretty somewhat kind of rocky season. We've been having some ups and downs, but we came into this just trying to see what we can do, and it's the best we felt all year, and so we're feeling good going into reps now.
Yeah, great. We had a really clean row. It was great to be out in the water. It's really nice out, so lots of fun.
Perfect conditions right now, so it was just us in the water.
Nice. That's great to hear. So what are you guys thinking about as you, so you are going to reps this afternoon, right?
Yes.
So what are you thinking about? What do you, internally as a crew, what do you want to prepare to do to make the most out of those reps? Because it's top 1 or 2 that get out of there to go to the next.
Number 1 goes to AB, and 2, 3, 4 go to CD, 5, 6 go to E and F. But so what we want to do is just carry over what we did in our time trial, because we personally just think there really wasn't more we could have done to make it a better race. So we just want to make sure we can carry that over with the adrenaline, having the folks next to us. Just carry well, shoot our shot in that prep, and see what we can do.
So this might actually have to be your hardest race this afternoon in the regatta.
Yeah, this is going to decide where we end up. So we definitely want to stay controlled, stay clean, and make sure we're putting in clean strokes and putting power behind it.
That's great. So, what's it like to row in Orlando? I mean, aren't there like rich, famous, crazy people on your lake?
Yeah, so Lake Pickett is a very wealthy area for living, but it's nice. It's nice. We definitely have one of the best lakes in honestly the county, the whole area, Central Florida. But it's great having the women's team there too. They're awesome for housing us there. But there's a ton of rowing on Orlando. There's so much high school rowing.
Yeah.
You look around on a map. It's just boom, boom. You go west, there's one. You go north, there's one. You go south, you're gonna find one.
So you have a new women's head coach there. Has that shifted the relationship between the men's program and the women's program in any way?
Yeah, we're definitely a lot closer now. We're trying to make sure that we have a good relationship with them so we can keep rowing on the lake together and share some of our equipment and help each other out when we need it. So
And they've been getting faster this year.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
she's
they're doing
definitely
really
done some great adjustments to their team, and they're seeing some great results already in their first year.
Yeah.
But it definitely comes with adjustments on how it is, but it takes time to build relationships. Obviously, going off of it, I mean, coaches can say what they want as they're leaving to the new coaches, but it really just comes down to how you make it yourself with them. So
Well, that's great. So your program itself, though, has also been getting a lot faster recently. What's created that?
it's just our environment and our energy on the team. It just comes down to how we handle ourselves at practice. Just that we got a great group of guys, a great group of girls. The girls have been awesome these last couple of years. They've come up. They won a national champion. They were the ones that won the gold in the Novice 4. And there you go. they won the national championship 2 years ago. So, and they've just been going crazy since. So they've been awesome. Same with the guys too. It's been slowly like a rebuild as the team had like a shaky-ish kind of sense through the mid 2010s. But now we're just on the come up. We're trying to show the world what we can.
just recruit more.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your coach. Who is your coach, first of all, and then what's the best thing about your coach?
Our head coach is Rayvon Clark, and some of the best things about him is, for me, coming from high school, he was a nice change of pace. He's a bit more laid back in kind of a sense of how he handles it with the athletes, but overall, he's just a great guy. He knows his stuff. He's pretty fresh in the sport, as he is an alumni from UCF too. He started rowing there and finished rowing there too. So he's been learning, but he's been doing great stuff ever since. A lot of the growth that we've seen is from our head coach, Rayvon Clark, as well. So.
Yeah, and it is a club sport, and there are a lot of club administrators out there who think that the athlete should have total control. But what we know in rowing is that when you have a good coach who has a vision that includes the athletes really well, which it sounds like is happening in your program too, then you're able to go fast. So what's the funniest thing about him? Like what's the story that you can tell that's going to get everyone laughing a little bit? Or is he just not a funny guy?
No, he's a pretty funny guy. He's a pretty funny guy.
You must bust his chops about something. Come on, spill the tea here.
Okay. What are you thinking?
A lot of time we're getting on him to, hey, we need to do this and that, and it's just, oh, we need to do all this, and we're trying to get him to follow our ideas a lot. So we're trying to drag him along behind us.
With him being coming up fresh out of college, a lot of us had a lot of high school rowing too. So it's a lot of like that equal playing field, like seeing what like everyone has their own vision too. It's a lot of sometimes there's chatter, but
we try to push him to get what we want a lot of the time.
Exactly.
Make sure to keep him on his toes.
This is a very diplomatic answer. I'm sure he'll learn about. So you guys are getting a lot of athletes from high school programs. You said, is that a lot of Florida area or kind of Southwest area, or is it just coming from all over the place?
So it really is more so Florida, just because UCF is one of the biggest schools in the nation, and a lot of that is pooled just from Florida high schools, and I mean a lot of that is from in-state tuition. But
if it works, it works. It's
exactly
really great, just to have more established rowers come in as freshmen, probably also campus, so it's not introducing. Or at least can model.
There's definitely a lot of rowing in Florida. So
So Pierre, you said that you rode the Varsity 8 your freshman year, right?
Yeah.
So where did you row in high school then?
I rode at Space Coast.
Okay.
So I rode, Melbourne, Florida. So I rode there for all 4 years of high school. So I was pretty experienced coming into college. So I was able to use that experience to help me get into the VA.
When you rode in high school?
I also rode in high school, but I rode in New Jersey out of a public school in Rumson Fairhaven.
Okay.
But that was back in Monmouth County. But a lot of competition up there. It was awesome rowing up there.
Yeah, very, very dense field, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
that whole mid-Atlantic area, public schools.
Yeah,
the
so
Catholic
many.
Jesuit schools, and then clubs on top of that make
Yeah.
it a very states as far as I've heard between Space Coast and
Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks for talking to us this morning, guys.
Yeah, of
and
course.
good luck this afternoon. We'll be watching. And
Thank you.
what seats you in? 7, you said?
I'm in 7 seat.
and I'm in 5.
Okay, so starboard, both of you?
We're port.
Oh, port,
we're
starboard
starboard,
stroke. All right,
Yeah.
there you go. So we will be watching as you come down and give you a shout. And good luck this afternoon and lay it out.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Great,
Yeah,
thanks.
guys for having us.
You got it.
So we're sitting here at about 9:30, and our next race is not going to start until 9:50. So we're all going to take a little break here, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes to set us up for the next event that will be coming through, which is the men's novice 8 heats. Again, it's going to be an exciting set of racing. Catch you soon. Da 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 da. Here we are. I forgot to press the button because I'm smart. Well, hello. So welcome back to ACRA Championships in Oak Ridge, Tennessee,
Oak Ridge,
Mountain
Tennessee.
Lake. I'm Charlie Sullivan. I'm one of your announcers, and the other one is
Joining him today, Eddie Moog. Also, I'm announcing for Here Now live stream of ACRA's National Championships. And what we're about to get started is the first heat of the men's Novice 8, formerly the Freshman 8. Top two crews of this event move on to the semifinal for the A or the B final race. And the next three are going to move to a repechage heat later this afternoon, when they're going to have to race again to see if I believe, top one of those crews moves on to the AB semifinal. Because I believe we have 3 heats of this 8 event. 4 heats, wow, 4 heats of this 8 event coming up. Same thing for all of them. The top 2 crews will move ahead directly to the semis, saving themselves one last race. All the remaining crews will duke it out in the repechage this afternoon. So coming up in this one, we'll get a shot of the start hopefully soon, and we'll have UC Irvine, UCLA, Purdue, Southern California, and URI coming up in this first.
we're gonna be we're working on getting the drones up. It's been just a little bit of rain here, so for right now, we're going to be working on this sort of long shot for the moment, but they should be putting a drone up any moment, we hope. So 23 crews here, Eddie. So that's 4 heats, 3 heats of 6 and 1 heat of 5. So that'll pull 8 crews out directly to the semi, just as there was also with the Varsity 8 earlier. And everyone else will go in. That'll put some repechage this afternoon, and we'll pull 4 more crews out of that.
Great. So what we can expect now at the start line is crews are starting to move into their stake boats. If you weren't with us at the end of time trials, all these crews are going to be put into stake boats when a volunteer will be holding them on a fixed dock platform, so that we can line up and make sure those bows are evenly across, so that it is a fair start to the first side-by-side first heat of the day. Because all these shells can be a little bit different, a little bit maker models, a little bit different length. I believe. Awesome, but we got some crews starting. You can see blades moving from the start line. All these crews are going to start off way above their base pace off the starting 5 strokes. The high strokes that they're going to attack the start of the race with might be 15, 20, could be a whole minute if they're bold, but they're going to do whatever they can to assert themselves early in the race. And then we'll see them around the 1,000 meter mark after they've shifted down to the base pace, the meat of the race, where they're going to hang in the middle. And we're going to call out some moves, see which crews are up ahead. Again, and lane 2 is going to be UC Irvine, and then moving over from there, UCLA, Purdue, Southern California, and URI. Charlie, correct me. Lane 2 is on the near shore closest to us, left side of this video.
I believe that's correct, but we'll figure that out as they come through. What we do know is that this is a seeded event, so this Purdue crew here in the entire event. They are.
Okay. Yeah, so this is one of the higher seeded crews in the middle here. Purdue's having a really fast year, especially down through their novice 8s. They're not just in their varsity crews, which is a great testament to how fast their program is this year. I think we're going to expect to see a lot out of UCLA. Their V8 won the Varsity 8 last year, and I think that is a program that is just on the up and up, getting faster at every level.
Yeah, they have a new coach in 2 years into his racing here, I think, and it's made a big difference. And so we'll see how they do coming through. And again, sort of here's the difference that we've seen as they come in. We start to get that looks very much like it's Purdue in the middle out in front. And then Southern Cal and UCLA. So hometown rivals there going at each other. And that would be Southern Cal in second in lane 5. So lane 1 is the far side, Eddie.
Gotcha. I'm seeing that now.
And but very tight between UCLA and Southern Cal. As we said, 2 get to go through. So this Purdue crew, nice and long, very, very strong.
What we would call, this is definitely the base of their piece. They're holding a really high stroke rate. It is aggressive, it's powerful, but it doesn't look like they're trying to burn everything early in the race because they have what we would call boat lengths, or at least over a boat length of open water on the next crew back at UCLA, multiple boat lengths back on USC, right? So if they can just hold this position, not let anybody creep up on their stern, they're just going to hold the space down. We'll see if they make a move after the 1,000, after the 1,500.
Purdue here at a very comfortable 34, very strong, standing up well, just gorgeous rowing there, moving together. So the only thing they have to be careful of, but not really because they're out in front pretty well, is that they have this other crew race between UCLA and Southern Cal, only one of which gets to go there. It looks right now like we have UCLA up a little bit on that. And very tight race as they come by. So Purdue just very nicely sitting in front of at a 36. They've gone up a little bit. But we're talking about no more than a seat right now, UCLA up on Southern Cal.
Really tightening up.
And as they come through 1,500, both of those crews are up nice and high. USC at a 37, UCLA with the Blue Oars also 36.5. And then another really good race between Cal Irvine and Rhode Island, also back behind that. So what you're seeing on there is what we call a chevron shape. And this is what we would expect to see in the heats of a seated event. The faster crews seated to the middle, and then 2 relatively even crews. In fact, what you would get here is crews seated 8th and 9th in the seed right next to each other, which is why they're so tight.
Great. So coming into that last little bit, red buoys will indicate the last 250 meters. So the rowers, the coxswains know if they need to start sprinting, if they need to let everything else out, this is the time to do it. Make no mistake, and then we'll have the large buoys at the finish line. Looks like Purdue is continuing to stride into it. They're not going to show what they have up their sleeve. If they have more, intense racing for crews that are going to be side by side with them, I think they're just going to take.
Yeah, they're just at 35.5, just pushing gorgeously and very almost looking a little short. I mean, sometimes when you're not really going full out, it sort of messes with your rowing a little bit, but they clearly have the base speed to do it. On the other hand, what we do have is Southern Cal really trying to, it looks like now they have maybe 2 seats or so on UCLA, but the coxswain having a little bit of maneuvering issue there.
It looks like
Purdue's
starboard
across.
are really trying to push the boat along, and they've all crossed through that finish line, I believe, in that, let's see. Yep. Oh, Southern Cal just taking second over UCLA to move on to the AB semifinal by less than a second. Oh, just a 2.4. Great finish. And then we got the last 2 crews of this race coming to the line.
Purdue putting up quite a time there at 6:08
Wow.
for not really having hit any of their sprint speed that we saw. They just sort of went across towards the end, and I think that works pretty well.
Great shot overhead as the weather clears up here of our race course here at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Mountain Lake. We are getting ready for the second heat of the men's Novice 8, heat 2 of 4. We're going to see. I'm
And
sorry.
it's already started
Oh,
because they're
there
on
it is.
7-minute center,
7
so
minute
we'll
it
be
is.
seeing this again. But who do we have racing this time?
Remind me, the lane 6 is nearest us, right?
Lane 6 is nearest us, yes.
Nearest us. So we'll have Wash U, St. Louis in lane 6, and then moving from the left side of your screen across Washington State, Orange Coast, UC Davis, Michigan State, Oklahoma State. So very Midwest, West Coast heat coming through here. Again, we're looking to see, this is a seeded event, so the crew's in the middle.
Lane 4 will be the top seed. Lane 3
4.
will be the second seed in this heat. This actually should be, I think, that has Orange Coast then seeded as the second seed. They often have very, very good junior rowers that come there. Maybe they're good enough to row at Cal, good enough to row at Washington, need a little bit of academic, or just they don't want to go away from home yet. And so they're there. And you can see Orange Coast out in front, still actually pretty high here. Let's see if we can pop a rating on them. But already making their presence felt, good. And they've settled into their base at 35.
But UC Davis is right on their tail. There's a lot of overlap there, and I think if they can, they're not going to let OCC get out ahead of them, right? And both of them comfortably ahead of the rest of the crews, and again, these top 2 move to the AB semifinal. So if they keep this spacing here between them and their competitors, that locks them in for the semifinal. But
Davis at a 35, and UC, OCC is sitting there. You can see just missing a little bit of water. So the blades come up, they're hanging a little bit, and just not quite getting in. And I think Davis is actually taking some advantage of that. Sort of look like they're pushing back a little bit, but then Orange Coast gets their good stroke in and they move away.
yeah.
So, again, this is novice rowing, first year college rowing, and Orange Coast putting a little move on here. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Washington State and Wash U in quite a race. And that race of them, you can see they're within a seat of each other there, and that's pulling them away from Michigan State and Oklahoma State on the other side. The Oklahoma State coxswain taking a little bit of the 3-hour tour approach down the course. That's not necessarily the coxswain. That may actually be the rowers not getting matched up.
Yeah, and it might be the rowers out pulling one another. So it's hard, right? You have 8 really strong athletes who can have a huge effect on the boat if that timing isn't precise, if it isn't perfectly propelling the boat along down the course. So we are going to see them.
And we have Orange Coast now having moved up a couple more seats as they're coming into the 1,000. They're up at about a 36. And we need to sort of see as they come through. They've moved up pretty nicely. Meanwhile, sort of establishing their place in the first place and moving on. So really, and just sort of, you can see Orange Coast lengthening out here, really getting the blades in well now. So that that's going to be still some tight racing there with Irvine, with Davis, in touch. Orange Coast just breaking some open water here.
Yep.
We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, the bow and stern are just starting to separate here. But again, this race for 3rd and 4th, really tight. There's still a lot of overlap here.
And Washington State has asserted themselves over Wash U just in the last 300 or 400 meters. And that makes sense. It's often in this third 500, you're seeing them come into the 1,500. So between the 1,000 and the 1,500 is really where crews show what they have. Now, Orange Coast, having gotten out in front, clearly is lengthening out. They've come off of their highest rates, just sort of pushing to, so they're just pushing at about a 36.5 and 36 and lengthening. They don't need, those two crews don't have to do anything else to move forward unless there's a disaster in the next 10 strokes. Orange Coast is going to win this pretty easily.
Which, novice 8s, we don't ever want to rule that out. Something I noticed as Wash State started to pick up that move, they were getting really aggressive, really assertive, and like that can affect the blade work and can actually get in your own way if you don't do it with control. So the coxswain is probably calling those rowers out if they're picking up that power, but not doing it in the cleanest way possible to take advantage of the great conditions out here. We have these crews coming into the last 500 of their race. A lot of great separation here. All right, everyone approaching the red buoys here, coming to the last 250 and coming up to the finish line. OCC comfortably charging through the finish line, followed by UC Davis holding on to that second place here. I believe Washington State is going to take that third spot here. A little bit of open water, but still a great piece to start off their weekend. Again, novice rowers, this is everyone's first time here at ACRA, because this is mostly freshmen, sophomores racing here. So they're trying to take advantage of every single stroke they have on the course.
Yeah, well, if they're in the novice event, they have not raced here before. That's for sure.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, yeah. So no matter what year they're in, I mean, actually, any number of programs have had, for instance, 25, 26-year-olds coming back maybe from military service or something like that, and they're in there. They want something on campus. Sometimes when you get those folks in your program, it can be quite interesting to see the maturity that they bring into a crew. But if they're racing in the novice event, they're in their first year of college rowing.
Yeah. Times, waiting to see those come in for this event. Again, in the first heat, Purdue laid down a really great 6:08 at a comfortable pace ahead of their competitors.
And as we say, here and now actually comes up pretty quick. It's just our connection on the laptop. But Orange Coast at a 6:14, UC Davis at a 6:20. Washington State 6:31, Wash U 6:43. So you saw how quickly once that break happened, probably Wash U Coxon just said, okay, there's no reason to go fast here necessarily. They probably have something else in there. And second place times relative to the other, you would expect UC Davis, who came in second here, to be faster than the second crew in the first heat. They should have been seated right above the other crew. And in fact, so right now, 6:21 in the first heat, 6:20 in the second heat. So some good racing so far. Our next heat up is going to show us another one of the crews that really has been quite spectacular this spring, which is the Virginia novices.
Yes, really excited to see what they're going to put up. Bucknell also putting together a novice 8 that they are really proud of. Really excited to see on the course here. So once we see crews coming down again in lane 6, nearest us, we'll see Penn State. And then moving from there to the far coast, UC Santa Barbara, Virginia, Bucknell, University of Massachusetts, and Wichita State.
And what you can see here in the drone shot, I love this, is all the maneuvering of the crews to get backed on to the starting platform. They sort of have to work together, and the rule is that they're supposed to be locked on 2 minutes before the start. So this start was supposed to have gone off at 10:04, and it's already 10:07. So something happened there, which is fine, and the referees will get it back on stage, and no one will be given here a false start.
Yes.
Because they're all doing it at the same time, but we're missing a crew. So it looks like we don't have Penn State right now. I'm assuming that's...
Yeah, I don't see any blue or white blades out there.
Oh, wait. No, so Santa Barbara maybe it's Penn State in the red boat.
That might make sense.
And then Virginia, yep, Virginia's turning right there. So what we have there is lane 65432. Maybe Wichita State we just don't have in the shot. And they have an extra lane 0 here for later. So that's what we're seeing, at least with these 5. Or maybe Wichita State is not. Yeah, there we see the oars for Wichita State, just barely in the shot. Virginia now backing in. 3 of the 4 crews locked on, already pointed. That means oriented down the course properly. This is really, in some ways, up to the stern pair there, or the stern. There's nothing really the coxswain can do, but that was very nicely maneuvered by Virginia. Straight in, pointed, ready to go. We still have Santa Barbara sort of pointed off, but you can see that their 2-rower has taken the blade from the bow and is popping it around to get them pointed. Still not perfectly straight. So what's happening now is that on the side, there is an official, the aligner, who is sitting there and quietly saying into a headset, okay, lane 4 out 1, out 6 inches, lane 2 back, etc., getting them absolutely lined up.
And you can see the crews that already are locked in. You can't see their blades up from this aerial view. Instead, they're square down in the water. As a coach, you'd love to see your crew is ready as soon as they're locked in the stay boat. There's no instructions, because what we don't want to do is we don't want to be caught from behind and unprepared for the start. It is not where you win the race, but it is essential to get a great start.
There you go.
Put yourself in the middle of the pack.
Just a little bit of technical stuff. If you look at the Virginia blade, except for the bow, she just straightened them up again. They were all absolutely buried in. You couldn't see anything, which is really good technique. But now they've gone flat on the water. I think that probably is some indication from the referees also. If you look at the UMass boat in lane 2, sort of all sorts of angles. So whatever the referees are saying to them right now, doesn't indicate it's going to go any moment. You'll start to see it snap up. I'm loving the shot here, Eddie.
Great. Wichita State's oars are squared down and in. I'm sure it's only a moment before we see everyone else's blades disappear from our eyesight.
Santa Barbara still not straight on that buoy on the starting platform.
And in a situation like this where we're a little bit behind, the refs might make a call. They're in their lane. They're not pointing in a way that might intrude on the lane next to them. They might just start the race if the crew can't get it figured out soon enough.
But they're pulling it around now. They're really not supposed to start until it's pointed, because it's not safe, right? Santa Barbara could go off straight into Penn State. They're still a little bit off. Coxswain just are not seeing it, but everyone the blades are in, as I said before, you just can't see the Virginia blades, and they're off. They have a slight delay just in the technique of the thing. So you saw the clock start before the boats actually started to move. We have Bucknell sort of jumping out there.
Great pace. Love to see these crews so close together, clustered up. It's great adrenaline. Everybody is pushing 110% to get their crew off to the best start. UCSB doing a great job asserting themselves up on this Virginia crew. They're trying to get their bow up in the middle of it. Bucknell holding their bow, I think even just about 1 seat in their bow deck ahead of Virginia. UCSB still doing a lot of steering. We don't know if that is the coxswain. We don't know if that's the athletes. So excited about this race that they are kind of out pulling the steering of the boat. But we're starting to get a little bit of that chevron, not so intense yet, but those outside lanes hitting a base pace, but dropping off our screen a little bit. And 4 crews in the middle, pretty tight. UMass falling off a little bit, but still trying to keep themselves close to UCSB.
They're still overlapped, and in fact, even even out in
Penn State, out
Penn
in
State,
lane
they're still in
6.
contact, but I think they're about to get dropped, and it's going to be these 4 as they set into their base speed. I mean, we're crazy in rowing, right? We go off like a very high opening sprint. It makes no sense physiologically. It sort of makes a little bit of sense emotionally. And so Bucknell just saying, let's go, clearly out there. So, but now the question is going to be what's able to happen through the base of the race. So as we see Bucknell here, let's check their rating. What are you seeing in the rowing, Eddie?
I really love the rowing I'm seeing. This crew looks really complete at just under 36, at 35 base. A lot of good length. They're getting those the furthest end of the oar rotating just out to the gunnel. which I think is getting a really great propulsion on their shell. The boat, let me look at the spacing, bow seat is getting up to about stroke seats puddle, but they're really surging up and ahead. I think we're going to see them hold this base pace through the middle of the race. I'm going to say this is the closest Novice 8 heat we've seen so far this morning. Purdue and OCC jumped out to a pretty wide open
Easy lead.
at least over the, second place was a little bit close to them, but this is something they're going to have to fight for. UVA has a lot of overlap here, and
moving maybe a seat back up, but they're both at the same rating, pretty much about 36. You can sort of tell if they were earlier going in and out right together. Looks like Virginia's trying to take a move here. Check their rating
36?
again. About 36 and a half, but Bucknell holding that, right? So this means that we have some good even base speed. It's not like Virginia threw in a new gear and just started moving. Now, in some ways, this is interesting, right? Because the two of them are moving out, and that means that they are likely to be the two that move through to not have to straight to the semifinals. Bucknell has answered that a little bit. They're back up another seat. So this is going to be a good battle. I'm not, and I'm sure they all want to win, and I'm sure they're all going hard. But they're also, do we have everything they have right now? I don't know. I think they're freshman eights and they're racing.
yeah. I don't think they are leaving something up their sleeve. And I think again, first time here at the ACRA National Championship, I think they all want to get the best first race they can. There's really not a lot of sense in getting off the water and telling your coach or yourselves, oh, we could have taken a few more good strokes here and there. But they are walking up in
Virginia
that UVA.
moving gorgeously here together. Really very nice blade work, all coming in, coming out. But, it's not putting them up on Bucknell. Bucknell still has, actually now there's a little move as they come right through in front of us at 1,400 meters. Bucknell has a slightly shorter shell, so the coxswain is sitting up in front, but their bows are together. And then there's another great race in the second behind that between UCSB and UMass.
Yeah, they're doing a great race, and that's always tough for a coxswain to have the crew not one lane next to you, but two across. Be that crew that you're even with. You got to look over, kind of darting look. And
there's Bucknell taking a move.
Nice.
Bucknell is moving. You just saw the rowing lengthen out, and you can see them taking another seat or two. And at this top level, that's what it's going to be. Virginia's not giving up. So we're going to have to see how much of a sprint they throw into this at all. But Bucknell, just a little tiny bit up in front. We don't have the finish line. Oh, there we do have a finish line shot. We'll see as it comes in, see who's going to actually throw in a sprint or what. This is the one thing, is to see who's got an extra gear at the end. And
this is going to stay tight.
Virginia is now just up in front, taking it out. They're at about a 40.
And I think their bow's just getting ahead as we approach the red buoys here.
Yep. You can see that from the finish line.
So this, race for 1-2 is going to stay tight to the finish line. I think that race for 3-4 between UMass and UCSB is going to stay tight. I was thinking in that first 500, they might keep themselves close to the 1 and 2 crew because of how much they're trying to stay ahead. But there's about 1 or 2 boat lengths.
And here comes Bucknell back.
Wow.
So I mean, it's sort of like, when do you call your sprint? They've just come in the last 250 with these red buoys, and you can just see they're all rowing very nicely. Gorgeous legs out of the Virginia crew. Bucknell, oh my God! I'm not going to call it, but I think it's Bucknell. I'm not calling it, but I'm calling it Bucknell.
The good thing is we have here now, and these results are going to be up almost instantaneously, and Bucknell is coming in at 619.588, and Virginia 619.6. So that's less than a decimal of a second.
So they were within a seat. Well, after the start sequence, they were within a seat or two of each other the entire way down the course, which is really great.
And UMass coming in third to that 632 on your screen on the live. UCSB's result probably coming in soon. So you got to give them credit for just great racing there all the way through. Penn State and Wichita State following through to wrap up this heat. So great racing, but what we can take from that is you can't exactly compare times heat to heat, but we have a pretty neutral body of water. So what we can see is that
we
that
have
was great.
Purdue 10 seconds
10
out in
seconds
front of
ahead,
that, though.
no one
on their
next
own
to
with
them.
no one next to them.
So what I'm taking away from that is that 619 is pretty high to the top of their 100% because they couldn't back off. There was no space
There was
to
a full-out race there. No one was pulling back.
we have this in the bag. So what that tells me is that Purdue might have that next gear, and 608 might not be their top speed. Same with OCC. Still a pretty big gap on UC Davis behind them. I'm sure they didn't put the brakes on and take it easy, but not fighting to keep your bow ball ahead by every little piece.
The way we have the other race on coming up, but the way that the reps work this afternoon, those second and third and fourth crews will not be in the same rep, so they won't have to race each other again. So at that point, there's no, but you want to finish third because then you're the only third place finish in your rep. And so that sort of is an advantage. So this is going to be a good race. Lane 6 to your left, Ohio State. Lane 5, UNC. Lane 4, Minnesota. Lane 3, Michigan. Lane 2, Clemson. Lane 1, UNH. Minnesota beat Michigan's freshman earlier this year, I believe. But that has been a while. To me, from this long shot, it looks like Michigan's out up in front. The thing that's hard to tell, though, is that, the black or the dark blue.
The black and the dark blue hulls and blade colors
fade into this sort of gray shot that we have, while the white of Minnesota pops up a little bit. So visually, it's sort of hard to tell right now. But I don't know. Maybe Minnesota's up. Maybe Michigan's up. We'll see more as they get closer to us. What are you seeing?
Minnesota's up slightly on Michigan
as we get to the hull, the drone shot.
And these are high rates. These guys are going out, and look at the separation they have on the field. I'm sure they don't know the results of what happened ahead of them, but I think they can imagine. They don't want to leave anything out on the table. They want to put down the fastest time in this last.
And Minnesota 4 seats up on Michigan, maybe.
Yeah, in this last Novice 8 heat of the morning.
Michigan at about a 36. And again, a bucket in place. Michigan known for its middle of the race and its last 1,000. We'll see if they have something they can go. But Minnesota, having seen some sort of rebuilding of their program recently, and you can just see now they are up at 38, 37.5, and Michigan, these Big Ten, up at a 38, trying to move back through and maybe having taken a seat here. So we'll see what happens. But these two crews are also going to race pretty close together, and these would be the 4th and 5th seeds. So they should theoretically be pretty close. The rowing out of Minnesota, just gorgeous, nice and tall. The blades going directly in, really gorgeously. They're responding now to the Michigan move. Michigan 3 seats, 4 seats back on Minnesota. Minnesota pushing up at 36. Michigan taking another seat, though.
Yep.
Minnesota still up in front.
Nothing is decided
600
here.
meters to go. Michigan closing in on them, and we're going to see what happens as they come through. Michigan taking another seat on Minnesota. And once you start to move, it just sort of takes up there. You can see the two crews here just digging in next to each other. Michigan another seat up, maybe 2 seats back. They were 5 seats back when they came back.
So this is
just 200 meters ago.
That last third of the race lift that Michigan really cooks into all their athletes and make sure that it is something that's almost in their DNA. This is how you race.
It's trained all year. It's
one way to do it. You don't show all your cards at the beginning. You hold it on at the most important time of the race to be at your fastest at the end.
Minnesota sort of looked like they stopped the move there, but it's really hard to tell what's going to go through here as we see this. Michigan, who's got the sprint here, is going to be, and no one's going to back off here. Minnesota still out in front. Michigan coming, though. You can just see it on their blades. Minnesota, it's now within a seat. So we're going to see, this is great with about just hitting the red buoys here. So who's got a sprint?
I love this stroke
Oh,
style that
Minnesota's
Minnesota.
going now.
Yep, I love the stroke style. They're bringing in even into their sprint. Nothing's breaking down. Nothing's getting choppy. They're staying long, and that leg drive as it follows through sends the boat along. They're letting that thing fly
And you can
through the
see
water.
how far it's driven them out in front of the rest of the heat. Michigan trying to answer, but Minnesota just sitting up nicely, getting the blades in. It doesn't look to me like Michigan is like emptying the tank here. I mean, it's saying at a certain point both crews are sitting there rowing really nicely. I think it's going to be Minnesota by a seat or two. Everyone's going hard. Minnesota popping in a few, popping up in maybe the last 10 strokes here, and they're going to
A
finish
little bit
out
more separation.
by about 2 seats. But that was a great move from
Great.
Michigan. So we'll see what they have later. And again, these two crews will not see each other maybe until the final again.
Yeah, and again, it's how Michigan races is that build up almost crescendo, so they're going there fast at the end. So I would imagine that if they were way ahead of the rest of the field, they would have moved through those spots in the race anyway. We still would have seen that change in rate. 6:18.7 coming in from Minnesota. Ohio State finished up their race.
And they're both at 6:18, 6:19, which is the speed pretty much of the race right before with Bucknell and Virginia.
UNC coming in fourth.
And then, so the standout of this Frosh 8 so far is Purdue with the 6:08, which if that's real speed, that's going to be a pretty interesting race to see later, because they had the advantage of just being able to get out in front and just sort of race down. So we have Minnesota winning in a 6:18.7, Michigan in a 6:19.8, so 1.1. That's about a seat and a half, 2 seats. I think they got as close as a seat at one point there. And then a fair drop back to Ohio State at 6:42, UNC 6:49, Clemson at 6:57, and UNH at 7:04. So the 8 crews that will have moved through directly into the reps will be Purdue, USC, Orange Coast, UC Davis, Bucknell, Virginia, Minnesota, and Michigan. So the Big Ten well represented, the California crews well represented, and the Mid-Atlantic crews in Bucknell and Virginia also well represented in those top 8 so far.
What you're seeing on the screen is we're looking at a photo finish here. It's going to happen often when it's so close that we can't look at it with our eyes. So we have
and that's Virginia and Bucknell, I think. Is that right?
On.
3 and 4. It's not this race. It was the one that was orange. No?
Yes, that was the.
This is Bucknell and Virginia, the 6:19.58 and the 6:19.31.
Confirming that Bucknell had that edge on Virginia. Just too close to say for certain, just with our eyeballs, that's what we had. So making sure that.
So there's an expression in rowing, which is by a bow ball. You win by a bow ball. This is slightly more than a bow ball, but not very much. It's a big fatty bow ball. There, it's got the bow and the number clip in there. But that's how tight that was, with the bowman from Bucknell looking over, thinking he's like, are we ahead? Are we ahead? Who knows?
And we've got the first heat of the women's varsity 4 on our screen. The race has already started in this heat from the lane nearest us. This will be now on right side of the screen. Should be University of New Hampshire, then Virginia Commonwealth, Penn State, Vermont, FIT, Florida Institute of Technology, who I believe is that crew way out ahead, and Tulane in lane 1. And I say that about Florida Institute of Technology. They were the champions of the women's varsity 4 last year and looking to bring that back to the course this year. I think they just got a gold medal at Dadville last weekend in a bucket lineup. We get to talk about buckets so often this morning. So again, that is stroke seat is on the port, and then 2 starboards in a row.
We're checking on whether this is a seeded set of heats or not in the varsity 4 for the women,
starboard
or if it's
in the
been
bow
randomly
seat.
drawn. So we think it's just been a random draw. Oh, it's sorted out. So regional winners are getting central lanes. So it's not seeded, but it has been divided out. The top crews have been separated in what they see, but that also doesn't necessarily mean that that we know what the speed is of those different regions. We just wanted to make sure that crews from the same region weren't coming into the same event, get some diversity of into the heats. So there's, and then it's randomly assigned from there. So just some social engineering, maybe perhaps, of who's where. And Penn State is in this race, and their fans are right next to us with their cowbells, which is great.
Nittany Lions showing all the love as they do for all of their sports. But yeah, I believe that is FIT way up ahead.
And then Penn State seems to be in second, so
Nice.
that will move them into the AB semis, which is
There
great.
we go. Yep, they're crossing right in front of us at that 1,400 meter mark. FIT in the bucket looking really strong, long. I'll check the rate in just a moment. Looks that Penn State. Yep, Penn
FIT
State
at about
second.
34.5. Penn State lower than that. Very nice, long and strong. And they're actually putting a move in here in some ways. This looks to me like it's going to be about 32, actually 33. On you see FIT with their very famous striped shirts on the thing, coming through the 1,500 in about 6 minutes. So
yeah, and then UNH chasing them down from lane 6. Great to see the men and women from UNH back here at ACRA. And VCU looking for that 4-stop, having a pretty wide open race, separating themselves from the 5th and 6th crews in this. And I think you're just going to see them hold the line.
Yep,
It's
a
little bit
pretty tight race here between Vermont and Tulane for 4th.
Great. Look at this overhead shot of Penn State. That is a really great crew. Charlie, what rate were they at, would you say?
They were at about 34.5. Let's check again. Maybe a little higher.
I think a little bit higher now as they're getting
36
closer.
as they've
Nice.
moved up into
And
the 1,500.
they're just squeezing it into the finish. You can see really great connection, no slippage of the blade. These boats are just driving through really clean water. A lot of intensity.
Yeah, personally, I'd like to see them a little bit further up into the catch. I think that they have a little bit more ability to squeeze the blade through, but it's going really well. And here we see the FIT crew has just sort of lengthened out and is glad to take themselves through. This again is a bucket rig, which we love. Yeah, they're at a 31.5. So having gotten out in front, the rule in racing is you have to have a competitive rating. But if you're out in front, your rating has been competitive no matter what it was. Now, I didn't see UNH come through.
UNH was in lane 6. We'll see them as we have a great shot of the finish line here. Whitehall.
Okay, I just missed them going by.
Navy blue.
So we're watching the other.
From State. Yeah, so as Charlie was saying, he'd like to see them a little bit further up into the catch, but I think this crew's just rigged a little bit more to emphasize the back end of their stroke into their finish. And they're rowing to that style impeccably. A lot of power as they surge through the red buoys here.
And they're going to come across second here.
Great.
And you'll see how quickly the times get posted after that, right? So
this is UNH. You're going to see UNH and VCU. Just a big enough gap between the crews ahead of them and the crews behind them where I'm going to guess they weren't trying to empty the tank or bring in a sprint into their race plan. I think they're just holding that base down and seeing what they can bring to the repechage later on. As you see, more space between the hulls in 4s. Let's say you have a boat length between 2 8s. You can make up that gap in 250 meters if you really bring the rate up. In a 4, if you have 1 or 2 boat lengths of open water, I would go as far to say you're not really going to close that unless you start to really sprint, bring the rate up rapidly high. So in a heat like this, it's okay just to hold your base, follow through the race. We have 5th and 6th crews coming in, Vermont in 5th and Tulane 6th in this heat. So they'll all be headed to the repechage.
So that's FIT and Penn State that will move forward into the AB semis. And right now, coming up to where we're sitting, but not yet on your screen, we have Florida, Oklahoma State, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech, and Chicago. now we have the overhead shot, drone shot,
I'm gonna
and
say
it's
that's
Virginia Tech out in front easily. But a great race is
This is a
shaping up
lot
between
tighter.
Chicago and Pittsburgh
Yep.
for that second and qualifying spot.
This is a lot tighter across the field from second through sixth.
Absolutely, and there's just a great races coming up. So they're coming into the 1400s.
Chicago
600
just
meters to
ahead
go with that pair.
of
Looks
Pitt.
like Pittsburgh is putting a little move, taking a seat from Chicago or so.
And they're making that move, but what I'm seeing is the starboard oars just not getting in quite as crisply with port. And even if it's that like millisecond of port's in, starboard's in, they could be a little bit more efficient on that drive to make this move as not effortless, but a little bit more helpful for them. But it looks like they're closing the gap. We're getting this angle from the bows. Looks like
Chicago, just a little bit more on the oar as it's going in, a little bit more intention, it seems, in the Pittsburgh crew. You know, sometimes when you row a four, you learn to row it to set the boat, and what you lose is that little guy. We got to go right now. Meanwhile, what we're seeing here is that Virginia Tech crew out in front. The coxswain is down in the bow, so it's called a bow-loaded four. And not to make an assumption, but it looks like they might have maybe they have a male coxswain. It sort of doesn't matter. You're allowed to have coxswain.
They have a bucket.
They do have a bucket, and coxing now is not gender specific. So people identify as male can cox on the women's side. People on the women's side, people identify as women can cox on the men's side. ACRA follows the U.S. rowing rule, which allows athletes to identify to one side or the other as they identify for themselves. You just have to register for either the men's or the women's side, and we've been able to do that in rowing for a while, taking the lead on that. But part of it is the coxswain stuff. You know, the coxswains are able to sort of now internationally, we're the only place right now where women must cox women is in the NC2A. And even that rowing is sort of working on that. So coming across the finish line there, Virginia Tech with
comfortably
the win.
ahead, and
still this great race here.
Pitt is, I think, yep, they're pretty far ahead. So that move, it worked for them. They really made the most out of it. Chicago not backing down, no detriment to them, but that is great. This is again a top 2 to AB semifinal, next 3 to rep. So we can look at Chicago having that 3 seed going into the rep, and what you can expect is they'll be the fastest crew seated in the repechage. Cincinnati following through.
So some tight racing there.
Florida. Great. That was a really great heat.
And it was just slightly more efficient, it looked like to me, Pittsburgh rowing over Chicago, and a little bit more, again, assertive, aggressive, racy. As I said, sometimes the four can be a tippy little boat. So sometimes the rowers get into this mindset of we want the boat to be set. And so they row well. It works for them nicely. But a rather rocky, stronger boat can actually still beat them.
Yeah, and I'll tell athletes all the time, it's not a prerequisite to have the boat set before you start pushing hard and getting the power on it. So coming down in Heat 3, we have Lafayette, Michigan State, Middlebury, UGA, Washington State, and Emory.
And it looks like the picture has the picture that you have is his, but we can see them right in front of us. And it looks like we have out in lane 1, Lafayette, easily up in front. In lane 4, it seems to me, Georgia in second. What are you seeing there?
I'm seeing crews, I'm going to say a lot lower in the stroke rate than the last heat that came through, although it's still a pretty tight field. Third place is not decided yet. This is, I believe, who's that in the lane nearest us?
Nearest to us there is Emory.
Emory. Okay, so Emory looked like they were up in the third place, but not to. Oh, Michigan State was still holding on to really push on them. So we're going to see as they come closer to the finish line where that shakes out. First place was.
We have Lafayette in front, and then Washington State, I think, sitting in no, not. I'm sorry, Georgia sitting in second there.
Okay.
And again, but with Georgia, Washington State pushing up into Georgia a little bit, so they're still racing to try and get that advantage for the afternoon. So a little bit of a sprint coming up in the back end here. We now have some visual backup. You may have had the visual, but the announcers we didn't, so we were having to pull that off our side. Yeah, a really nice race going on there between Washington State and Georgia. Washington State trying to move, and Georgia trying to close, see if they can get there. One of them goes through a good row here out of Michigan State, but they're not going to be in the race for second. This is Lafayette coming across. Very nice long, some tall athletic women there. And they're across the finish line. Oh, it's even tighter now. It looks like we have Washington State moving back into Georgia, but Georgia's just going to get it by a seat.
Wow, great.
So great race, a nice push there out of Washington State to get up into the
State
University
following
of Georgia.
through.
Michigan State not that far behind. So Lafayette in a 7:50, Georgia in an 8:02, Washington State 8:03, so just a second. Michigan State 8:08, a second and a half behind them. And then finally, Middlebury.
And while we wait for the next heat, I believe is already on the course to come up on our screen. That shows us Lafayette taking it with 7:50, Virginia Tech 7:52. So they're going to be pretty tight. They probably won't see each other directly in the AB semifinal, but reminder, FIT finished their heat with a 7:36. So it is going to be a pretty fast field going into that those AB semifinals.
So they might actually see each other. There are several draws from this into. They don't take time into account.
No,
it's just it's this place in heat 1, this place in heat 2. One of those draws will put heats 1 and 2 together in the semifinals. But they're random. So they don't know going into the race that if we finish here, we will see this.
Right.
That had led in the past, not at this regatta so much, but just in general in the sport, to some gaming at times of people trying to come in second, so that they didn't have to race so and so.
They didn't have to have the hardest path to.
They didn't have to race Harvard or whatever. Princeton, please.
Sure. Princeton.
There you go. So we have our last race already underway here in this event, which is the women's Varsity 4. From left to right, you have George Mason in 6, Colorado in 5, Texas in 4, Florida State in 3, Georgia Tech in 2, Ohio State in 1, and you can see that they are actually spread out over the country there, which is great to make sure that we're not seeing everyone there at once. Looks to me like lane 1, Ohio State is up pretty well, and then a really good race between Georgia Tech, Florida State, and Texas. I'm going to correct that as I actually see them come into my real site. It'll be easier to see. We have lane 3, Florida State. No, lane 4. Sorry, Texas up easily, moving very nicely. Yep, and they have the Texas flag on their oars now that we can see
and
it.
And you can say at the catch,
they're
hooking them. It is a great stroke, and that's another one of these programs that has a Division I NCAA women's team and a women's club. National champion. Well, not last year. That was Stanford.
2 years ago, absolutely.
But it's great to see a university. Rowing has really taken hold of the campus, so it's really spread out. It's great to see so much depth there.
And Texas at 34.5, just moving very nicely. 34. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to see a little bit more send out of the finish, but I'm not the crew up ahead right now. Out
We have
further
Ohio
away.
State in lane 1, about astern over Florida State. And we have Georgia Tech also pushing there up onto Florida State. So here's the possibility with 500 meters to go that Georgia Tech, who seems to be moving and actually moving a little bit into Florida State, is going to push them all up into Ohio State. But right now, Ohio State probably in second, and that Texas crew just moving away. We have Colorado and George Mason trailing a little bit.
So yeah, on your screen, you're going to see them coming into the red buoys. Texas is going to approach them first, and they're going to come in. We'll see if anybody picks up a sprint. I'm sure those crews that are side by side with one another are going to start, maybe not sprinting, but they're going to make a move, whatever it takes to
Ohio
get up
State is
ahead.
moving a little bit now.
Yeah.
They can say, no, this is our race. And they've now opened water on the crew right next to them, which is Georgia Tech. A little bit of overlap, though, I think, with Florida State. But I think that's pretty, I mean, a length in a 4 is pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
You have to really have a gear to do that. But you can see, even from this, the angles are a little bit weird as we're taking this sort of quartering shot here. It's hard to learn how to read the parallax in that, but very definitely Ohio State going into sprint mode to make sure that they get the second spot, don't have to come back and race this afternoon.
Yeah, looks like Texas is just holding on to that base, not picking it up another gear, staying really patient into their catch. Ohio State is kicking it up at least another gear, just trying to get probably the fastest time they can on this morning course.
Texas up to a 38, so they're running through their sprint.
Hey, then power to them. It is a very smooth 38, one that does not look like it's a lot of extra work. Looks like something they practice and they can hold on to late into a 2K. And they're coming to the finish line.
Across first. Very nice race there.
Great work by the Longhorns.
And a fairly dominant win there, as you could see. Yep, Ohio State.
Great.
Open water. They managed to pull away from that other race.
And that was Florida State just getting the edge on the competitors at Georgia Tech. Texas coming in at 7:51, Ohio State 8:03.
So that puts them right in speed with the other two fast crews so far. Virginia Tech 7:52, Lafayette at 7:50, and they're coming in at 7:51. And again, that's with none of those with anyone right next to them. All so they've all been out in front of their, just sort of running away with their base speed.
There's great Colorado making their way through the finish line, and GMU, and we have the 2v8s, heat number 1 on the course already. Looking, let's see, top of the screen going down. Am I looking at that right? Nope, Virginia Tech at the top of your screen, Washington State, Minnesota, UVA, George Washington, UNC men, and at the bottom of your screen, just getting out of the shot a little bit.
Looks like Virginia out in front, maybe. But again, with these drones, as they swing around, it changes your perspective on it a little bit. But yeah, Virginia up in front. They should be, again, seated to the middle. They have Minnesota, who they're moving away from,
and GW looks like they're
GW
just
on the right side, still in touch.
Bauer half a deck above Minnesota there, and then again we got this chevron, pretty intense into what might not even be through the first 1,000 yet. So this is great. Something we love to see in 2v8 racing. I'm sure we're going to see some really competitive times out of these, and the faster your 2v8 is, the closer they are to your v8, the more internal competition there is, and all of that pushes everyone up together. Same with those novice 8s we saw earlier. Like a good freshman 8 makes a really big impact on how it drives these varsity crews. All these crews are pretty high rate here. Doesn't look like anyone chose to settle at a lower base rate, and if they are,
I don't think there's any coxswain, any coach who's going to have their crew not race all the way to the 1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, if they're up, they may lengthen out. But Virginia's sitting here at a 38. Frank Biller's crew is always very, very well drilled and working pretty well. Again, this is another 2 to an AB semi. There are 3 heats, so that's 6 crews being pulled out this morning, and the rest all coming to back. The 2V is really in some ways the measure of the program.
Yeah.
You know, the 1V, if you have a couple of studs, a couple of horses, as we call them, in your 1V, you may actually be better. You could place higher than you might, but this is the depth of the 2V, and then maybe even the 3V become the depth of the program. And the way the points trophy is spread out, there is incentive to go to the 2V8 before you go to your Varsity 4. You know, as we saw, a lot of programs that are going to do very well in this 2V do not have a Varsity 4 out today. So Virginia now just easily out in front, really sort of pushing. This Virginia 2V has had a great season. I think they're undefeated right now. They're at a 37.5. It certainly doesn't look like a 37.
It doesn't look, and actually that probably is them striding down a little bit since they were holding that 38 as they race through the 1,000.
And now they're at 36. So
yeah,
but behind them, what a great race we have going on here. Oh my God. Between Minnesota and GW.
And don't count out Washington State is hanging on.
I'm saying there's some other crews coming. Washington State is coming. Right now, I would say, though, we have GW sort of with 3 or 4, but they've got to be careful because this other racing in front of them is just going to take off. Virginia out in front, open water, a full length. They're going to win easily here. But 4 crews across.
Yeah,
overlap.
And you're seeing enough overlap, right? And, again, you can close the overlap or the spacing between open water if you're behind, but there's so much overlap here. I don't think anybody should check out until we get through that finish line, and then a little bit after, in case there's another photo finish separating second from third. And I think that race between UNC, Minnesota, Washington State is going to really
Washington State seems to is putting a move on there on the outside.
I think they're actually up ahead of GW right now, just by a little bit, but 2-3 lanes away, that might be half a deck.
And so we'll see as they come into the red buoys. Again, this is where strength plays into it, right? So right now, this is all the sort of aerobic-based power that they have. But now we're going to see who's got a little bit of extra muscle to pop into it in the last 250, where you go anaerobic. It looks like GW is answering that. I mean, that's a heck of a race. And then we have Minnesota sitting in there like not being bad at all. I mean, it's just a great race. So Virginia, you can see if you watch, just having lengthened out, and they're not slowing down. But wow, there goes GW answering, and GW absolutely in place here also with Washington State. Again, no way that we know what the speed on those 2 crews relative to each other is.
No, not yet. But these Cougars out of Pullman, they are really, I mean, honestly, from the look at this quartering line, it looks like they're trying to close in that open water on Virginia, which might be out of sight. We're going to run out of real estate here, but it looks like a really...
So Virginia has not been able to shut down. They haven't sprinted, but let's see who comes in first. Oh, yeah!
Wow.
Washington State. And then actually on the
UNC.
outside, and third was UNC, who, when they went by us, were not in contention. We weren't even talking about them, not because we didn't see them, because they weren't there. So that was a heck of a sprint out of UNC.
Coach Austin Work is going to be really excited to see those guys finish up in that spot, really just in the mix of the entire event. Again, it's a great measure of the program, the organization. If you're second Varsity 8, can pick up speed while closing in on that third place. Ooh, less than half a second. Just about
George
half a
Washington, which was in second, in fourth. So both Washington State, UNC with some real sprint to move them in there.
And
that's not George Washington not rowing well.
No.
That's just the other stuff. So you look at that Virginia, you know, almost 6 seconds in front of Washington State. That's nice and easily in control. They've been the class of the 2V field so far this year. Washington State from the west side, the west coast, or the west side here. I'm living in New York now. The west coast sort of popping in there, UNC and George Washington. I mean, that was just a great race there. And Minnesota sitting there at 6:20, right? So Minnesota in fifth, between second and fifth, 2.5 seconds. So that's all overlap.
That's phenomenal. That's a great race. Because, yeah, year in, year out, you could have a top 8 that's really fast. You could have a freshman 8 that's fast. But if they can't develop and get that medium of the program or the middle of the program to pick up speed. That's
8-2 underway.
wow.
From left to right, we'll have UC Irvine in lane 1, Notre Dame in 2, Bucknell in 3, UCLA in 4, Rutgers in 5, and Middlebury in 6. And again, it looks sort of like we have 3 crews out there: Notre Dame up with Bucknell and Bucknell, UCLA, and Rutgers. Those 3 out in front there as we check the colors of the oars. Rutgers with red. And we just have Bucknell up out in front. If we remember in their earlier 8 today, they also went off and rode very, very strong off the start in their freshman 8. So, those crews have been out there pushing each other and developing a racing style together. But again here, 3 crews, Bucknell and UCLA, maybe a seat up on Rutgers.
But this field's really tightening up a little bit. Coach Dan Wallenben loves having these guys in this. This is a very young crew. There's 4 freshmen in this second varsity 8. One sophomore.
UCLA taking a move here and taking a seat or 2 over Bucknell. But is it going to be enough? Or, are they just taking 10? Or are they committing to speed? And they're taking Rutgers with them. So it's going to be a heck of a race.
And a solid coxswain here in Bucknell is going to watch to see if these guys are just doing that 10, if they're going to make a longer move, and if it's just that short spurt, he's going to weather the storm and have his guys answer. So sometimes it's really helpful to tell your crew, if you're going to walk up on the boat next to you, you better keep walking. Don't let them get any of those seats back.
Now, Eddie, I want you to brag a little bit. This is actually one of your coxswains.
Yeah, an alumni of the program I coach at Roe, New York, Tyler Leong, is the freshman coxswain of this 2v8. Made a really great statement. He's such a hard worker, and the guys,
he
the
is
Bisons
steering
responded
spectacularly,
fantastic,
which
line.
did not used to be the case. We should say at times, really learning. But that's a great view out of UCLA, just sort of moving. Tyler keeping Bucknell in there, and Rutgers answering as well. All 3 of those crews. Again, this is going to come down a little bit to see which of these 3 has the best sprint, because they're all having to go right now.
Yeah, great spacing out of this UCLA crew's puddles. Really strong stroke. These crews all, I'm sure, are going to be up above 36, if not 37. They
UCLA
are
36.5.
Nice.
Rutgers moving. Actually, Rutgers and Bucknell within about half a seat of each other.
Yep, I think Rutgers established 1864, just a little bit ahead of Bucknell. Notre Dame dropping back a little bit.
Rutgers 36.5, almost 37. Bucknell 37. So they're all going. And UCLA establishing themselves out in front, but that other race is going to be quite tight. They can't quite unload it all yet. There's just too much water for them to really go. So you're getting, as a coxswain, just getting your crew there. Bucknell's oars going in nicely and strongly. The rhythm is really excellent. And we're going to sort of see who's got the studs in there in this 2V. It looks to me like Bucknell is moving up on Rutgers and maybe has a seat or 2, but it's hard to tell from these from this angle. Very definitely UCLA out in front.
Ooh, that's close. I think Bucknell just barely.
I think Bucknell right now, but they're not even in the red buoys yet. There's still 300 meters to go. And who's going to go? And there goes Rutgers putting a move on. I mean, it's just who wants to go when and who's going to make it happen at this point. But such composed rowing. Bucknell answering.
And it's really,
and they're both moving up.
And they're all in these red buoys. And that's what I was about to say, is like, it's so great. Those two are in that race with each other, and they're still with UCLA. Like, they haven't lost that first place. But all that work just separated themselves from the crews in the last 3 spots of the
So
event.
hard to tell who's up in front between Bucknell and Rutgers. It's going to be a great race. I'm saying Bucknell right now by about half a seat, but it's hard to tell. And who knows? Now they are in the red buoys. We're going to see where the sprint comes up. Bucknell is going up. You can see it. UCLA is having to answer. They can't settle down because they'll just get run through.
No. All right.
And yep, Bucknell by about a seat over.
For Coach Warner's crew from Rutgers.
Over Rutgers there, absolutely coming through. Good job, Coach Eddie, in preparing Tyler to be up there in that space as a freshman to handle that tight of a race. We'll maybe talk to him after and see how he did.
And yeah, Coach Wallenben has just so much pride in these guys. Just talked about how much they've changed since April. They push the Varsity 8 every single day. And again, young crew, a couple of them are medalists here last year. But as you step up to that varsity event, each event faster, harder to get a foothold in and make it through to the semis.
So Virginia 2V went 6:12, sort of unpushed, but the UCLA goes 6:12.5 also. They are literally 7/100ths of a second slower than Virginia from the first heat.
And if you've been with us all morning, I think I've mentioned a couple times that if that crew is way up ahead, unchallenged, and lays down a really fast time, and then we see the next heat, a crew similar time but had to push and had a tight field around them. Don't assume that that means the other one always has another gear. That might be that both of these crews are just flat 6:12 crews, and they're going to need to duke it out in the semis and then in the grand final if they both make it. So great. All we can work is what is in front of us, but really great showing from the second heat of the second Varsity 8 here.
And Bucknell made just a little tweak in their race plan. Hey guys, let's not push quite so hard in the first 20, really get some good rating and then really hit the base rating or something like that. And they're in there because that's 3 crews right now, right? So Bucknell pulls out, but then Rutgers, who has to go in this afternoon at 6:14, would have been second in the other heat against Washington State. Again, this is why we have this process, this progression of the repêchage in the afternoon. Repêchage, French word, which means to fish again. So you bring people back and you throw the net out and see who comes up on that.
Honestly, I've been around the sport 15 years, and I did not know that. I just assumed it was.
Pêcher means to fish, so repêchage is the refishing, literally.
If you're joining us at the top of the hour, we found the ACRA live stream for the National Championship 2024 here broadcasting for you. This is Eddie Moog and joined by Charlie Sullivan, and we're excited to watch the second Varsity 8, heat number 3, already underway on the course. From left to right, we're not seeing them exactly on screen right now. Boston College in lane 1, Delaware, Michigan, Purdue, Orange Coast, and then UC Davis rounding out the right side of your screen. And it looks like those 3 crews in the middle, Michigan right in the middle, Delaware on their left, Purdue on their right.
Still only 100 45 into the race, so they're just into barely the second 500. And we have Purdue maybe a seat up on Michigan, and Michigan then a seat up on Delaware. Very long-term rivalry between Purdue and Michigan in the Big Ten. But, Delaware has played into that too. Both Michigan and Purdue used to race. Well, Purdue very much still races at the Dad Vale. Michigan used to race at the Dad Vale, and Delaware would always see them there, and you'd always have some good racing. So, again, Purdue up by about a seat or 2. Michigan known for its mid-race moves. So is Purdue responding to that already in their head? Is Michigan just sort of sitting there and being calm, that Michigan boat looking nice and long, the Purdue boat looking quite strong, and that's moving them both a little bit out in front of
front ahead of the pack?
A little bit out in front of third place here at the current time, which is Delaware. You can still see Delaware sort of hanging in there, but you can see the Michigan strokes up on their bow now. So that race between Michigan and Purdue, pulling them away a little bit from Delaware. As we swing over, let's see where Michigan is relative to Purdue. The Michigan crew up at a 38. And I think that they are even with Purdue, but having pulled back up from a seat. So literally over 400 meters, they've been fighting for a seat. Absolutely. Purdue putting a move on here, moving very nicely, very tall, great. They're at about 37.5. Michigan not quite as long into the catch, but flowing very nicely. And they're up to a 39 and are starting to take a seat here. This, again, is what Michigan is known for in many years. So you sort of got to wonder what that puts in the Purdue rowers' heads of, oh, Michigan has this move. Delaware's still hanging in there, though. They're still in contact. But I tell you, it looks like Purdue is sagging a little bit here. The blades are not going in quite the way. They know that they've just sort of missed it. So the question is, can Delaware come up on the outside? Michigan, excuse me. Michigan now sort of establishing itself. Greg Hartsuff, the Michigan coach, is sitting over here, right? He wags his finger at me. Charlie, how many years did you coach at Michigan? How are you dare calling them Virginia? A gorgeous move from Michigan now, lengthened out and clearly taking that. And I tell you, I think Delaware's coming on this Purdue crew. I think that Purdue crew went and spent too much energy to get out in front of Michigan. And normally Purdue and Michigan would have seen each other by this time, but the race, the macro where they were supposed to race each other, got in Windianapolis, as we call it, got there. They're digging back in, Purdue, but boy, here comes Delaware. And if there's anything Delaware is known for, it is a sprint, and they are throwing one right now. They're 5-man looking over a little bit. Michigan having to respond. Purdue sticking in there. So this is going to be, again, a few seats, and one of these crews disappointed. And it is Delaware having moved through Purdue. It just sort of looks like Purdue spent a fair amount of energy. The coxswain absolutely slapping the water. Michigan comes through in a 6:09. Delaware a 6:10. And then Boston College. So you look at that, a 6:09.2, Michigan gets just over a second in front of that really hard charge from Delaware. Delaware comes through to beat Purdue by a quarter of a second. That was just amazing. And so Purdue has to come back, and that is the stroke of the Purdue 2Vs. Last name is Jenkins. Jerry Jenkins was a longtime assistant coach at Purdue. He's also a nuclear physicist. And his son, who has the same bushy hair, stroking that Purdue boat. So they're going to have to recalibrate a little bit for this afternoon. But when you see that that 6:10, right, for third place here, let's point out that Virginia and UCLA, who won their heats, both went 6:12. 3 crews here at 6:10 or 6:09. And here's the photo finish on between, so Michigan clearly across the buoy line first, but then you just barely have Delaware popping in over Purdue. Yeah. Well, it's also, remember, at the edge of that photo, it's actually not straight on anymore either. So he's being twisted by the photography. So
I've been off for a second. First heat of the women's varsity 8 is off and underway. Really tight field. I think we're out of the first 250, and we are seeing a lot of overlap. So from the top of the screen to the bottom, I believe we have Tulane and then Illinois, UC Irvine, Vanderbilt, Orange Coast, Grand Valley, and then Arizona State just off our screen, I believe.
And we see 4 crews there pretty well together. Orange Coast, it looks like a little bit up over Vanderbilt.
And yeah, both of those crews are trying to establish a little bit more than 1 seat ahead of UC Irvine and Illinois. But I think we're going to see a lot from these 4 crews in the middle until the first 500. Honestly, until the first 1,000. Something that you'll hear us saying a lot is in these races, especially in the 8, you race to the 1,000. Nothing is figured out until at least the halfway mark, and then even there, might not be figured out.
Well, some crews have had to go very hard to get to the 1,000. The others are just, we're setting on our pace. We know it's fast enough. We know we can do that. And that sort of is what we're seeing. We also, by the way, have Orange Coast still in the hunt here out on the right side of that chevron. So I'm sorry, Grand Valley. That's Orange Coast out in front right now. Vanderbilt in... Is that right? Yeah, Vanderbilt in second, and UC Irvine even with Grand Valley right now. You have another rower in this Vanderbilt boat too, right?
Yeah, I have an alumni, Nia Charlin, who should be in this Vanderbilt women's varsity 8 as a sophomore, I believe.
Yep.
And high school rower, moving in, making a great college career for herself out of Nashville's Vanderbilt University, because this is a deep crew also coached by a Michigan alum for the past couple of years. We got double bucket in our rigging on the oars on this one. So much speed. You got
John Miller
bucket.
John Miller double bucket, love it. And they're putting a move on here. Look at that.
Yeah, they're trying to walk up. We'll find out in a few strokes if this is just a 10 and they're just trying to splash their way back in and overlap, or if it's a move that's going to sustain. I'm going to guess, as a Michigan alum coaching this crew, I bet they have
There's
a
sustained move going
that will
on
last
here. You
through this
can
middle
pretty much guess
third
that.
and then build up into...
And they're moving, actually, right now. So this is where we say, 3.5 minutes through, they're probably at about the 1,000 right now. Sort of hard for us to see as the crew comes up.
But from this back quartering shot, still a really close race between those first 2 crews, and then 3 and 4, and then 5 with Grand Valley. It is tough if you are that crew in a further out lane, and the next closest crew is 2 or 3 lanes away from you. It's tough to see how even you are with them. The coxswain's going to have to look out of the boat a little bit more, or just keep their eyes ahead.
And just as we look here, Vandy's putting a move on. The difference you can see in the blades, the Orange Coast blades hanging a little bit, not quite in. Vanderbilt is on a mission right here at this point, is taking a move, is really pushing up. And once you start to move against the other crew, it really sort of tightens up the race.
And I think
here comes Vanderbilt, I think almost even.
Yeah, I think Vanderbilt has just a little bit more of a bow ball ahead of Orange Coast. Nothing is set in stone until we reach that last buoy.
But relatively speaking, they're moving, and now Orange Coast answering.
Got a lot of
but gorgeous rowing from Vanderbilt. And, they haven't raced a women's 8 in a while here, so they're building this team back up.
They are building it. It's a deeper
They're now 2 or 3 seats
year.
up. Orange Coast answering.
UCI is staying in the 3rd place spot, holding off this move from Grand Valley, the surge. And all 4 of those crews starting
gorgeous
to separate.
lift there at around 1,200 or so from the Vanderbilt women, and they're now moving through in lane 3 over Orange Coast.
And yet, like you're saying, OCC's blades just hanging a little bit up in the air. It's great. It's really strong rowing, but when you go side by side with a crew that maybe is a little bit hungrier, maybe a little bit more aggressive, you might have to respond and make it a little less clean, so you can bring the power up, because I can see that Vanderbilt, as they
Vanderbilt 37 here, very nice rowing.
As they surge away from us, I can see that power swinging through the pin of the oarlock, and that boat's just running through the water.
Some people like to call it aggression. I like to call it intent also.
Yeah.
That we're moving right now, and we're going. It's not that people don't want it, right? This is not some 17-year-old on America's Got Talent going, I've wanted this my whole life. This is people who've really put the work in to get there, and they have to actually lay it out.
And it's a mental game. So that intent is is essential, right? Because I know all these crews intend to do the absolute best race plan they
Absolutely.
have. But right now, Vanderbilt is showing that the training they put in.
But
day
hey,
after
Orange
day,
Coast is answering right now. They're digging in for
I think they're going to run out of real estate to
I agree.
respond to take back that first place spot out of the heat. Great rowing by both of these crews. I
And
think
the
Orange
double
Coast,
bucket. I mean, come on.
so much
You
speed, you got
gotta
to
love
catch it in a bucket. I think Orange Coast is going to hold off the third place crew.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
know.
those two are clearly out in front. So
Okay.
here comes Vandy into the finish line. Again, the blade's going right down. Good intention. That's Naya in 4 in the back of the bucket, which is actually probably a good place for her to be. She's very strong, and the middle of that boat just fine. And here comes Vanderbilt moving through. Again, the camera angle might be a little, but you know they've made it to a whole length over Orange Coast. I think they made that, well, 3/4 of a length.
3/4 of a length in UCI, holding down that third place
It's
spot.
just that other move from Vanderbilt just sort of took Orange
in the
Coast
head.
with them.
And then
Absolutely.
Irvine also separated themselves from Grand Valley, following through a great row. And we're going to have the next two crews in this race.
Arizona State, Tulane.
And Tulane and Illinois following up.
So that was some gorgeous rowing there. A really, really nice race out of that. You know, again, Vanderbilt was in the middle of that heat for a reason. They've had some pretty good results this spring, sorry. And we'll see hopefully some results pretty soon. As we'll be heading back up to the start for the second heat of the women's 8, which will have UC Davis in lane 1, Wichita State in lane 2, Northwestern in lane 3, URI in lane 4, Middlebury in lane 5, and Florida in lane 6. About to get some results here.
Yeah, that Vanderbilt 8 was at ACRA and had a great race in the A final, coming in 5th, mostly to women's D1s programs like Louisville, Kansas State, Jacksonville, Mercyhurst. So
excellent.
That is great to see. Club racing is very fast. It is not tiered like that. But
it's not D1 fast.
It's not D1 fast if you're getting recruits coming in from across the country with more high school rowing, more.
If you're getting Olympians coming in.
I'm not sure how many are going to Louisville and Jacksonville. But it's great to see a lot of clubs will do this. They will go up and I'll say punch up against crews that should be faster. And the closer you can get that margin, I know Boston College does it with Fates and MIT. Yep. I'm sure that crews do it at Connect Cup against some of the Philadelphia.
Learning some speed. So here we have, as you see on your left, Florida, Middlebury. It looks like Rhode Island out in front over Northwestern by almost a length now at this point. And then Wichita State still in there. So we have URI moving up in front. And right now, Northwestern going with them. But Middlebury, Little Vermont Cow School, not because they study cows, because that's
because of the blades.
It's their blades. Also in there, so you can see they're 2.5 minutes in. So this is 750 meters in. Still that push to the 1,000 we've been talking about, and some crews not quite out of it at all.
Yep, and this is URI's club team. They also have a varsity program at their university, and the men's team is club, and they're back in the stage with deeper crew than they've had the last couple of years. But again, just like Texas, like Tennessee, Clemson, great to see rowing take such a really dominant hold at a pretty small school, all in all, even though it's state school, to field crews that are going to be competitive at the D1 level for the varsity women in the A10 league. And here at ACRA.
So here we see the chevron setting up again, but there's still enough overlap coming in. They're just past the 1,000 now. Time in this third 500 to see who's got a move to go. I think we have
Northwestern
moving up and pushing up with Rhode Island.
And then we're going to see Wichita State, Florida, and Middlebury hanging on, and they're all really close to each other, looking for that third place spot. I think Middlebury just a little bit ahead of the field. They're in that third 500 here. That yellow buoy on your screen should indicate
the question is if Middlebury can get themselves up into that second place. But if they're going to do it, they're going to have to go now. Hopefully, or luckily for them, they have Florida right next to them, which is pushing things up a little bit. And so it looks overlap. It looks like Middlebury's doing some moving there.
They're doing some moving. Their stroke sheet is absolutely trying to initiate that move there, and I think the rest of the crew is going with them. And I think it's going to be another one of those.
Florida is making a push here.
I think it's going to be another one of those like third place fights that we've seen so far this morning, where that group, that pack, is absolutely going to move up closer to Northwestern. Maybe not catch up and pass them, but they're going to close that open water as they cross through the 1,400 meters here.
Yeah, with almost 500 meters to go, we do have Northwestern having open water over Middlebury and Florida.
But
there's a great race going.
Northwestern might be making a move to take that top spot from URI. I don't see. Oh no, I see the move from URI. They're
moving on URI, absolutely. And this is sort of another place where you can just see in the blades that the intent to move here is quite strong. Now, can they sustain it? I
think they're sustaining it. I see a bow. They're lined up, and they're about to trade spots every single stroke.
We could see. The question is if URI had just enough space emotionally, mentally to sort of regather themselves and sort of recommit. But it looks to me, no. It looks to me like Northwestern is saying, here we are, so you better deal with us now. And again, at this point, what this gets, two crews go on, but one of them gets to go on as the number one race. So they race another number two, right? The person who races number two here has to probably see another number one in their semifinals.
But I think URI is charging back up, and we can't read into it. We haven't met these athletes yet, but the mental gymnastics that are going to happen.
Yeah, URI's going. 250 meters to go. You can see the red buoy start there. So now it's who's got the sprint. Does someone have an extra erg in there that really can sort of push the boat forward? And URI's got another seat now at this point.
But yeah, that was
a gorgeous move out of Northwestern.
If you are having a crew catch up to you after holding the lead for such a long time versus moving up on the crew ahead of you, right? That can be a really positive mental state to be in versus one where you're feeling a little bit drained. But looks like these two crews aren't backing down. Nothing is getting in the way of their race plan here, and it's going to come down.
And they won't have to come back into the reps, which is really nice. So there we are. When you get in these varsity eights, you get some tighter racing than we had earlier in some of the novice eights. The standard is clearer to a lot of athletes in more places. They're doing the training, and you have a lot of experience. Now that doesn't mean that that crews aren't helped out by having a lot of seniors, et cetera, but it's all good. So here they went URI 707, Northwestern 708. The first heat, there was Vanderbilt at a 701, Orange Coast at a 703, and then you see Irvine having to come back this afternoon, also pulling a 708. So I think we're going to see some really tight racing in that final and racing to get into the final. It's going to be an exciting set of races.
It's going to be really exciting, and we can see that Middlebury held on to that third place there, letting that move in the last about 750 of the race. Just hold on and establish that they could stay a little bit ahead of Florida. They will be going to the reps, but better for the crew to go into the reps knowing that they're one of the faster ones coming out of the morning.
So because there's so many varsity programs on the women's side of the sport, on the club side here at ACRA, there have been fewer varsity women's programs or fewer women's programs than the men. It's been a male-dominated regatta just by numbers, sheer numbers. But what we're seeing clearly on the women's side, again, is better coaching, more athletic crews coming in, and the racing just getting a lot more exciting.
A lot closer. And we have 3 heats. This is our 3rd heat on the water here. William and Mary in the far lane. You see Santa Barbara. Bowdoin, correct me if I'm wrong, the reigning champions.
Yep, they won last year in their first year at the regatta, I believe.
Purdue women, Vermont, and then Central Florida nearing us. Central Florida having a club team and a very fast Division I team. Really great to see. Not quite a lot of separation. This is 4 crews in the middle, and I'll see if Central Florida's on the screen.
Vermont in the bottom of your screen there, and just above them Purdue, then Bowdoin, then UC Santa Barbara.
Wow, this is a very tight race. I think we're going to trade bow ball spots through the first 1,000. I think Vermont is holding on. Purdue's dropping back just a little bit. Bowdoin,
UC Santa Barbara and Bowdoin sort of leading out a little bit. Vermont's still in there, and no one's more than 2 seats apart right now. Maybe Vermont's out in front. Now that we're behind, it's a little bit easier to read, but they're all quite tight, and only 2 of them go, right? We're 3 minutes in, so they're coming in to about the 800 meters, moving to the 1,000 soon. Again, racing quite hard, and no one's going to give it up here. This is tight.
For my money, this is the tightest race we've seen nearing the halfway mark all morning.
So now we want to look for what crews do we think are more efficient at this point. Who, if you're the same speed as the crew next to you, but you're a beat lower than them, you have more of a place to go. That said, the beat higher, they may be well trained for it. They may be able to handle it. It's not like it's the be all or end all. But I would prefer my crew to be able to be a beat lower and matching speed, so that later you can go up and sort of do that.
Coming in, we're looking at this angle from the 1,500 meter mark. Still really, really tight across. I think Bowdoin's, from this angle, I could be wrong, a little bit behind at least the UCSB crew on their starboard side, and on the port side.
Putting this gorgeous move on right now. Absolutely. And now Purdue, in this whole club world, Purdue has been consistently one of the larger and stronger women's programs. There is no varsity program on that in the Big Ten. They're one of the few places without that. So you get some really good athletes who want to go to Purdue, great engineering school, and then also want to row. So they've always been there. And they're just putting this is textbook move right here from Purdue. Nice, long, very direct, very composed. And right behind them, 3 crews in a heck of a race with 600 meters to go.
And to decide who's going to second, who's going. Bowdoin is actually
in Vermont, so the New England school is going after each other.
Bowdoin, traditionally a 4 school, has really moved up into the 8s the last couple of years, and I would say, from an outsider perspective, has gotten faster because of it, because that means you have more depth and more people to seat in these faster hulls. And I think
more opportunities for athletes to make a seat, so it doesn't just have 4 women training hard and someone saying, I'm 5th, I'm not good.
Now everybody can come along. So this is going to be a great race. It's going to take until
Bowdoin has separated themselves here from from Vermont. Sorry,
but like we've seen in some of the other V8s, that might mean someone sprints it up a little bit more, brings it up, maybe not efficiently.
Yeah,
but
Santa Barbara still sort of there in places as well. I don't mean that in a dismissive way to be sort of there. They're there, right? They're in touch, but very clear now. You can see that first and second have moved themselves out from this drone footage. A great race for third, but the first 1,400, they were still, until Purdue put that gorgeous move in the middle. There was a fair amount of equality. That's not what I'm looking for. That's the wrong word.
Parity.
Thank you. There we go. In the racing going. So this is why you have 2 announcers, so that one of us has a brain freeze, the other one can step in and do it right. Looks like Vermont still up on UC Santa Barbara with the yellow blades, Vermont with the white blades and the green hull. And Bowdoin actually moving fairly nicely with that Purdue crew that's out in front.
They've really established themselves. It's not open water yet, but I think by the time we get through the red buoys, they're going to be a little bit beyond stern to bow off of UCSB. So you can see both these crews are evidently racing with a model of just getting that last third, not waiting till the last 500 or 250 to reach your top speed, doing it a little bit earlier because it looks like they're trained to sustain that for longer, and it really gives them the dividends.
There's Purdue across the
2,
line.
and Vermont holding on to that third spot.
And Purdue in a 7:03. Vanderbilt went 7:01. So there's going to be some good racing.
And it should be the Central Florida women.
Bowdoin
sorry, that was
7:06, Vermont 7:09,
William
Santa Barbara
and Mary,
7:11. So 3 seconds between crews. That's about a stern, about a stern, about a stern, about a stern.
William and Mary coming in through the 5th spot, and Central Florida coming in through the 6th spot. And that's going to round out our women's varsity 8th for this morning. We're moving back to 4s.
So that's going to pull right now Vanderbilt, Orange Coast, Rhode Island, Northwestern, Purdue, and Bowdoin straight out into the semifinals.
And then the repechage this afternoon will figure out who will populate the rest of those semifinals.
So now we have a little bit of rowing theater, which is what's called a race for lanes. There are only 3 entries in this novice lightweight 4, Michigan, Georgia, and Connecticut. And they're actually, I'm sorry, there's 6. They've just divided the 6 crews that would be a final into 2 races for lanes for the final. The other race we'll see will have Minnesota, Purdue, and Delaware. But Delaware is now a scratch. I think they had an athlete not make weight this morning. So that means that this race doesn't really mean anything.
Well, I mean, you can treat it like the time trial too, right? Maybe not. You still want to put out your fastest heat. You want to get that middle lane. It doesn't give you any advantage, but it would be good for the athletes to go into their final knowing that they should be the top crew. They should be one of the faster ones, or at least they take it more seriously, and they want to make the most out of every race that they have.
And a lot of these lightweight 4s, actually lightweight novice 4s, are not really a boat until about now in the season.
Yeah.
So they may not have raced down a course yet, and you just want to make sure that you're going and hitting all your marks as you go. It looks so that's Michigan on the right, Georgia in the middle, Connecticut in the left. Connecticut is back, and as we come over top, we can see Michigan open water out in front. Georgia and Connecticut still overlap, but Georgia firmly in control of that race for second.
In Michigan, as far as I know, they're usually able to field at least 2 novice 8s and then probably 3 or 4 in a year. So this is guys that would probably be 3rd 8, 4th 8 novice rowers.
Probably 3rd 8. They did have a novice 4, and so probably these guys are the 3F, and just the guys who are naturally lightweights. No one in a lot of these boats is sucking down too much to do that. But they have, some guys who are tall and lanky and 18, and maybe in another couple of years they won't be lightweights anymore. But right now they certainly are, and there's no reason that good lightweights can't row with good heavyweights.
Take advantage of the dining hall for a couple of years. You'll grow out of that lightweight pretty quickly. For anyone watching who's you might have kids, family members, grandkids racing this weekend, lightweight rowing is a pretty thorough category of racing at the collegiate level. There are a lot of universities that have a Division I lightweight program, and it's unique that it's one of the only racing endurance sports that has open weight and lightweight categories. So this has persisted. It's athletes usually about under 160 pounds at the men's level. And again, this isn't guys who are trying to cut weight or keep themselves down at lower weight. It's guys who are just naturally at that weight. Coxswain is also probably at the lighter side, might have to have a weight in their lap so that all the coxswains across the board are bringing the same weight to their boat for a competitive sort of equilibrium. But yeah, it's probably freshmen, a little bit younger. And these crews, I know for sure, Michigan and UConn that field eights, they have a lot of depth and they have a lot of big bodies in those top eights and in those novice eights. So something I love about the sport at all levels is there's a seat for everybody, and programs like this, they want everybody to race in a way that sets them up for success. So these guys are going out there, maybe their first time racing
The
together.
Michigan crew, I've called them Virginia for the second time. Okay, but I caught myself. That Michigan crew just really swinging gorgeously, blades going in. This is just better boat speed than the other. It's better base speed than the other two crews. The crew from
UConn.
UConn there, I was confused because their blades look like
Look like Bowdoin, but they're
look
the
like Bowdoin
blue,
blades, but
the
they're
dark
blue,
blue and white.
exactly. And so UConn has now sort of separated themselves out. And you can see the shot from overhead here. A little bit more rush in the boat than you maybe saw in Michigan. Michigan maybe a little bit more power through the water, giving them some better ratio. But this is very nice rowing here. I mean, one thing about lightweights is they don't tend to upset the boat very much. So they learn to, and they can generally push the rating a little bit higher than the big guys who are just trying to muscle it through and have to learn to unmuscle.
Yeah, but that could be a little bit of a. I don't see it in the cruise right now. But it could be a detriment if they get that rate up higher. At a certain point, you might just be moving yourself back and forth in the boat a little bit too
Spinning
quickly,
wheels,
spinning
yeah.
the wheels, so to say. But those guys look like they're taking advantage of it. Coach Semperbon is great at getting everybody in the depth of their program to row really well. I said it earlier in the day. If you haven't heard us all day, for those of you who haven't tuned in since 8 a.m., it's really a testament to the program when the athletes at the not top tier boats, the 8, or if they're a top 4 program, the ones in their novice boats and novice 4s, if they row well, if they roll in the same stroke style as the guys in the top boat or the athletes in the top boat, that's a testament to how well run that program is in my eyes. You can see that in Michigan, you can see that in
Virginia for sure.
Virginia,
Purdue.
I'd say the UConn crew right here.
You're seeing it grow very much in Minnesota,
Certainly.
Orange Coast,
and a lot of California programs.
A lot of the California programs who spend a lot more time on the water than
Lucky
some
them.
of the Midwest and
England.
and East Coast crews. But you never know who's gonna pull up lame or get a bad knee or get sick, and you got to be able to substitute people in. And if one coach is off doing their own thing the whole time, it doesn't work that. So that's a team program concept, and Michigan goes through in a 7:31. Connecticut 7:46.
UGA, the dogs, following through. Pretty comfortable rate, hitting the
There you go.
finish line. So the next race, if you love this one, the next race is going to be 2 crews going at a little Big Ten rivalry in Minnesota and Purdue. Delaware had to scratch their crew. So again, the race for lanes, in the big picture, it does not matter, quote unquote, because everyone's going to a final.
That does not mean, however, that the young men and maybe women coxes will not be reading into these results like crazy.
No, especially
novice lightweights.
I would love to be around their trailer to listen into how much. Okay, so we were 1 second ahead of that crew in the other race for lanes heat.
They're going to be pulling up any result that they can.
Oh yeah.
This guy rode at X high school 3 years ago, and they were this. Do not put it out of the, particularly of novice lightweights, not to get out there and do that. So here are the 2 boats that we can see.
Like Purdue up ahead pretty
Purdue
early.
and Minnesota. It looks like Purdue out in front right now. But this is why you can't compare time. So Purdue gets out in front here. You have no idea how their coach has told them to approach this. Are they going hard to the 1,000 and then lengthening out, or they just get out in front and mark them? It doesn't matter. Let's not show Michigan what we have. If they were scripting it, you hope they're not scripting because he didn't know if Michigan was going to be fast.
These guys are doing this race. They have no idea what happened ahead of them.
Absolutely.
Because even if, there shouldn't be any communication with their coach. They're just in the moment. And I would imagine, I don't know much about the body of water that Purdue rows on, the Wabash, but hopefully this is just really clean, simple water. So if this is one of the first times this crew has race together. Again, we've mentioned that sometimes this event is crews that get put together after they pass through, regional invitationals, stuff like Macros, which didn't happen this year, or Sierra is actually is what Purdue came to. This crew might get to put together when we break apart a third freshman 8, or the guys just don't make the first or second freshman 8. So they could just be going out there, getting the stroke. I love actually how they're rowing. This is really
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at all that length. That's a
strong,
great
contained
angle into the catch for me. I love that. Like they're getting up there enough to really be able to push on it. They're not too far into the bow at the release. They're sort of sitting up
and the
and
aerial
just
view
smoothing.
provides us with a really great look at the puddles and how much you're affecting the river versus how much you're affecting the boat. What I'm taking
Absolutely.
away is these blades get in clean, maybe a little bit of splash up and out as they place in, and then the boat moves through that oar. There's not white water until we release from the water, right? So there's no disruption, in which I would tell an athlete that they're accidentally trying to push the river instead of trying to push the boat, even though they've never heard of that Van Morrison song. It's putting all that effort into the wrong place. These guys are really clean, and I think that's why they've put themselves ahead so early on in this piece. Minnesota looking solid as well back there, and I think they're probably keeping it pretty internal, treating it as if it's a time trial.
Yeah, if you're the Minnesota coxswain in this case, you're probably, well, you're either exaggerating how close you actually are to Purdue, or you're focusing in on your own rowing at this point. I mean, you actually brought up an interesting thing. I just had a thought that you're saying, they might not even know how the event goes in front of them, but what would it be like for a coxswain to actually have their phone out there and running the stream on the event before them? I've never considered this. I don't think technically it's against the rules because it's actually not communication from your coach, which is not legal, right? But you could sit out there and stream if you wanted and see or even just see the results coming up, because here and now results come up so quickly.
They come up so quickly. I'm going to call somebody at the start to see if they hear any of our voices reverberating out of a coxswain's microphone. That'll be something new. So I bet the guys in the boat, who are these two
They'll
talking?
have it on earbuds. They'll have it in earbuds for sure. So at this point, this just some gorgeous rowing here by this Purdue lightweight novice 4. Just long. They've clearly lengthened out. They're racing down here. Let me check the rating for you. It's like 28, I'm guessing. 26. So they've just lengthened out and are not showing what they have. Just a sort of gorgeous AT push. The Minnesota crew a little bit higher still. 34.5. So at this point, it's just sort of a row over. Again, the times won't be that. Coach is probably noting, if I'm the Michigan coach, I'm going to look and say, hey, guys, you can't read anything into that Purdue result that you're about to see come up soon, because they were just sort of pushing away. But I'm willing to bet that Michigan-Purdue race is going to be pretty tight, pretty good. Both of them rowing gorgeously, very nice blade work. The Purdue rowing quite clean and quite good. They have been working hard. Their coach, new coach, was a coach at Culver Academy for quite some time, for 4 or 5 years. So knows a lot of the Midwest college coaches or high school coaches, and has done a nice job of getting rowers in. You were saying the other day, Eddie. To come across the line. Yeah, they just shut down the whole last maybe 750. Very often
they can get to their teammates in that other boat. Mates plus with the guys, they want to push their way up. They're focused on what it takes to make their boat the fastest.
Yeah, so we see, I mean, they're just sort of out again. This is, the 2F, as we call them. I mean, now they're technically novice crews, but I think a lot of times we still call them the second frosh or the second freshman. I was a 2F rower. I was also an Eastern Sprint champion 2F rower, but no, I'm sorry, we were silver. We lost to Harvard that year. My bad. We beat them later. Have enough Harvard
I was going to
shirts.
fact check you.
Thank you. We were second, but I was in the 2F, and it's sort of a cool event because when you have these big programs, Purdue now really recruiting strongly and bringing in a lot of freshmen. Some of the guys in that boat almost made the 1F, and they're pushing pretty hard. And if you have this other 4 behind you, 2 4s behind you, you're pushing to get into the boat. So these 2F boats are not, it's not just like some sort of bunch of leftovers.
And that's a really big, that will leave a really big impression on the mentality of the boat. Did I earn the seat, or is this the last seat available to me?
And here we can see Michigan State rowing here. Again, sort of looking at this relative to the varsity rowing we saw earlier. This is novice rowing, and it's second novice rowing. But still matching decently well and good power being put on. But you can see the difference in the power in the 2 boats between Purdue and Michigan State. Four and a half. Very nice rowing there. They're not backing down here. They're not pushing hard at all. I mean, they're not pushing fully out, but
Don't feel like they are
he just strided them out a little bit. So maybe they were taking a 10 and they're down at 32.
Great drive, great push in that crew. And it's just these 2 guys. UC Davis had to scratch this crew as of this morning.
Yeah, I think they just took a little move there coming through the 1500. Maybe let's feel our speed a little bit. Now they lengthen back out. You don't want to completely go to a paddle because that makes the rowing stale.
And again, novice, first time at ACRA National Championship. None of them should be, I don't think any of them will be taking for granted their time on the course. Every stroke counts in practice. Every stroke counts on the course. Getting pretty close to closing in on those red buoys. We'll see if they practice.
About a 33 and a half.
Good base to be at for a race for lane situation.
Hey, you look at that bow pair. They actually look like they might be lightweights. I mean, they're not as big as some of the guys in the middle of that boat, but very good blade work. So that might also be reflective again of high school rowers who come up and just had their technique sharpened up by the coaches here at the college level. It is a step up. I think some of the high school rowers don't think that moving up to a club program is going to push them because they've raced so hard at high school. But I think that more and more now they're figuring out that this is a great racing experience for them, great training experience, great team experience, great college experience at the school that they want to be at.
Yeah, and I think, as a coach of junior athletes, it's always about choose the university you want to go to. And if that goes hand in hand with the sport that you love and you want to do for all of your young adulthood, hopefully the rest of your life, club rowing does make sense as the option to do. And it gives you a group of people right away. Michigan State getting a little bit ahead of themselves, but coming through the line with all the power they have left in the tank, and that should that'll wrap up our first race for lanes. Coming up, second race for lanes will be Michigan, Orange Coast, UC Irvine. Solid time from Purdue's second novice 8. Can't compare times side by side perfectly, but 6:28.
6:20 is not bad
It would have been competitive in the field in the first novice 8. It would have been in that top of around the third, fourth place cruise. So I'm sure they will lead into that. I'm sure they'll be very excited. Got the second novice 8. Heat 2 is on the course. All these crews will be heading to the final, just trying to figure out. And as we've mentioned before this morning, but if you're just joining us and haven't heard us, the middle lanes is where the top-seeded crews will go. Right now, this is mostly randomized. These crews, I'm certain, have not raced. At least Michigan has not raced Orange Coast and UC Irvine yet this year, so they were not seeded based on how well they did in prior races against each other. Orange Coast and UC Irvine are probably.
Well, what you saw in the event before the UC Davis scratch was 3 Big Ten schools and 3 California schools, so they put 2 and 1 in each of the heats. Again, this sort of separating them out a little bit, because Purdue, Michigan State have seen each other. Purdue has not seen Michigan yet this year. They were supposed to, but the ACRA got canceled. But there's still sort of a sense of having a sense of where that speed is within the region, which is sort of pretty close. So here we have Michigan, Orange Coast, and UC Irvine. It looks like Orange Coast may be up a little bit on Michigan as we're trying to read the long tea leaves here, and Irvine fairly far back. Again, Orange Coast, particularly at the novice level, a lot of kids who've rode in some of those Southern California programs, whether that's up in LA, San Diego,
in the Newport area or Northern California.
Just a lot of experience in that boat generally. The Michigan novices mostly walk-ons, and so you can see that Orange Coast crew out about astern now on Michigan, and those two were only 2.5 minutes in, so it's 750 meters. Irvine just a different class of speed. That nice length in that Orange Coast crew getting into the catch. The Michigan crew, again, another bucket, gotta love the bucket, is hanging there. And remember, we've seen some Michigan crews move through some people starting at about this point, but Orange Coast there sitting up there with enough water that if Michigan starts to move, they'll be able to respond. And Orange Coast putting its own move on right now.
They're not going to get caught from behind and have the surprise. Oh my God, when did Michigan get so close? Holding them at bay. I'm sure the coxswain has given them that competitive intent. But yeah, like a really well-coached freshman group that they have in Michigan. They're not changing their base pace. They're not changing their race plan just because another crew is out ahead of them early. I'm sure that they appreciate that if that other crew's out, OCC looks like they're at a pretty high stroke rate, aggressive stroke rate. And I can imagine that an idea happening to the coxswain athletes like, well, that's what it takes for them to get ahead of us, and we're still
Orange
doing
Coast at a 36, so 36. Not hugely crazy, but it actually looks like Michigan's putting a little move on here. Let's see what they are. It's hard to read from where we are right now.
Second novice 8s at a 36 can be a stretch. These guys are
and Orange Coast has opened up. They're open now that we
these
we
guys
have them
are
on
handling
top.
it really well. As they get closer, I'm going to imagine we're going to see some really big frames inside of that boat. But a 36 could be a little bit too high for some second novice crews. But again, Michigan at
a 38, so they're going.
Okay, they're going for it.
And yeah, you look at a 6th seat in that Orange Coast crew. He looks like he's a big fella.
Oh yeah,
tall.
Head and shoulders above guys
who are probably
above
his
all
own
over 6
crew
foot
even.
tall. But this is great. Honestly, if you had not told me this was a second novice 8 cruise, I'd be pretty surprised. These guys are pretty clean.
Orange
The
Coast
entry's
at a 37.5, so they're actually moving, trying to sort of move away. Longer, lankier, lopier rowing than Michigan.
Michigan punches the front end.
Punching the front end pretty hard. So I mean, that's just the experience of years in boats, I think, for those Orange Coast guys. I'm going to assume most of them were high school rowers in pretty well-coached programs.
So good on them. It's looking great as they close in on that last 500. You see Irvine coming into the third 500 marker, up a little bit high in the rate, just trying to drive, getting a little bit more separation from bow seat's puddle through the boat, going after it. But yeah, it's
so Irvine at a 35, but sort of a rushy
a
35.
bit of a rush.
So they're quiet. Now we're over top of Orange Coast here. You can just see the bodies under control, the nice twist out at the catch. A little bit rushy into the catch, just a little bit. But you know, they're trying to get their boat across and just remain in control. So part of the rhythm that we saw earlier when they were a little bit lower, now that they're into their sprint, is falling apart just a little bit. But again, this is the 2F.
It's the 2F, and it is, if there's time to do it, it's your first year of rowing at the college level. So they're going to look back in a year and be like, oh, wow, we've gotten so much more improved since then. But again, if you have the power there, better to have that and then refine it than just having the technique, right? Because technique doesn't get you across the line on its own. Nice finish. You see the time coming up on here now and on our screen in just a moment.
And that's some of what we've seen in some of this earlier rowing. I think I'm thinking back to some of the women's fours where the technique was gorgeous, but they were focused on the technique. And if they'd had the power focus, then it would have, I think been a little bit more helpful. But we'll see.
And
so Orange Coast
619. That would be up there with some of the first Novice 8s.
And Michigan at a 627, Purdue at 628. Remember, as the coach will tell their crews, Purdue shut down in the last 500 meters.
Yeah.
So I think could be a quite good race, but still a little bit of mystery out there for when they come back into the final.
Yeah, I agree. And our 3v8 is on the course. Very excited for this. It was only a couple years ago that ACRA opened up a third Varsity 8 category, right? And I know lots of programs, pretty much all the ones who are here today, couldn't wait to get their 3v8 into this category, because when it was still just first Varsity 8, second Varsity 8, you'd break them up into fours, right? Was that 2018 that they opened up the 3v8?
I think it was around then, and part of what, again, was, I think, just sort of frustrating across the board in some ways was not knowing who was going to go race an 8 versus racing a 2v. So I think that there are some incentives, shall we say, in the team points trophy, which is actually pretty important here.
It is important.
That the 2v and the 3v8 is actually worth some more points because it's just more athletes. So there was a sense of why should the 4 with 4 guys in it and a coxswain be worth as many points as an 8? Then that's an incentive to break your 8 down into 2 4s.
Right.
So they've sort of set it up even here. And here again, though, in the 3v8, to have 3 full Varsity 8s, you can see having gone from all those Varsity 8s and now we're down to the 3v8 and we're racing for lanes, right? So,
So still exciting, because I think the first year this opened up, I think, again, 2018, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was just one heat of 3v8s. Again, teams just Purdue and Boston College and Bucknell, Michigan couldn't wait to get their third Varsity 8. So it's expanding a little bit more, and it's tough. It's tough to field 3 Varsity 8s worth of guys, because it could be you get 3 8s out there, but you're plucking freshmen that could be in your Novice 8 up and up. So it's good to see crews that can get 3 8s plus their freshman 8 plus maybe a second Novice 8 after that. So on our screen should be Bucknell, about half a length up on the field. Should be
Purdue and Rutgers racing pretty tightly.
Starboard side, Rutgers, Salish 1864 on their port side. And great. Love to see overlap in this event. I know none of these guys are taking it for granted, although it is race for lanes. I will rescind my earlier statement. This matters. This clearly matters to these guys. They're at a pretty nice rate. I'm not doing it correctly on my stroke watch, so I will let Charlie do it.
Which crew are you wanting?
Anybody, but Bucknell surging ahead.
Bucknell at
36.
36.5. So they're not backing off. And here goes Purdue Rutgers putting a move in to try and get up on Purdue, and it's working. And they're at a 38.5.
38.5.
So I mean, they're saying, okay, let's move. Purdue sitting at, I'm going to guess 36. Oh, 37 actually. So
Yeah.
I mean, these 3V crews are pushing pretty hard.
They're up
to
there.
get
That
there.
is the aerobic endurance needed to sustain such a high rate there. I don't know. Their whole systems are probably burning right now, and they haven't even crossed the halfway point.
Yeah, but you also sit there. So the coaches of the other crews, right now, they're sitting here, looking at how the other crews are racing, right? So coaches sitting here taking their own ratings to see absolutely, what's happening on the race course, so that they can interpret, at least for themselves, a little bit.
Beware, coaches,
we
if you
go.
come by the
But
event.
here's
we
some
will talk
gorgeous
about it.
rowing out of this Bucknell crew.
I love the rowing I'm seeing all three crews putting down here.
And yeah, and Rutgers too.
This is a big. Look at how big these Bucknell guys are in the third varsity 8. These guys are long, they're strong, but Rutgers is charging up. If they're going to be up at that 38 or so, they might have moved up a little bit. They're not letting it just spin the wheels. They're trying to take those seats back.
Yeah, they're at 37.5, while Bucknell is sort of marking them right now a little bit at about 30. They were at 35. Now they're back up at 36. They've answered.
I'm going to say.
But what we're seeing is nice loping rhythm. I mean, one of the hard things, the old sort of chestnuts about rowing is its rhythm and drive. And we're seeing the drive through the water here. What you're seeing really nicely in that Bucknell crew, which has now opened up a little bit of open water on Rutgers, is just gorgeous rhythm.
Yes.
Moving, flowing together. The more you move together, the more efficient the rowing is. You're just letting the boat flow underneath themselves.
And as all those things work together,
bucket, of course.
Love the bucket. As all those things work together, it also can put the athletes in a flow state. If you can be at this 36, base pace, flowing, and it feels effortless, right? To sustain that in your mind, you're not thinking about, oh, how am I going to get the next stroke to get the boat speed back up, get the boat speed. You can just feel it, let the boat glide through the water, and you can trust in all the people around you that they're all working just as hard and sustaining that with you. And you just need to go, let's say,
and again, there's
faster.
Bucknell here staying at a 36. Dan's crew's always looking nicely, but they have that open water. And part of what you have to do is you really can only ask your crews to go to the well. Really go to the well once in a season.
And that was a caveat I was about to bring up about that Rutgers crew. As they make a move, I think they're going to end with no open water. I think they're just going to have a little bit of overlap. But at 39, how long are you really going to be able to hold that? How effective is it really going to be? So, of course, these guys are not going to repechage. They don't have to worry about 3 races leading them into their grand final. But
if you're the coxswain in that Bucknell boat, your voice is coming down. Mm-hmm. You're not yelling. You're not screaming. You're saying, "Okay, boys, just get me. That's it. It looks good. Feel it." You're sort of trying to pull down the emotional energy that's being spent, because you're going to have to need it in the final against these other crews.
Sliver of open water between first, second, and third here. 6:19, 6:23. Michigan probably coming in 6:25, I imagine. 6:26.
Yeah.
Oh, Michigan. Purdue. I'm sorry, Michigan.
Bucknell, Rutgers, and Purdue. Yep. So again, they're sort of at a 6:19 in the men's 3v8s. If we look back to those race for lanes that in the 2F, Orange Coast was a 6:19 with their 2F. So 2F and 3V, often some good training partners. The 2V and the 1F, often good training partners if your speed's right. And then the 1V is sort of in its own little space. But there's a point at which you sort of bring your novices up to start doing work against the 2V.
For sure.
And it's always interesting time, because they're not actually maybe going to be in each other's boats. It's not about what seat you're going to end up, but the novices are like, yeah, we'll show you, and the 2V is like, shouldn't be losing, right?
It's a very fun problem to have when you have what you described as 5/8s training together. But if all of a sudden that 2V is a little bit too close to the 1V, it's not like yay for the 2V. It's like, what's happening here?
What's happening here?
These guys.
I mean, sometimes you have 2 fast 2Vs. and not a really great 1V.
Yeah.
But sometimes you also just have a really fast 2V.
Which is and it's great and it's exciting, but there's sometimes where even late in the season you might be like, well, maybe we change about one person. You try changing people between boats once or twice, and if it doesn't really yield any major change results, like okay, both these boats are going to be this fast, but sometimes that crew creeps up on the one ahead of them a little too often.
And so here we have the second heat coming up: Minnesota to the left, Michigan, Virginia, and UNC. And so looks like Michigan is up here, a little bit over Virginia, but Minnesota is still there. The two Big Ten schools on the left, the two ACC schools on the right. UNC having been dropped a little bit. But again, this looks like it's going to be another really sort of good race to see. The Michigan 3V here being assertive. Being intentional, the Virginia crew a little bit longer, a little bit lopier, and so maybe they have something more to go. It looks like they're putting a little move on Michigan, getting even, but now as we spin back around and get behind them, we can see Michigan still up by about 3 seats, maybe 4 seats. Rating higher, I think. Than Virginia.
Rating higher than UVA right now. UVA is a little bit longer, a little bit more, I'm going to say comfortable.
Yeah, Michigan at 37.5, 38, Virginia.
Yeah, and I'm going to say comfortable because they're not rushing themselves to get ahead. Let's not do it right now. It doesn't have to be. They have plenty of time.
Virginia at a 35.
Yeah, they have plenty of time. And
they're moving back even.
Yeah,
so.
And if they trade bow balls the rest of the way, I think they're going to take enjoyment in that rather than stress over the little things, right?
So if I'm the Michigan coxswain here, I'm trying to get my guys to relax a little bit. Actually, I mean, it sounds interesting that the idea is that you were racing, but you would relax. But there's no sport that works on tension, the bad tension. Michigan still up at 38, Virginia lower, and I think that means Virginia's going to come through them.
They are, right? And you mentioned this earlier about one of the crews. It's who's more efficient, right? Because if they're doing this at a 35 or 36, 2 or 3 strokes less per minute, and can still get this much spacing per stroke, when push comes to shove in the final, and if they do have that higher gear, I hope that this doesn't mean that 35 is their highest gear, but if they do, hopefully the spacing is going to really.
And Virginia now taking another seat or so. Michigan answering though, I mean, again, this is where Michigan takes their pushes. So it's going to be interesting. It looks like actually now maybe Michigan is pulling up even or ahead over Virginia. We'll see. They're about to come even to us, so we'll be able to see them in real life. Great race going on though, and very definitely a lot of rivalry between these two programs.
These guys see each other a lot, and even if they're pretty new,
Virginia up by a seat right now, but longer and lopier. Michigan
making a move,
spinning their wheels a little bit. So
Minnesota definite in third, really getting that space open on UNC, and not trying to close in on the guys ahead of them. Without purpose, right? If they do it as they make their lifts, they'll love to. But Michigan guys, I think they are trying
just
to.
a little high, a little too high. The Virginia guys staying nice and long, very disciplined. Right? They're still only at 35.5.
That's the bucket's helping with that on that port side. Nope, starboard side.
Yeah, 5 and 4 on the starboard side. And now Virginia just lengthening out and pushing on them. Actually sort of easily, right? So this goes to that emotional game that we were talking about. Almost the Michigan crew getting out in front and being a little bit, we got to go. And Virginia just sort of saying, hey, we're fine. So almost sort of like Virginia's what we call marking them. Like we'll just match their speed here, and we'll sit it. We don't have to be really high to do it. Michigan's still pushing, but that Michigan crew, you can just see here on the screen, just the sense of length in the rowing out of Virginia versus the sort of shorter, punchier stuff out of Michigan. Not as efficient. Still, I think we're going to see good speed out of both of these
Not as
crews.
efficient compared to the crew ahead of them, but I think when all these times come in, I think these guys are already in the red buoy, so they might be both just ahead of Bucknell on the clock. So it's all relative, but I think Virginia, this is a quartering angle, but as we line up, they might be half a length or more up ahead. And through the line, ooh, yeah, just about
a length.
Toxin.
So we only have 3 crews on our entry list, but there are 4 out
UNC
there.
was in the race. They were just a little bit back on.
But they're not on our. Oh yeah, there they are. Sorry,
we're looking at here now, racing results right now, where we can find the results instantaneously. We're looking at the wrong box.
I just had
the men's
updated
Varsity
mine,
8 and UNC, the Tar Heels, following through, charging in at a time of 6:39. But yeah,
so it's 6:14 and 6:16, and the other heat was 6:19
for Bucknell. So again, Michigan less efficient compared to Virginia, who is next to them, but still strong, put down a faster time than the crews ahead of them. All 3 crews in the other race for lanes heat. So,
and it doesn't mean that Maddie, their coach, isn't going to sit there and talk to them afterwards, and she'll tell them to, hey, let's be a little bit more in control. Let's be a little bit more efficient. See what we do. The Virginia coach is probably saying, okay, let's see the next gear.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing here about this rowing.
Great. Coming next, it is on the course now. We have the mixed adaptive single race for lane. So another one of these situations in which we will have a crew single. Funny to use a plural word crew for them, but a single athlete going down the course, getting their piece in, and they will see which lane they get for the grand final race. And this is just these 2 adaptive athletes, not at every program, but we have Virginia Commonwealth and Kansas both fielding an athlete in the single. So as we get a little bit closer to them, I think I might have misspoke. They might not be on the course yet. We'll see them coming down. And what if you can expect to see if you are tuning in? It's about 12:11. My name is Eddie Moog, co-hosting with Charlie the live stream of ACRA's National Championship from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Yes, we are now on the course. We're going to see singles coming down the course. This is one of the many boat classes that you can race in the sport of rowing. We've spent most of the morning looking at 8s and 4s on the men's side, the women's side, both varsity and novice. And then these are our singles. We're going to see a lot of singles coming up for the next hour. We will also probably see a lot of pairs, which will be 2 athletes, 1 or each. I don't believe, we'll see some doubles as well. And I think some quads, which will have the sculling discipline of the sport, 4 athletes, a pair of oars each, which can be pretty fast, sometimes as fast as 8s. I think our collegiate 8s here are a little bit faster than those crews, and a couple other lightweight events before we get back to novice 8s, second varsity 8s, to round out our morning heats and race for lanes before we get to the repechage in the afternoon. So again, we have, I believe, up ahead here in lane 4 will be Virginia Commonwealth's adaptive sculler Cole Hundelt, and in lane 5, Alex White from Kansas, Rock Chalk Jayhawk. So what you can expect to see in these crews, they're racing for lanes, so they'll both have a grand final. It's not make or break how they finish, but they're going to try to get the best piece out of this. But it's going to be a lot different strategy than racing the 8s. We're probably going to see stroke rates that are a little bit more on the controlled side of things, 32s, 34s, at the end maybe 36s, but these athletes are out on their own right now, and in their single shell. They might have some modifications to help them row if they have a physical disability that they need to modify their stroke for. I think the crew, not on the screen right now, has pontoons on it to help the boat. So they're doing this by themselves. And if they start to gas themselves out, they can't rely on anyone else to help push them along. They can only rely on themselves. But this sculler up here, they're really putting a lot of power on the stroke, putting together a really fast piece right here, about 3 minutes in as we pan out. I'm sure they're past the 500-meter mark here, and just looking great. In the sculling, 2 oars, right? You got to steer the boat straight along. You don't have a port or starboard pair partner here. And this is a type of rowing you can do for your entire life, and it's a discipline that a lot of college athletes don't get to do since it's a really sweep dominated sport at the college level, both at this club, Division 1, Division 2, 3. But it's a discipline in rowing across the world that is just beloved, and partially because you can go out there and really learn how to move a boat, because you, again, don't have anyone else in the shell there who is pushing the boat harder than you, helping you set it up, helping you clean up your technique. This tells you, if you train in the single ever, tells you right away, are you doing it right? Are you doing it wrong? Who is causing the boat to steer this way, that way? Who is causing the boat to move quickly? So our single sculler here is trying to get himself a little bit away from the buoys. He's going to need a little bit of starboard. Nice. He's getting back on the course here because, yeah, hitting that buoy every single time might not really make a huge detriment in the race, but it's certainly an annoyance and can slow you down a couple seconds or milliseconds over 2,000 meters. But otherwise, a great line, making the most out of this great rig in the hull. And again, keeping the stroke rate really just high up there. I'm going to take a look at that in a moment. We'll pan out and away. That's coming up towards the 1,500 meter mark, getting close to about three-quarters into their race for lanes. This will be the only race for lanes in the single. The next thing coming up after that will be women's singles, of which there are 2 very full heats from a lot of our women's programs, and then 3 heats of men's singles. So we get to see a lot of sculling, which again, I think at the collegiate level is not as highly represented. I would, outside of the IRA, but I was going to say, outside of the IRA, no sculling at any of the other collegiate championships, Division 1, Division 2, 3, NC2As. All of that is sweep in 8s and 4s. IRA, the lightweight women's programs, have doubles. But this is the only single sculling you're going to see at the college level. So we're really lucky that we can facilitate that for crews. That this is going to be a lot of our small school programs are going to put this out here. Maybe they have only so much equipment that they can field 4s and smaller boats, but they're going to get out here and make the most of the athletes they have in their program, given boats that they can drive with. So again, coming in about to the 1,400 meter mark, we have our single sculler up in the lead.
Alex White from Kansas.
And then on the screen with us is Cole Hundelt from VCU.
That's the Kansas oar.
This is the Kansas oar. Okay, great. So VCU is up ahead. We saw earlier is Cole Hundelt. Alex White has pontoons on his boat. This modification is trunk and arms rowing. So you see his legs are contained. They're able to, strap down so that he can keep those in use. He's strapped into the footboard. So this is still replicates the rowing stroke. It's something that is at the highest levels of the sport at the Paralympics and the adaptive rowing team, which the U.S. has a great representation for. So he's just taking great strokes here. But like I said, the stroke rate, the strategy of these races is going to vary very differently from what we saw in the 8. So Alex is doing a great job just holding down a long, strong stroke rate, which is going to be a lot lower since it is trunk and arms level.
Just less range of motion, obviously. But it's great that this has come here. They're starting to get some para rowing in the junior part of the sport. So just at was just at the Mid-Atlantics championships last weekend, and they had some adaptive sculling there as well, trying to make sure that the sport opens up in that way. But this is much more possible in some ways, just almost philosophically at the club level than at the varsity program level. If you take, say, basketball, there are a few wheelchair basketball programs in the country at a varsity level. In fact, Illinois, as an institution, and this reaches back to soldiers coming back from World War II, and Illinois, as an institution, was asked or chose, I don't know quite, which is the correct way of saying it, to be a place where soldiers who needed, to be able to use a wheelchair or some other sort of stuff had both the spaces that worked for them and the services that worked for them. And so Illinois developed an adaptive athletics program fairly well. So now you have that happening on other college campuses, and ACRA's decided that they are going to work in ways to it may be inclusive of that in our rowing as well.
Yeah, and something we're going to find that I find really special is spending a lot of time with adaptive rowing is the modifications that you make for the boat. There's so many ways, just like rigging for a 8 crew, you can do things that change to fit the athletes where they're at. So Alex White for Kansas is doing trunk and arms rowing, and you need some specified equipment, but a lot of it is the modifications you as a coach and athlete can agree to make it work best for you. So Cole Hundell is coming through the line here.
It's sort of like, fitting someone for a right pair of shoes.
Yeah.
It's got to feel right on what they need on their foot in a shoe. Same thing, you tune the boat much more precisely here than you do to where in sort of an 8, you're sort of making the athletes have to fit the rig.
Yeah, and it's a really great skill for an expanding group of coaches just to know how to do that and what equipment can be used at the cutting edge of it. It's a Paralympic paranational team. There's so many modifications that can make to the footboards, to the riggers, probably not to the hull itself, but to make it work, because at the Olympic level of this, there's 3 different categories: PR1, PR2, PR3, that range from limited range of motion, so like trunk and arms rowing,
limited sight,
and then the higher range is pretty full mobility.
But something wrong often in the foot. Wrong, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way.
Yeah.
Something in the foot or the ankle, the lower, so they can take a full body stroke.
Yeah.
But with maybe a shorter one leg shorter than the other, etc. And those crews actually can be pretty fast.
Yeah, and I've spent a lot of time in Boston, where Ellen Misner has a great training center for U.S. para
rowing, yeah.
And it's 4s, it's singles, it's doubles, but what we have, this is why this is the mixed adaptive single race, is that I don't think we have enough athletes in it to go through all 3 categories, but this way all the athletes get to be in a race that fits for them.
Absolutely. And they'll come back and race again in a final, like everybody else here. So it's a race for lanes, and the Cole is just in a different category of speed from Alex, but they'll both come back and race again, and that's great.
Yeah, and what I love to see, he's really still sending that boat along, right? It's part of the sport to train how to isolate some parts of the body and row up arms and body, still get a feel for the move of the boat, and he's just getting great send on it, stroke after stroke. You can also see from this quartering angle, his legs are held
not
down.
Moving.
He also has the back so that he can support that trunk and arm rowing, because it can be such a load on the body, on the spine, to just put all that load of moving a whole shell with as much force as possible for 220 strokes. So just a little bit of support to go along with it, so the sport and the competition of it doesn't also wear you down.
And part of the reason of this is, so the role of the lower legs in rowing an able-bodied athlete is to secure the body down into the hull.
Yes.
And if the athlete doesn't have the use of those muscles, you need something against which you can press and squeeze. So that's one of the reasons for having that seat in there. It's not to keep them from swinging through too far or to sort of limit their stuff. But here, Alex comes across the line. Great row from both those athletes.
Fantastic. So coming up now is the next batch of singles of, I believe, 5 heats of singles that are about to come up. So starting with the women's single, heat number 1.
This is not until 1:30 though. So
if you were excited for it, you got to hold off. You got to come back after lunch. Thanks for being with us this morning.
We'll be back at 1:20. So you have some some rowing. The singles will get out afterwards. Thanks for joining us this morning at the morning heats of the ACRA National Championships first day. Brought to you on herenow.com. This is Charlie Sullivan.
And Eddie Moog. We'll be back in just over an hour.
We're going to go have some lunch. You do too.
Championship. My name is Eddie Moog. I'm one of your co-broadcasters for today. I'll be joined shortly by Charlie Sullivan, also on the call. And what we're bringing you is...
Hello.
Oh.
Am I there?
Charlie Sullivan joining
Hello.
us. Awesome. So what we're bringing you this afternoon is the collegiate singles, starting off with the women's single, one of two heats, followed up by men's heats. So what we're really excited to talk about this afternoon, these athletes are on the course. I think we're going to see a lot more of our small school programs and some who still field 8s and 4s and speedboats, but a lot who are maybe a little bit more sculling, single, double, quad oriented already in this group. Oregon, and the next heat is going to come up, Wake Forest, New St. Andrews, TCU. Programs maybe with a bit smaller of a roster, but are doing whatever they can to get their athletes to race here at ACRA. So coming down the line, it's the only shot we have, but on the far shore, it'll be Vanderbilt, single sculler Cindy Ho. Oregon, single sculler, great, we got an overhead shot, Sophia Schmitz. In the middle, Clarkson, lane 4 as we near the right side of our screen, Kendall Blackenberg. Lane 5, Sydney Deaton from Clemson, Amanda Gossett from Colorado, and lane 7, which we haven't used most of the morning, Suhasini Iyer from Michigan State. So we got a really wide spread between the crews, and I think you're going to see this a lot more in these sculling events. Just a really large spread across the crews, and if a gap between open water between 4s this morning was hard to imagine crews can close in on, a gap like this among singles is also pretty hard to close in on. So if I'm reading that right, that should be lane 5 from Clemson up ahead pretty far. Then on our screen, lane 4, Illinois, and then lane 2, Oregon, all in the top 3 spots of our video. So the single scull, very few, if no other, collegiate championships are going to have singles racing. The IRA lightweight women have doubles, but outside of ACRA, this is the only place you're going to find collegiate championship level racing. So we're really excited to bring this. Those of you who are new to the sport or first time ever tuning in, you've probably heard us talk a lot about sweep rowing when everyone has one oar that alternates its way down the boat. This one is 2 oars, especially in the single, or it's just you need 2 oars to go straight down the course. This is the other discipline of rowing, one that is prevalent across the world at the Olympic stage, junior stage, and senior teams.
A lot of the biggest stars in our sport make their name in the single. So even if they go on to do other things, so on the men's side, Robbie Manson from New Zealand racing in the double this year at Paris. Actually just left New Zealand yesterday to head up for their European training camp and World Camp 2. He made his name in the single, setting the world's best time. We don't really have world records, but pulling 6:30 something, just crazy fast for a single. And some of the big names just in our sport in general are coming off of the single, because it's the only place where the athlete really sticks out as themselves.
Yeah,
right?
And the boat gives you a lot of feedback. Sometimes in the 8 or even the 4, you could be rowing really well and have things that you could do better, but you don't really know, and you could certainly defer to, oh, that wasn't me, that was the shell, oh, that wasn't me. That could
and
be...
what we have right now, as you're seeing, is it was them, and somehow this athlete, they've managed to flip, and the referee is there. If they get back in the boat and can get across the finish line, they actually can move forward. And you can see the athlete trying to get in there. I think it was Lena Gossett from Colorado. She had been the lane 6 had been moving into lane 4. There was some steering issues going on there anyway. But so we'll see what happens with that. And in the meantime, as we pan forward, you can see the sort of crews going up there. They happen to be in a chevron here, but this single, I think, has just been again
I think that's Sydney Deaton from
set
Clemson.
apart for whatever. As we're coming across here, coming into the 1500 almost. Who we think that is? Kendall Blackenberg from Illinois? Lane 4 or lane 3?
I think that's lane
Lane 5.
5.
Clemson.
Sydney Deaton from
Sydney
Clemson.
Deaton.
Kendall is looking at the third place spot right now, and I believe Sophia from Oregon is in the second spot right now. Oh no, Cindy from Vanderbilt and then Oregon is very clear in the green shell, yellow and green as the Ducks do. So what I would love everyone to notice is that these strokes are long. I really like the stroke all these scullers have, but you're not going to see that many high punchy like you might have seen in the 8s and 4s earlier today. I'm going to be really surprised if anyone is holding a 37 or even above a 35. I think we're going to see much more contained base stroke rates. If it gets really close and you got to bring the sprint to full effect, we're going to start to bring it up there, but it's just you and the boat, right? So if you start to have this really hard move where you bring up the stroke rate, you drop the splits, and you can't sustain it, it could be a detriment to the rest of your race if you can't recover from that. So you're going to see a lot more patient, I'll say reserved.
Our lead sculler at 26.5 right now.
26.5. Okay, we only saw one crew this morning.
And I'm sure there's another 3 or 4 gears there.
Yeah, because what they're getting out of this 26 is so long. What we talked about with a lot of the crews this morning is spacing, and you certainly should be getting your puddles past your stern in this shell, but just how far away you're getting from them per stroke is going to change dramatically from rate to rate.
In fact, Cindy from Vanderbilt is using rating to get in front of Kendall Blankenberg from Illinois. She's just gone up a little bit, so Kendall's sitting around 30, and Cindy looks to me to be, let's check again. Yeah, she's up at 2 beats higher. So, that here can just sort of make the difference. Again, I mean, if you go to some of the junior programs, Quad Cities, for example, that really specializes in sculling, specializes in small boats, they'll get out there and they'll have 12, 15 athletes in singles or doubles or pairs just beating up on each other in practice. But a lot of single scullers don't have that in their training space.
Right.
A lot of them are doing it by their own. So again, it's sort of like, where do you learn? When are you getting pushed into that extra gear to be able to sort of do this? So as they come across, these are 3 straight into a final. No reps, no semifinals. Just the top 3 go to the A final, and then the next 3 go to a B final, and then the 7th spot will go to the C final. So we are using this moment to bring you yet another set of interviews here. Full disclosure, I coached at Michigan for 25 years. I still have a little bit of a pull that I can do there, and every so often when I come to some of these regattas, I get to hang out with these folks. And so we have 2 rowers from the Michigan 1V. They're coxswain, Nicole Carpentier. Is that how you say it? Carpentieri, sorry. And their stroke, Alexandros Triandafilidis. Okay, so we're going to talk to them a little bit. And how are we doing this, Eddie? Okay, so we're taking the microphone off my head. So Nicole, come on in here a little bit. So how'd your heat go this morning?
So for the Varsity 8s, we had a time trial. There's 31 boats in our event. It was a good warm up. We were really locked in, dialed in, and then there was a little bit of chaos. Bit of chaos up at the start line above the bridges. But
hold on a sec. I think I turned this off.
Oh, okay.
Is it still working?
Sorry, I didn't want to overload
you're good.
the microphone.
So chaos at the start. Drop the T. I want to know.
Unfortunately, we watched 2 of the Varsity 8s had a little collision up at above the bridges, which I think shook a lot of us and a lot of the teams up there. Thankfully, I think everyone's okay. I hope everyone's okay.
So that's why one of the crews came down afterwards, just rowing by 4. Okay.
I believe
I'm
so.
assuming that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
You had other things to think about.
Yeah. So we after that we realized, well, we were getting into the pulling up to the start line, and the officials very quickly, not in line, pulled us up into the course to start off. I think with everything going on, the chaos, they were just like, let's get the boats down the course, get them racing. So it was a little bit of a hectic start, but I think we laid down a pretty good race. We know we have more to give.
Yeah.
So we're excited to keep going and step up tomorrow and into the semis.
So what's the next step then, Nick?
Well, I think that with a time trial, it's hard because you don't get to see the guys or the other boats lined up next to you, and I think we're a crew that does very well when we're put next to situations where we have to go very hard.
Yeah.
This is a very competitive set of guys, and they like side-by-side racing. They like doing pieces next to each other into other boats that are fast. So I think once we have that added, pressure from other teams, I think we will also rise to the occasion and be even faster. I think that's where our last gear of speed will come from. I think that's what's.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a lot of parity in speed out there, so it'll be interesting to sort of see. But we'll let that play out for folks to watch. In the meantime, Nick, there's a little bit of an accent. Where are you from?
I'm Greek. It's definitely really awesome to be out here with all these people. This is by far the biggest regatta I've seen in my life, and very many eights. I mean, in Greece when we raced, we would fill 6 to 7 eights at the national level, and it's crazy to have the 1B here and have 30 something entries. I don't remember.
Yeah. So this summer, though, you have some plans with rowing in Greece, maybe, or some intention, anyway.
Well, I would say intention because God laughs, so I don't like to make plans when it comes to rowing. But the intent is to race U23s for the Greek national team, which is something that I've always wanted to do, and I've always sort of been on the barrier, almost ready to crack into the squad, and maybe need a little bit more development. Maybe if it doesn't happen this year, maybe it happens next year, but the intent is for sure there.
And so, what are the boats that the Greeks are looking to bring to under 23s?
Well, for the men, I think we'll for sure have a heavyweight straight 4, and then for sure maybe a so something like that into the sweet boats.
So maybe 6 seats available. And how many other guys are there sort of at your level who aren't going to be, say, in Paris at the Olympics?
Well, with such a small country, you don't really get so many guys that are very good, but the ones you do get are extremely good. So I would say they're never obligated to send 6 guys, but we might be at that threshold exactly. So if we're good enough, we get to go.
So you just have to go and hit the standards and show that it's worth them sending you. Well, good luck with that. How do we say good luck in Greek?
Kallepitihia.
Kallepitihia. There you go. I'm trying. And then Nicole, you maybe have some summer intentions also. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So it's all very last minute. For the World University Games, and so nothing's set as well. Hopefully, I would be looking forward to getting in there and laying that race down. I think it would be a fun way to go out. I've always wanted to cox for Team USA, and I would be really grateful to have the opportunity to go. Just have to work some things out.
Okay, let's take a break, and Eddie's going to tell us where this next heat is going, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more.
We're about approaching the 1,500 meter mark of the second heat of the women's single, and we got a pretty wide spread. We got 2 crews towards the back here. They're duking it out with each other. There's a scratch in this event, but what I believe I see is this should be Kansas State out and ahead by a length and a half of water, and Wake Forest coming in through that second spot. Both of them pretty open water on the third, but duking it out for 4th and 5th. This whole way down has been Texas Christian, Tiffany McHenry, and UC Irvine, Elizabeth Anderson, who've just been going at it the whole way down. If you were watching that first 1,000, these two haven't separated the whole way through. So this is really intense to watch. And like we were talking about earlier, a lot of this might be a little bit more reserved compared to the 8s. You might hear some people cheering. And they're going to start their stroke rate. They're really trying to race for it. Even if there's guarantee they're going to the next part of this race, I don't think they're going to let anything out to chance because this is a really great race ahead of them. But still long, strong strokes from those crews up ahead. The women are just doing a great job of getting a lot of spacing per stroke out of this. And as it gets for me a little bit, I've got to look at the quartering angle. I think that race for fourth and fifth is starting to creep up a little bit on the third place spot, but I don't think they're going to close in. Like you might have seen with some of our cautions earlier this morning, steering is essential. And as you start to bring it up to your sprint, work your way into the red buoys, it could be that you push so hard that you yourself a little bit too much around your lane, put the buoy a little bit, which will only affect you as much as you can't recover from it. So then we have two crews coming into the red buoys right now. A lot of fanfare from the teammates of these scullers on the shore. All right, and then as they're making their way through, Kansas State still holding a really strong lead through. Wake Forest coming up behind them. I think it's the first time we've seen both of these schools today, again, representing some of the smaller schools here. We're really happy to have them along. I think we'll see a couple more in the small boat categories. And when I say small boat, I really just mean to say the amount of seats per boat, single, doubles, which will be coming up after this, quads, all get referred to as smaller boats when you could also have eights with oars that are about 11 feet long. Kansas State sculler, AJ Wagester, closed the last couple buoys, but see the sprint, it's hard, right? You don't want to push just so hard that you start to lose your technique because this boat is going to tell you right away what you're doing wrong. But they're cleaning it up, getting more power per stroke. Yeah, it's a good sprint coming through. Couple more strokes with the last buoy. Good. And we got through the 2K here. We'll see the time in just a moment coming up on here now where we can get our instantaneous results. This is our sculler from UC Irvine on the camera. Nice. Elizabeth Anderson, AJ pulling through a time of 9:18. Sarah Wackman, 9:27. Oh, and we have a flip on the course. Oh, that is too bad. The refs are on their way over to pick them up. That is the downside of overdoing your sprint. You can affect the boat so much that the boat capsizes. So I hope she's okay. I think she will be, and the rest will be there to pick her up. We got 4 crews through. I think once we get TCU and I believe Penn State through the line, I believe that was our rower from New St. Andrew, Karina Ostrom, who's in the water, and Caitlin Bell from Penn State will be making their way through the line soon to close out our women's singles for the start of the afternoon.
I see.
Men's race is on the course. These crews are through the 1K marker. These guys are at a much higher stroke rate than the first few races we saw come through. I believe this is High Point in lane 4, up ahead of the pack. Next to him, I believe, is our MRA Michigan rower, Charlie Vitek. And I think our Michigan athletes have some things they want to say about them if we get them back on. And then in lane 7, Jack Stecker from Oregon also putting down a really good piece. So these guys are clearly at a much higher stroke rate, really trying to lay down the pace to make sure that they do go to their AB semifinal. This is top 4 to AB semifinal, so they're not trying to let any strokes move them back.
So Nicole, tell us a little bit about Charlie then. You were saying before we had the technical issue that you've been in the same boat. So he was in the 1V in the 8s, right? So, but he's not in the 1V this year?
Yeah, so Charlie, I think, has been around the sport of rowing for a very long time, and I think rowing can really grab you in as a sport. So I know he rowed in high school, and he rowed for Michigan 4 years. He was a senior last year, and now he's actually a grad student. But he still had a year of eligibility, and he actually trained. He initially was assisting the Frosh coach Todd, but he trained with the Frosh all season and the whole varsity squad all season through the winter on the ergs. So when the time came around, Greg offered and was like, "You should row the single at ACRA," and he took it up, and we've all been cheering him along. We're happy to see him doing well, and can't wait to see how he finishes out.
Yeah, he's sort of like the whatchamacallit, the mascot of the team this year, coach rower, etc. So, what makes Greg Hartsoff tick, Alex?
Well, for me, I think the number one thing is that he is by far the most serious coach I've encountered in my career. He's very nonsensical. He does not let emotion or any other parameters influence his decision making. He only makes decisions based on fact.
So you have been assimilated into the Michigan Borg, in other words.
Absolutely. It's the spreadsheets, things. I can't disclose everything. He'd be very upset at me. But as lightly as I can put it, he's very methodical with how he works, and I was never privy to that kind of a coaching mentality. So I think being on his team, I always know exactly where I stand compared to myself last year, compared to my teammates, compared to myself from previous years.
Well, on the Greek national team, sometimes you have no idea where you stand and they're not telling you anything.
Things on the Greek, generally with Greek rowing, tend to be a little more feelings based. Like, I feel this person might be faster, but I don't know, but I don't care enough to find out. But Greg always cares, and he will always find out.
He will always find out. Great. So thank you so much for coming over and talking to us. So your next thing is the semifinals, and it's top 3 from there into the final. Anyone you're keeping your particular eye on, or are you allowed to tell us?
I think after going through the season and competing, we know that this final and these semifinals are going to be tough. There's a lot of really strong competitors out there in the Varsity 8. We've been able to see Notre Dame, Virginia, Minnesota. We know these guys are all really great crews. We haven't seen UCLA yet, but we know they're all going to be fighting, and we're going to be fighting right alongside them, hoping to get there and get into that grand final and find ourselves a spot on the podium at the end of this. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
One step at a time. So next one, top 3. Do what it takes. Good luck. Have a great regatta. Thanks for stopping by, guys.
For everyone watching the singles, what we saw happen is Ethan Penny and Charlie Vitek followed through and held their 1 and 2 spot through the finish line, but they also safely navigated the New St. Andrews crew member who was still in the water, getting helped out by the referees and officials to get out, but they were in the lanes of the guys who were rowing, so they were safely able to slow down their piece a little bit. I believe Charlie moved into Ethan's lane, and they both rode through, resumed, and picked up speed once they got safely away. So really great job by the officials to make sure that happened safely, didn't cut off someone's race, did not, harm our athlete in the water, who's up in the launch and going to get back to the docks pretty soon. So really well handled there. Jack Stecker, clean, wide open lane, followed through, finished with a time of 8:15 with a big gap between him and Luke Proud from Vermont. But all 4 of those guys, we go into the AB semifinal. Everyone else, the 5 and 6 spot, Abdullah Homayan and Ethan Benz will be heading to the CD final, and Andrew Bobbitt from Wichita State will be heading to the D final. So that'll be the first of our heats. The second one should be on the course, if not already, very soon. Again, top 4 to the AB semifinals. Once we get a good shot of where they're at in the first 1K, we'll see where everyone is lining up. Again, for those of you who are joining us, this is the singles, followed by the doubles, the pairs, and then the quads to finish out our opening heats or our opening race for lanes at the ACRA National Championship. Following these events, which will wrap up in the quad around 3:20 20, we'll start getting back in the sweep shells with varsity lightweight 4s, women's novice 8s, and about 4:10 we'll start our repechage. So crews that have already raced today, didn't get top 2 in their event, will be heading to a repechage to see which of them get to go to the AB semifinals to race for the grand or the petite final, and who will be going to the CD finals. But we now have heat number 2 of the men's single on the course, I believe from the left side of the screen. The right side, we have Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee, Jackson Chocha from Virginia, Caden Gordon from Ohio State, Wallace Tucker from Colorado State, Noah Schmallenberger from Washington State, Jesse Franklin from UNH, and Isaac Sahutsky from Grand Valley. And it looks like Isaac in lane 1 pretty far ahead of the pack here, which is pretty impressive. Yep, lane 1 pretty far out there ahead of the pack in certainly the first 1,000, minute 22, that in the first 500. Oh, now as we pan out, our crew on the other side, I believe lane 6 or 7, is ahead of Isaac from Grand Valley. Which brings us to Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee, who is looking to take the number 1 spot from Grand Valley. So we'll check in on stroke rates pretty soon. But again, what you're going to see from these strokes is a lot more, I'm going to say, live rowing. It's not going to be super punchy because you really got to let the boat run and send out. So we don't want to use everything in the front end of the stroke. We want to lengthen it out and hold a longer stroke to get great spacing out and away from our puddles in this single. It's just one person in there. Awesome. I believe Isaac in Green Valley, 33.5 or so. Putting together a really great piece here. And I think it's going to be interesting, right? These guys a little bit further back, none of them are going to check out because those last 2 spots of the top 4 are really anybody's for the taking to make it through to the AB final, which is why they showed up here. Everybody wants to make it to the grands if they can. Really great stroke here. Nice length out of this. That are probably in, oh wow, checking down to a 30. So that's a nice lengthen out. I think he sees that at least the 1-2 spot that he and Sewanee are sharing is pretty much up to them. So I think he's holding down just a long, strong stroke rate, base pace here. Really great steering out of that crew. Nice. And as we back out, oh nice, one of these middle lanes, let me figure out from the hull and the shell, is making their way up. Should be Luke Proud from Vermont making his way up. Really great place to scull up at UVM's campus. A lot of time schools like that are able to do sculling and sweep in the fall and fall head racing. They get a mix in of both, which is just a great thing to do to develop as a club college athlete. All right, and our lead sculler from Sewanee is checking it to 28 strokes per minute. So he's really just holding it down, getting through his piece, keeping the legs pretty as fresh as he can for his semi-final that will come up tomorrow after this race. So that's Andrew, oh, no, Sewanee. Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee, yeah. Length of the next guy over. He's got a pretty clear vision of the field from here too. Since he doesn't have a coxswain telling him what to do in the bow or the stern, he's able to really make his own decisions, set his own rhythm here, and either hold his strategy or change it on the fly. So this is really great spacing per stroke as he approaches the 1,500 meter buoy, about 250 meters away. Charlie, do you have an idea of where Sewanee is?
Sewanee is the University of the South.
University
It is an originally Episcopalian university. And I think it's in Sewanee, Tennessee, actually, so not too far away from it. When you leave the campus. You go through. As I've never actually been there, but I've heard the story. I think you sort of go through an archway,
Cool.
and you reach up and grab an angel to take with you off campus. So hopefully he's done that this morning. Benjamin has, and it's running pretty gorgeously out in front of us actually. Nice long-limbed athlete, trim, up and tall. Clearly knows how to make a boat move.
Going up here, we got a lot of Grand Valley team members cheering on Isaac from far away. And yeah, Luke Cloud still holding down that third spot. So what's going to be interesting as we get closer, seeing who is going to be able to eke out this fourth spot, because one of these guys from either from Washington State or from Virginia there are going to make it to the AB semifinal. So that is,
you know, in an interesting way, we talked earlier about the points trophy being, and one of the reasons that Charlie from Michigan is racing is because I think everyone's trying to find all the points they can to try and put this together. Virginia and Michigan have definitely been battling for this over the years. So maybe in the end it makes no difference that Charlie makes it into the final and and Chioka from Virginia does or doesn't. But right now, that's sort of even at this point in the heats is what's on there. I was just talking to the University of Virginia coach, Frank Biller, and he reminds me that I once said here, and I actually believe it, that University of Virginia is known for its sculling. They have a quad coming up later as well. And so this is where, again, these teams, the rivalries here at this level are just really, really good and very respectful. Everyone likes each other. Everyone gets along together really well.
And a note about Jackson in the UVA single, he's actually a coxswain who took it upon himself to get into the single to learn to row. And then he did that initially to just learn how to become a better coxswain, right? If you only have yourself in one of the disciplines, coxing or rowing, you only know one side of the picture. So from that, he's loved the single. He's become determined as a competitor, both in the coxswain seat and in the rower seat. So the whole team is behind him and supports him that he's taking this journey. And like, to echo Charlie and Frank, Virginia is known for its sculling. So we got two guys in the red buoys here, soon to be a third from UVM. When we get closer to the finish tower, we'll know where they're at. I think the sculler from Wash State just a little bit ahead of Jackson in that single. Oh, nope, I'm looking at the Ohio State rower. Jackson, and he might be ahead of the Wash State rower, so I'll have a good picture of that in a moment. Benjamin is now through the line from the University of the South. Grand Valley State is through the line as well after a great row.
Maybe College of the South, if I have that wrong. Swanee people. Isaac from Grand Valley, the cheer from their team over here was Slay, Isaac Slay, Isaac Slay. So
I had it all wrong. Colorado State was that third spot, not UVM. I'm sorry to Colorado State. I got the greens mixed up. And Washington State is through the line to make it through the A final. So Jackson, our coxswain from UVA, is going his way to the C final. Coming up, we will have another interview from another athlete here at ACRA from Wichita State. We're going to cue that up in just a second as we watch this race finish up and the next one chime in.
And so these interviews, so take working
real quick. So we have
Maureen
Weta from Wichita. Charlie, can you hear both of us?
well, let me check.
Can you hear both of us, Maureen and Eddie?
Hi.
Yes, I can.
Awesome, great. So, Maureen, as we have it, You are from Wichita State. You are in the women's V8.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
How was your race this morning? Tell us all about it.
You know, we didn't have our best rows this morning for sure. I think we had a pretty successful weekend a couple weekends ago at ACRA, and so we've been having this, stride. We weren't here where we were at last year, so it's been we've been a lot faster this year. So I think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves, and we know all these teams are fast this year, and so we're just kind of gaping where we're at. We're kind of in the middle of the pack where we feel like we've been this year. So this morning it was a little tough for us. I know it definitely wasn't the best row that we've had. We're kind of in the same area right now where we were finishing out at ACRA's last year in our 8.
Okay.
So we've kind of had our talks with our coach and with our team to really kind of show out in we race, I think, at the very end of today for the final. We got to get top graded, go to the AB semis. So that's kind of where we're at right now,
Yeah, and how do you and your teammates feel about heading into the AB semis? I think if you finish 5th, you're just going to shake it up. We'll see which rep you're in. I'm sure the lines are all pulled so that we know who you're racing against. I haven't pulled it up yet. But what's the mindset you and your teammates have going into this?
We have 3 people in our boat, our coxswain, and 2 of us who are graduating. This will be our last year. And so part of it has been mainly for me to tell them I just want us to be proud of what we do out there. When we come out the water, it's no more disappointment or, crying and feeling that you could have done better out there. So I know just going into this, we want to shake it all off and know that it's our race and that we're going to do better than we did last year, how we did this morning, and just go out and be proud of what we pull out there. So
awesome. I'm really excited to see that. Sure. I think I will tell you one of my best races I've ever had was here, Georgia, for ACRA's in the repechage final.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it was the first rep I ever did. And yeah, it felt make or break. And it was one where I felt the whole team pulled together to make. I'm just going to pause us real quick. So we have our men's single heat number 3 on the water right now. They've just passed through the 1500. Really great race here. We have from the men's single, we have University of Cincinnati, Vanderbilt, Arizona State, Tennessee in lane 5, Robert Matau from UMass and Kansas State as well. And it looks like from this close picture, we have UMass up ahead of lane 4. We'll find out when we pan out.
In lane 1, we have Nathan Damas out in front of the race, and then the 3 others sort of following them. Sorry, we don't have a row.
Yeah, so we're seeing a really great race as we guys approach the red buoys. I believe that Cincinnati crew and Arizona crew are the closest to it. We'll check back in as they get a little bit closer. Back to our guest here. So you're excited for the repechage. What other crews did Wichita State bring to ACRA's this year?
Yeah, so we have our women's varsity 8. We have our men's novice 8. We have a women's novice 4, and then our men's varsity 4.
Oh, that's great. That's a lot of events.
Yeah.
And it's great to hear. It sounds like you all travel to pack the men's and women's club together.
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel like that helps the culture of the team on campus?
Oh, definitely a lot. I mean, it's great knowing at practice. This year we've had a lot more people. We've been kind of our team over the past couple of years, but at practice we get to race against each other, against our novice men and our varsity men, and so it helps us as we used to have a second VA, but we kind of broke them down for ACRA and things like that. But it's really nice seeing the speed for them and seeing how close we can get up to them. So it's just a great atmosphere every morning at practice, getting to be together rather than just sticking to our women and sticking to our men. We're all kind of one big team, so it's really nice.
Very cool. And if you can enlighten me as a Northeast New England, or I don't know much about Kansas area rowing, what body of water do you guys have? Is it close to campus? Is it
it's
hike?
Really nice drive. About 15 minutes from campus. It's right on the Arkansas River, and then so that's where we practice every morning. In the fall, though, the Wichita Rowing Association hosts the Frostbite Regatta, which is on the Little River. So we do get a little bit of variety throughout the year, but it's really nice. We have our boathouse. It's in the basement of an apartment complex there, and so we get to show up, walk a couple feet down to the dock, get on the river, and row all morning. So it's pretty nice.
Awesome. It's great to hear. And I think so. We just wrapped up the last heat of the men's single, and it looks like in the women's double coming up, we have some of your teammates from Wichita State. Anything you want to say on the air before they start their race?
I just want to say good luck to everybody, and I'm rooting for Wichita and everyone here and competing well. So
What's the Shockers cheer that y'all do from the shore?
oh yeah, we do fear the. Our boats yell back wheat. Fear the wheat.
Fear the weed.
Fear the wheat. Yeah.
The wheat, not fear the weed. The not the duh. To be clear, although you're close to Oklahoma, where things are legal these days, so you never know, right? Wheat. Yeah, at
and
Kansas they wave the wheat, and you all fear the wheat, or tell people to fear your wheat. The Shockers, for those who are not from the center of the country, it's the shock of it's the top of the shock the top of the top of the stalk of the wheat is the shock. So
cool. All right. Well, we have the double coming up. We're going to talk about them for a bit, but thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Good luck in your rep this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fear the wheat. So now we're moving into the doubles here. Again, sculling, 2 rowers rather than 1. In some ways, the double is one of the hardest technical boats to row. If in the single, you get to do sort of what works for you. In the double, you've got to do what works for you and your pair partner together. So these are challenging boats to row technically. Because if there's one, if you're in an 8 and one rower is a tiny little bit off, it may, it upsets the boat, but in the double, it very much does. So we want to make sure here that we're sort of watching some of the rowing going quite nicely. Right now, it looks to me like we have lanes 1 and 2 out in the front here.
So Emory and Oregon, is that right?
Would be Emory and Oregon, Lawler and Hom from Emory, just in front of Daly and Weddle from Oregon. I feel like I'm calling a race at the Royal Henley because we're just using we're not using their Christian names here. Sorry for the bad accent there. And then Colorado, or is that Vermont maybe?
I believe that's Vermont lane 5
in third place.
Third spot there, and I think that is lane 1 Emory. Lane 2 Emory. The red blades should be Emory. Oh, I guess Colorado has the white blades. Great.
Sometimes we're sitting here having to figure out what blades they have on the fly, and with the sculling blades, they may not actually be painted in the team colors, so it's sort of hard to know. That is Kansas State, though, if I'm
Kansas State for sure. You're certain.
The purple, and they're holding down 4th right now, which would be the last position. I'm sorry, this is the top 3 into the grand final. Those 3 are fairly well clear, and it'll be clear who goes through. Then 4 and 6, 4 through 6 go to the B final. Again, we have another group of 3.
Yep, and we're seeing
that's fairly clear.
It should be Colorado and William and Mary fighting for it, and then Wichita State pushing themselves in the back of this pack.
And they will probably go to the C final.
But I'll say I love the Vermont stroke up here again. Vermont is one of those places where I know some of the athletes who rode there. They can do sculling, they can do sweep, sometimes because they're a smaller program, but just sometimes it's good to have the interdisciplinary approach to rowing. I know some D3 schools like Ithaca College do that as well, focus on sculling in the fall, and it benefits the athletes, right? Just getting out of the habit of moving to one side, because it's really common that some rowers only row one side of the boat, only rowed port, only rowed starboard. You put them in a sculling boat for the first time, and it's asking them to learn something entirely new. So it's great to be able to row with connection and good technique through both blades, both sides of the boat.
But coming in close to the finish line here, we definitely have Emory, Lawler, and Hom up. Just a little bit of open water over Daly and Weddle, who've been closing. So, I mean, maybe they'll get there, but I don't think so. And there's nothing really to be gained at this point by doing it. The lanes here are pretty fair. So they'll all just come off the water. Although we have Emery taking a little bit of a sprint. You know, you always do want to win if you can. Why
Yeah,
not?
I mean, like we saw in our eights this morning, people are still going to go through their race plan as they set out to do it. No reason to leave anything but the boats you have on the water when you're in position to do that. And if it's one where you don't have to really duke it out and fight to get your bow ball ahead and you have a good amount of distance, all the better. See how it works when it is clear. So that's, Emery coming through at 8:44. I'll have a time up in a second from here now. So Oregon rowers in second. Vermont coming in third, about 5 seconds back and then 10 seconds back. So those three crews
Stratinska and Aselta
all move to the A final, the grand final of the women's double event. The next three crews are fighting to stay in the B final, and the seventh place crew will go to the C final directly. Kansas State maintaining a pretty high stroke rate here. Looks like they're also working on what they have in a sprint. And again, in sculling boats, it's hard. It's just two of you. If you get that sprint going, but it starts to rock the boat around a little bit too much, it might be diminishing returns. So you have to be really, really precise about how you're doing it, so that you can still get the most effect out of each stroke. William and Mary crossing through the line.
Alexander Moran from Kansas State came in fourth there, sorry. Williams and Smith from William and Mary in fifth. Lim and Trainer from Colorado in sixth. So those three, Kansas State, William and Mary, Colorado, will go to the B final.
Our Shockers from Wichita State are moving into the red buoys. I thought the Shockers, I think they have a wasp as most of their mascot on their stuff, so I thought it had to do with that. Am I wrong? Wichita State?
It's their
it was
hurricane. What?
Is it a hurricane, really?
Or a cyclone?
Oh, no, that's Iowa State.
That's
I thought
Iowa
Wichita
State
had a totally different thing. I was brand new knowledge to me to know about the shocker of the wheat.
The shock of the wheat, yep. So that's where the Shockers comes from for sure.
Very cool. So that is our first heat of the women's double following through. And we have heat number 2 on the course already. We don't have everybody in sight right now, but look from left to right across the screen. Kleckner and Dowd from Pittsburgh, Janusik and Mikominski from UGA, Rodrigue and Kramer from St. Thomas will be in lane 3. Lane 4 will be Harvey and Fowler from High Point. Coda and Rich from Tennessee in lane 5. 6 is Twaffin and Sheehan from Texas, and lane 7, way up ahead of the field, Gordon College, Hopkins, and Fox. This crew from Gordon College, coached by Coach Hopkins, who just has a great experience in sculling. Her whole family, great scullers, passed down from her dad, Matt Hopkins, who was a really big deal in the New York area rowing at the junior level. So they have just taken great strokes coming all the way down from northeast corner of Massachusetts down to Tennessee to do what they do best, scull.
Yeah, and that's some really just gorgeous intentional movement of the boat. Almost looks like they're out for just a practice row, a good, strong, steady practice row, but just really gorgeous technical rowing, and combined with the intent, and that's what makes the double. When you find the right partner, when you have the right combination together, the boat just flies. It's really gorgeous, but it also equally can get mud slow pretty quickly if it's not quite right.
Yeah, we were calling out some of the 8s earlier if they were bringing their stroke rate up too high, but maybe intentionally bringing it up too high. But even if you're not doing it intentionally, you just get in your own way. And again, these smaller boats, you're going to get that feedback from the shell much, much sooner, and they will tell you, hey, this is not the rate at which you want to row. And sometimes that can get changed up in how the boat's rigged, if it's a little heavier, a little bit lighter. But sometimes that's just athletes using their discipline to not get ahead of themselves and hold on to their race plan. So yeah, Coach Madigan's Gordon College crew in the red buoys pushing a really great pace.
And if you just see the hang on there on the front end, it's a little bit easier to see in these slower boats. The blade goes in and you get a connection or a lock onto the water there, and you can just see there's a little moment where the legs are pushing and the blade is staying locked, and it's not that your hips are shooting out from underneath you, which we call shooting the tail. It's just there's a process of loading the boat, and you can see it really nicely in these doubles, particularly up in the stroke seat here. Really getting stretched out nicely on those arms, the core, the quads, taking a lot of the motion, and that leads to that nice acceleration through the finish. And there they come across in lane 7. Here we have lane 3 coming up, that being Rodriguez and Kramer from St. Thomas. St. Thomas in Minnesota. Also in the purple. St. Thomas also has a lot of small boat rowing in their focus. So they're coming across second there. Third in lane 6 looks like Coda and Rich from Tennessee. And then we have lanes 3 and 4. I'm sorry, that was Toppin and Sheehan from Texas. Also sort of a form of orange.
Welcome. And
Horn.
High Point should be coming through the line right there.
So High Point just missing off going to the A final. They'll go into the B final. This is the Tennessee crew here. In some ways, what's their home water? I mean, this is not too far from campus, so they get up here at times to train, I'm sure.
For those of you who weren't with us this morning, we talked about some cruisers have this adversity of how far they have to go to their body of water. Tennessee, they have Oak Ridge right here, and they have the Tennessee River right next to campus, which I got to drive by for the first time yesterday and looked like a beautiful body of water. So some of them are lucky to have more than one bodies of water around them. So we have the first heat of the men's double on the course and crossing, getting close to the 1500. Up in the lead is another Gordon College crew. Again, what they love to do most, sculling. Followed behind by a pretty tight pack. I'm seeing UMass Blades. I'm seeing what I think is New St. Andrews as well. Those guys are fighting for second, and on the port side, Chicago in lane 4. All those crews are fighting for second and then third. I'm going to try not to let my bias for UMass Aggie pride get in the way, but those guys are looking great. Looking like a little bit of a struggle getting into the third 500. So hopefully they didn't make that lift too soon in their pace and trail off of it.
Because Michigan State behind them rowing very nicely.
Really nicely.
And actually at this point they could just make a move and start to close, and it's sort of a little bit too late in some ways, but that'd be a lot of water to make
There's
up.
a lot of water. And this is a top 4 to AB semifinals crew. So as we get a little bit away, you'll be able to see this on the drone. If it pans out, if you have the overhead, you can see exactly where the crews are. If you have side by side.
What's missing from your shot right now is the lead crew out in lane 7 is not even in this picture. They're so far out in front, right? But you can see that the rest of them are actually fairly tight, and 3 of those 6 crews get to go into the AB semi. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. It looks like Michigan State is continuing to move a little bit, and coming up, trying to close the gap on
so Gordon in the lead.
UMass.
UMass, I think, is falling a little bit back to that third place spot. New St. Andrews out of Idaho is in the second. I love the sculling I'm seeing here. Again, it's not every college that you get to do this, and these guys, a lot of length in these croaker oars, just getting really good punch off the front end, right? So sometimes we rig a crew a little bit more to the front half of their stroke where they can be powerful. Sometimes you'll see crews rig towards the back where they can get that swing through the mid-drive into the finish that lets it send and almost sail away. These guys are really hammering the front end powerfully. Looks like New St. Andrews is opening up that lead a little bit. It's cool from this aerial shot to see all the puddles made from the crew. And great Gordon College through the line. I think it's going to be a really big gap before New St. Andrews, UMass, or
New St. Andrews is in
Idaho, I believe.
Idaho. It's a classical university or a classical college, as they said, sort of one of these on the model of doing some of the older style of education and the content, and their as I understand it, their president decided that they would have rowing as part of that as well.
Oh,
So
that's great.
there's
Yeah.
also I'm forgetting the name of the college in Annapolis that is that sort of classical education model.
Cool. But yeah, as we see, that middle of the pack really shook up. So New St. Andrews second, but I think UMass fell off the pace a little bit. Chicago, I think, held on for third, if I'm reading the battle right. And I think Michigan State took that fourth spot. I think they really picked up that stride and went
came
with it.
Came through UMass.
Yeah,
Yep.
Michigan State, really well done by
Radosevich and Huang
in that fourth spot, and we will have the last two crews from this race come through the line soon. But yeah, about 30 plus seconds between Grant Bayajagal from Gordon College on the two gentlemen from New St. Andrews. So I think they're
and you
really
can see that
in the approach.
The
to
interval
the
there between first and second. That's just a different quality of rowing from Grant and Bayajagal.
Yeah.
But then Maines and Grabinski from New St. Andrews, just a little bit up on Bailey and Estrella de San Jose, and barely beating out Radosevich and Huang from Michigan State.
Yeah, so it's going to be exciting to see all four of these guys shake up in the AB semifinal with the gentlemen from the first heat and the guys who will be on the course. Well, we will see on the course soon in the third heat. Here they are out
second heat still.
Oh, this is the second heat. I'm so sorry. So those 7 are setting the pace for these guys who are a much tighter field. We've got everybody on the screen, and we can see them all. Lane 7 still.
There's something working for Lane 7 with these small boats. As we're talking about how fair this course is.
We talked about the fairness committee with this.
And here we have Coburn and Keel from the rowing club at Sacramento State.
Oh.
And they're sort of out in front, and maybe second, Warner and Drobnik from Grand Valley. Also, in lane 5, you have Central Florida. Lane 4, we have Delaware. Lane 3, Penn State. Lane 2, Purdue. And lane 1, Florida. I'm going to say it looks like Grand Valley in second, and then Florida and Purdue in third and fourth. Florida in third, Purdue in fourth, but there's still some contact. They're about 3 minutes in to their race. So coming into the 1,000, they're probably about 750 right now. And except again from lane 7, which you can see here from this shot, is fairly out in front. Decent contact there across the contact. We're right next to the Penn State tent here, and I can hear some initial cowbell getting ready to ring for their teammates as they come through. So right now, here we have a nice shot over his head of Coburn and Keel from Sac State. Again, Sac State, one of the smaller club teams in the California system, so the small boats make sense for them. They're not trying to line up with Orange Coast and UCSB, et cetera, to sort of have a varsity 8 and a second varsity 8 and a freshman 8 and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and does Sac State get to row on Lake Natoma? Is that their body?
I do believe. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll check that out in a little bit. Hey, maybe we'll have them come by for an interview. Find out. If so, Lake Natoma, one of the great bodies of water where IRAs happens for the Division I men's and the lightweight women's programs.
I'm pretty sure they row out of that boathouse.
I think they do, which is great. But yeah, we're seeing actually a little bit more of the reverse chevron.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
We talked a lot this morning in a lot of the 8th racing where it was seated, right? So the fastest crews in the middle lanes, 3 or 4. You'd see at some point in the race the crews seated higher were getting up ahead, and they'd take the lead, and it would alternate back and form into that chevron, right? Sort of an arrow. And we're seeing a bit of the reverse here. I'm not sure what it is. We'll have to ask if these are seated or if they're a bit more randomized, because these crews don't get to race each other. But lane 7 has been crushing it the last few events. Lane 1 and 2 on the far end are doing really well too. I got to assume this is Sacramento State's
It's
top
Sac
two
State and a
guys.
UC Davis boat that
Very
they've
nice.
borrowed.
But really long, great stroke. These guys look like really big frames inside this boat. So this is a bit more of a stroke to the back end. We got a great piece through the middle here to the Grand Valley State, pushing up on Florida and Purdue. And these guys are all duking it out for the second, third, fourth spot. And that's not going to get decided until we get to the finish line. Maybe the red buoys if one of them's lucky, but we'll see if Purdue has a move they can pick up late in this piece. And in the back here, 5 and 6 is not figured out. That should be Central Florida, and I would like to say Delaware, unless, no, Delaware is that crew up ahead, and Grand Valley. No, Delaware and Central Florida. Working through the middle. We got a crew in the back. So really, in this lead crew here, this should be Florida, lane 1. I like the stroke here. It's not super high in the stroke length, but they're getting a lot of run out of the boat. That boat does not stop at the catch. It is smoothly moving through.
Picked up right away.
Yeah, they're not
that stroke,
freaking out.
the stroke man, you can just see the body so under control. Just legs in, legs out. Her perfectly timed hand to the knees, so the
They're
blade
not
goes right
freaking
in.
out because other crews are really close to them. They're not. You can tell in their rowing stroke, or therefore their body language. They're not worried that, oh no, what if someone passes us? We might not be the top 2 of the top 4 to get out of here. They're rowing their race. They don't want to let anyone intimidate them. So great stroke. Excited
And
to see
here
how
we
that
have
looks.
Coburn and Keel from Sac State doing a nice job. Remember, we had that crew from Gordon College, who I think looked a little stronger than this, but you never know, again, what's happening. They could just be out there rowing, shaking off the cobwebs from the flight from California. But again, just nice, soft shoulders. The bodies are up, the connection down in the low core. They come through first. We'll have a time soon on them, and we can sort of take a look. Gordon College won a 7:18. These guys go a 7:34, so I was right. Didn't look quite as fast, but you know they did what they needed to get out in front. So who knows what other goals or gears they have? Sorry, coming up.
Good, yeah. Rowden and Palinks from Florida coming through just under 20 seconds behind them, but well ahead of Purdue and Grand Valley, who were the next closest crew. So again, yeah, they were not worried. They did not change up their race plan. They did what worked best for them as a long, strong stroke. Grand Valley stayed ahead of Purdue, who seems like they made a move and closed in to be within 2 seconds of third place crew. It was definitely more than 2 seconds when they passed by us at the 1,400 meter mark. But
so those 4 into the semifinal, and then the rest go straight into 5 and 6 go straight to the C final, and 7th goes to the D final.
Great. Penn State following through in lane 5, moving on to the C final. I think it'll be Central Florida, and then Delaware will follow through to the D final. So that was a great middle of the race there. A lot of commotion from Penn State and Grand Valley fans alike as they got close to the 1,400 near us. So if you heard that and you're a Grand Valley fan or a Penn State fan, you know you're well represented here on the shorelines. Your athletes are getting a boost of adrenaline if they hear the cowbells ringing. So our last heat of the men's double should be on the course, about 2 minutes and 50 seconds in. So that should put them through the first 500, charging through the 750. Looks like lane 5 is way ahead of the field.
Lane 4, they're only 6.
Okay, lane 4.
Clarkson
way ahead of the field. From left to right, that'll be Ohio State, Trimble and Jaleel. University of New Hampshire in lane 5, Kemp and Thorne. Clarkson, we don't have the gentlemen's names. Duvall and Schmidt from Virginia in lane 3. Wilcoxon, Shersyuk from Seattle U. And the Loop and Barron from St. Thomas. St. Thomas is the first time I've seen one of their crews out on the water today. That is a crew coming to us from Minnesota.
St. Thomas is Minnesota, again, a small school, small boat rowing, a lot of the times nice. 4s, pairs, doubles, singles, and they're moving sort of nicely into second. Again, we have one of these boats way out in front, so who knows what this final is going to look like when they get into it. 2 of them will run into each other in the semifinals. One will sort of be off on their own. And this is all, again, just really sort of good base speed. So what we have here, again, that would be...
That should be Clarkson, yeah.
Clarkson.
Lane 4.
In lane 4, and really moving quite nicely there, sitting up and swinging.
And I don't think these
the
guys
blade, the blade going in, but a little bit sometimes of hang, not quite. One thing that's interesting in sculling is sometimes your sides, just in your own body, don't match up quite right, and sometimes in the bow, the blade not quite going in with the other 3 blades, even though one of those that he's not matching is his own blade.
Right. But I'm certain these guys have not shut it down yet, but I think they're at a pretty comfortable lower base rate, and they're just going to hold through. They might, it looks just the way they're coming by here at the 1400. I think they'll probably practice their sprint, go through their race piece as if there's somebody right on their tail. I don't think they're backing down, taking anything for granted. St. Thomas, coming up in that second. Minnesota, that's the land of the lakes, right?
Land of 10,000 lakes.
Land of 10,000 lakes, and it looks like they use there as well. A good fight here in the back of the pack, middle of the pack, I should say. For this 3rd and 4th spot from our guys from Seattle U, Virginia, and who is this in our Empacher shell? It should be
New
yellow
Hampshire.
blades. That should be New Hampshire with the yellow blades. Oh, there's the New Hampshire blade. Guess they're borrowing someone else's blades or shell. In the UVA double, this is 2 novices who are taking their journey in the double this year, since they could not get their second novice 8 together. As from their coach, they're brave. They'll take it just 500 meters at a time. Barrett has rowed before. I believe that is their bow man. But injuries throughout high school, so they're really happy that he's on the UVA squad rowing at ACRA. And then Wyatt, before this year, never rowed before. So he is a true novice in a double event. So that's great. It's bold.
As you said, one of the harder boats to learn how to, but as we said, Virginia known for its sculling, so they've been able to sort of get this out there and get them in, and they'd put quite a nice move through the middle 1,000, because at first I thought they were sort of, are they gonna make it up into that top 4? Where are they gonna make it clear? And now they've clearly put themselves into 4th, maybe moving on 3rd, and moved away from the UNH boat, where I think they were locked in with each other a little bit closer. Again, so the UNH guys sort of having to train on their own a little bit, maybe. UVA, just a full boathouse, not only with the men, but they share a boathouse with the women, who are one of the powerhouse women's varsity programs going. So just a lot of good work happening there. It's easy to learn that's what the standard is. So you have a novice and a sort of formerly injured high school rower coming in, not making the 1F, and Virginia's freshman 8 very strong this morning.
Very strong, yeah. And that is Clarkson through the line, and then Coach Robert C. Jr. Wells, St. Andrew's crew. Oh, I read the wrong crew. This is St. Thomas. Sorry, everybody, I get the Saints mixed up. St. Thomas will come through second. Pretty big gap for them and the rest of the field. Awesome. I think Seattle U and Virginia
and Barron
duking it out.
Thomas.
It's probably not close enough that one of them will overtake the other. I think these guys from UVA are going to really have fun with this race. I imagine their teammates are probably all psyched to see how well they're doing.
And so they managed to go through 2 crews, basically, in the last 1,000, to be able to get up into 3rd, which sets them up nicely. Duvall and Schmidt. Then Seattle U, Wilcoxon, and Scherstiuk.
Coach Reuter's crew from UNH taking the 5th spot. And we are,
Thorne.
Yeah.
So Seattle U, another interesting program, sort of small Catholic school in Seattle, coming out of a fairly small facility onto the same water as the University of Washington. So, this sort of mighty little sort of I think of Tom and Jerry versus the cat, right? You know, sort of the mouse versus the cat sort of thing there in terms of the speed. But they come out, do some nice work there. Have had some good coaches over the years.
They have. And then we have Ohio State's crew with Trimble and Jaleel crossing through the line, and that's going to round out our men's doubles for the day. And coming up already on the course, I believe, is the women's pair. And this is one of my favorite boat classes, the pair. It is 2 rowers. It is 1 oar each. So it is a very unique sweep event. I love coaching the pair as a training shell, right? Because again, like the single, like the double, a lot of feedback. If you're doing something wrong, the boat will tell you. There's no one else on port side that might be messing up. It might just be you. But these athletes racing in them have gotten over just how to handle the training aspect of it and are ready to race. And I think it's a really fun experience to just have you and one other teammate laying it down together on the sweep side. So I think, yep, we keep getting this great reverse chevron.
And we have the right side of the course
Wash U
again, and that's Pardo and Toure from Wash U out in that side lane. Sometimes call it an outside sleeper, but they've been like totally not sleeping in the outside lanes this afternoon. Next to them, Joseph and Slivkin from Northwestern, and Northwestern had a good women's varsity 8 this morning.
Yeah.
And you know that they have a pair also coming to race is sort of pretty cool because you know those two boats can't actually train together very much.
Yeah, those are way too different.
About as different as you get in terms of speed order in a boathouse.
The rest of our field here, Pittsburgh, George Mason, Tulane, UC Santa Barbara, also fill out our field from the middle of the course to the left side from your view.
Again, looks like Santa Barbara out in front there of that in the 3rd place. Not if you're listening from Santa Barbara or from California, sorry, they're not out in front, they're in 3rd, but they're in front of the 3rd, 4th race. And that's Tulane next to them.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on that. I think this is one where it really could close in as we get to the 3rd piece of this race from the 1,000 to the 1,500 meter mark. Anything goes. We'll see. I think people will really try and make moves if they have any closeness in their open water. And I think honestly, these crews that are leading the way, they're probably going to make some moves and just work on their sprint, working on taking their high strokes. Because if they got clean water, lots of space, and if they can make a mistake while working on their sprint in a race situation, I think they're going to go for it just to know that what they want to do is going to work for them. They don't have to do it in crunch time because there's a lot of steering here, I imagine bow seats all have toe steering connected to their foot plate, so that way they are using the direction that they're pointing their foot to help steer the boat, because there's so much power coming from just each oar that if you just rely on pressure steering from either port side or starboard, it could just wiggle you around the course so much more. Doubles probably didn't have any steering because it's 4 oars. It's enough to really keep you on the straight and narrow, but
you know, a lot of coaches will take that toe steer out for practice to try and get you to try and do that, and they may or may not have it in for the race if they can match. But this, I've noted that this course out of this boat, Pardo and Toure, really just straight down the middle of the course the whole way. I don't think they've wiggled once.
No, no extra meters. Not finishing at 2,200. They're gonna no less, no more.
No writing their name across the course in script.
No, they're too focused. They are actually. I think they're focused on trying to open up the gap as they come up our line of sight. Really great rowing. Just a good run of the shell, and they're not doing anything to get in it to slow it down by putting power on the front end. I'd honestly say they look kind of like they're letting themselves pick up a little bit of speed into the catch and then just strike to that power as soon as those blades are in. Really good. A lot of backsplash out of stroke seat. Starboard stroke, very cool.
You can see they have control of it because their bodies are just able to hang on the oar handle really nicely. So they're not using the body in a weird way to try and set the boat or to try and maneuver it. It's just the legs push and the body suspends off of that and the arm gets stretched out. That's part of the reason they're so far out in front right there.
Yeah, making it look as effortless, making a very challenging, exhausting thing look as effortless as possible to us as the viewers. Honestly, it can be a work of art sometimes. As we're getting through this 1400 cruise coming into our line of sight, Kansas State, is that right? Is this who our purple crew is?
I
Northwestern,
think
sorry, Northwestern.
Northwestern.
I'm checked back in.
But
still
they
holding
are
on
purple.
to that second spot. And it looks like Santa Barbara is going to hold, not going to move their way up into that second spot, but I think they're holding off Tulane enough. But we're going to see what happens in the last 600 meters of this race. Tulane, what I'm seeing in the leg drive is they're hungry. They want to do whatever it takes. Even if they are already shoe-ins for that A final, I think they just want to see
But
what
if
they
you
can
watch
do.
the crew on your field right now, you can see just the leg drive right together. And as we start talking about them, the camera shot changes. But you could just see the legs really moving very nicely together while it was there. Here we go, back on them. So the knees come up together. Just watch the knees come up and down over the top. They don't stop. It's like they're riding a bicycle where both foot plates are together, right? So, but you want to come up and over the top of the gear as you would just riding a bike, not getting stopped. And they're doing that so nicely together right there. Also, both of them nice long limbs there, so able to really suspend as they're in the red. Coming into the final. That's
Long,
a really
strong
very
grooves.
nice pair rowing.
It is. It's great. Yeah, we'll see. They will be setting the stage for how the next two heats will be measured against, what the fastest time anybody can put down on the heats, where they measure up against that. So, some ways they're kind of chasing something invisible, right? They're just trying to see if they can get the fastest time, as if it's a time trial. When we get back to the middle of the pack, we'll probably see the same three crews holding through the second, third, and fourth spots at Georgia Northwestern, UC Santa Barbara, and Tulane. And then we'll move back to see where Pittsburgh and George Mason are. But we are through the line.
Pardo and Toure from Wash U coming across a really very nice row.
Really great.
You'll see a pretty impressive interval back to the rest of the field. We've been seeing this in some of these small boats, that some of the folks who really have been able to move the crews nicely are sort of dropping their competition at this point. So hopefully we'll see some other folks to be able to race them in the other heats. Meanwhile, it looks like Santa Barbara has sort of moved itself out just a little bit there over
Tulane.
Tulane.
Yeah.
And
Tulane sprinting.
Well,
right?
and
Look at that.
and
They
Santa
are
Barbara
hungry.
just took a little bit of a crab, so
And
they let them back in, and it's going to be tighter than it was.
That's tighter.
But they had enough room, the Gauchos, to be able to get through just ahead of Tulane. But there was a little bit of shot
But
of
does that mean both of them made that move on Northwestern? Is that Northwestern coming through in the fourth spot?
in the fourth spot. That is, we'll see when it comes up.
Wow. So both of those crews moved through Northwestern in that last 600 meters of the race, separating themselves by half a second, 0.6. That's great. Pittsburgh's pair coming
And
through
Northwestern
here.
then came across.
Wow. All right. So that little competition side by side propelled them ahead of some of their members on the field. All four of those crews are making it to their A final. Pittsburgh here
semis,
is
yeah.
Semis. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Pittsburgh here, moving to the C final, and then George Mason will hold up.
We'll also join them there.
Rest of this field.
You see the George Mason rowing here. Maybe they've shut it down a little bit, but it also just looks a little more tentative. They're just not as comfortable in the boat, right? And the reason that coaches love pairs is because you've got to figure out how to be comfortable. You've got to figure out how to move a boat. You can't just be sort of frozen in the boat. So this is heat 2 of 3. I mean, 3 heats of a women's pair, 3 heats of the men's pair is actually pretty interesting.
I love it. So from lane 6 on the right side of your screen across to lane 7 will be Montasi and Romeo from Gordon College, and then Wichita State will be in lane 5, Florida State, Pereira, and Ohio. Lane 4, Height and Labor from UC Berkeley's lightweight club program. Lane 3, Arizona State, and Zalewski and Miller from Vanderbilt will be in lane 1. So they might be blocked by the name placards right now. I'm going to assume Gordon College is up pretty far ahead in this, but that would mean
Yep, catching them in real time. Half the
yeah.
time we're sitting here watching the same image that we're always able to see the image that you're seeing on your laptop or whatever you're watching this on. But at about this point, the crews come into our actual visual site, so we can double check what we'd be seeing. And again, we have another crew up a little bit. I do think that it's Matisse and Romeo.
Half of the semester abroad in Barcelona, participating in coastal rowing programs before coming back to Boston. Victoria Atisa is a Barcelona native, so they comprise the pair from Gordon College and are hoping to get just as good of a race in as their partners in the doubles did this in the heats preceding them. A lot of great small boat movement out of these crews. A really cool hull color, but they actually are not in first as a guaranteed. It looks like that orange blade that might be
Florida State, maybe Arizona State.
Arizona State.
It's an orange blade. It may not be their blade, but
yeah,
it looks
might be
to be lane
blade.
3 to me.
Okay, so Gordon College still holding on to that lead a little bit slightly. They're about to line up with us, but
the Berkeley Lightweights, I think, have borrowed equipment from Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, Florida State is back. Wichita State's back. And ASU. Yep, so those are the Cal Berkeley Lightweights. And they're gonna go with Gordon College here if who's at Tulane and UCSB had to duke it out in the last 600. I think these two crews are for the rest of the way here, so we can keep an eye on that. And Vanderbilt in that third spot on the other side of the lake, not backing down.
Lofsky and Miller moving pretty nicely together, actually.
Yeah, they are not worried that they're not right on top of the other crews. I think they're also going to use this last bit of the race to make a statement. Again, top 4 crews are going to make it to the AB semifinal. Very cool to have heat
Florida
semi
State right now
final.
in 4th.
Yep, and I think they're far enough ahead, but anything goes in the pair here, right? Again, like the small boats, if your sprint starts to catch some crabs, if your sprint starts to move around your line too much, it's not guaranteed to separate you on the boats behind you. So they got to take the crew right behind them very, very seriously. I think that is Wichita State, and then Arizona State is on the far side of the lake from our line of sight, looking at 6th place. But good rowing here from Gordon. How does this compare to the WashU pair?
Oh, the WashU pair was just rowing so spectacularly under control. Here, I think they're being pressed a little bit. It looks to me a little tight, a little anxious. And these are maybe interesting words sometimes to use about. We're sort of talking about some of the words that are about their emotional state, but we're reading it through their motion rather than that. But you can tell when a crew is relaxed how the blade takes the water, and when it's a little anxious or they're pushed a little bit, it gets a little choppier. Sort of what we're seeing here. I think they're seeing the other crew and maybe letting that crew get in the way a little bit of their own rowing, sort of pushing hard. So hopefully not spending too much emotional energy. They may not be. I mean, that just may be the way they row. But you look over on the other side with the Cal lightweights coming up here, and they're pushing very nicely. And now they've been rowing low, and now they're taking up their rating.
Yeah.
I don't think they're actually closing that much.
I don't think so either, but I think now that we're in the red buoys here, all right, Gordon College, just a little bit of open water making their way through the buoys. Cal Berkeley Lightweights taking second, and I think we're going to see the same order as it passed by us, Vanderbilt. Pretty good. I think a really front end heavy stroke, which is sometimes a little bit hard to do in the pair, but they are solidly through, giving the buoy a little nudge as they make their way through the finish line. Florida State probably holding on to that 4th spot here. I don't see the Wichita State Shockers coming in on their field.
So those are the 4 crews that will go to the AB semifinal
in the first 2 heats. So what we're seeing, Gordon College in a bit closer of a race, certainly compared to the heat that preceded them, an 8:41 timestamp, and then that WashU crew way out ahead, 8:34. So I think those two are going to try and assert themselves going into the AB semifinals as 2 of the crews to beat or to be close to know where you're going to be positioned if you want to make it to the A final. So great work by those crews. And Wichita State, great work by them, closing in finish line, and Arizona State will be following through. There they are, just 20 seconds behind Wichita State. So our 1, 2, 3, 4 are headed to semifinals tomorrow, and the next 2 boats will be headed to the C final for this event. And coming up on the course is our last women's pair heat of the day. I stopped myself from saying the morning because it's way past the morning now. Interesting. Okay, so no longer getting our reverse chevron here. Lots of
like a splatter spot.
it's like Jackson Pollock. Yeah, a lot more change up here. Every other lane. Get the the heat coming up from right to left is Georgia Tech on lane 6, then to their left will be UC Davis, University of Chicago, Nebraska, Cincinnati, and on the left side of the screen, I don't know if they're evident right now, will be URI. So in that lead spot should be Chicago, if I'm reading my lanes correctly, and then what I believe is Georgia
lane
Tech,
6, Georgia Tech,
and URI should be fighting for second there, with Cincinnati in third.
And that is coming through the 1,000
Okay.
there. So they'll be in our own site fairly soon. You can see a lot more time here. I mean, those men's 8s are going to go under 6 minutes, and these crews are going about 8 plus 8.5, sort of in that as the winning times. So it's just in some ways that's why the ratings aren't as high. One, the boat's a little heavier, and 2, they're rowing for 2 more minutes.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you got to do what works best for your body. Because if you do go out and hit that 37 and try and put the same splits down as your people in the 8s will, you're just gonna lose that stamina way quicker, and then it might be 3 extra minutes.
Right, but Chicago out in front there, Georgia Tech still, I think, clearly in second. And then we have Nebraska, University of Nebraska, with I think their only entry of the regatta.
I think they had a boat in this morning in one of the 4s too, on the men's side.
On the men's
This is
side.
the first one of the women's side I've seen thus, so that's great. Steffens and Cruz from Nebraska in that lead crew from.
And then URI is in lane 1 out there. Those are sort of the 4 crews in front, but the lead crew right now is still from Chicago.
So, and then I really like the Chicago stroke because we get it in our line of sight. Herrig and Eugen from Chicago. I love it. It's really long through the back end. They're getting quick hands.
Really nice early acceleration of the hull.
Yep.
Also true here of lane
Georgia
6,
Tech.
the Georgia Tech crew.
Maka and Wood. And actually, that's, I'm going to say, my opinion, a much more complete stroke. And I think they're going to really push Chicago to the end of the line there. In Cincinnati, we got Moser and Moser, so I imagine they're siblings, or are really lucky to have the same last name. And then URI, Mitchell, and Landros, all in those top 4 spots. And I think clearly they will continue those spots. The order of those top 4 might change up a little bit as we approach the finish line, but unless barring a very big surprise, I think they'll hold down the top 4 spots. I don't think anyone's going to catch up to them.
Although they're getting pulled around a little bit there. So again, as they've tried to up there, they pulled up the, Actually, the Georgia Tech crew has pulled up the power trying to catch.
I had it wrong. I think Nebraska Lincoln's in 3rd, and Cincinnati is way back in the 5th spot.
Gotcha. Good to get that correction in.
Yeah, and then that'll leave UC Davis.
So the interesting thing about rowing, you do not have to finish in your lane. you can finish in any lane.
So long as you don't
So long
cut
as you
off.
don't interfere or cut off another crew. In the United States, if you go to England, they get very, very
They get very
picky
particular.
about lanes, even when you're on the Thames, and you're in lanes that you can't even see and don't even know where they are.
Yeah.
But they've been there for time immemorial, so how can you not know, right? And you can just see again here, the nice thing about the pair is that you can put a little bit of a move in, and it really can vastly affect the boat speed. And so, this is a boat where the boat class where you might want to take a pair and really just sort of move up and go. And sometimes that means that the steering gets off as you go up. If you don't go up together, which is I think what happened in that Georgia Tech pair, trying to make a nice move there into the Chicago lead.
And I think they have a great complete stroke, but I think Chicago's doing a great job racing and mentally holding down the first spot, right? Not shaking up, not because another crew's around them. I think Georgia Tech might be adding a couple extra meters onto their race course.
Exactly.
It's okay if you change lanes without interrupting other people, but there is a point at which it doesn't help you anymore to change up those lanes. One is not really better than the other. So Chicago's going to stay in their lane and charge to the finish line here. We'll see Georgia Tech in a minute, and then I believe Nebraska.
Now they're almost completely off the course. They're going into they actually don't have to finish inside the course either.
Okay, you
just have to go across the line. You should. I don't know. I'm not sure on that. We'll have to ask our head referee.
What happened is they did not finish on the course. I think they had to reroute on the course. So Nebraska just took the second spot. URI took the third. Unless Georgia Tech did finish second and they'll get added in later, but we might have had a total change.
If they came off the finish outside the course, it may not count, actually.
It may not count because I'm seeing top four, Moser from Cincinnati coming in. That might be a bit of distress.
Luck for them, though. Luck for Cincinnati.
Luck for them. A bit of distress for Georgia Tech. We'll find out in a little bit if something changes on the results. We'll let you know. But as of now, we have a pretty surprising finish order in which top four go Chicago, Nebraska, URI, Cincinnati, UC Davis, and then Georgia Tech will add back into the mix. Oh, no, Georgia Tech holding on to that second place, 3 seconds ahead of Nebraska Lincoln. So they're lucky the rules work in this way. Salvage a great piece from the rowers. We'll check on the steering later on. So that wraps up our women's heat. 12 crews moving on to semifinals tomorrow, and men's pairs should be on the course, probably just coming through the 500-meter mark, about 600 meters in. We'll get a look at them pretty soon. Similar progression, 3 heats, top 4 to the AB semifinal, and then there'll be a C and a D final. That's how deep this field is. I think we're going to have all 3 heats with 7 crews.
21 crews entered, so that's 3 remarkable. Heats of 7 here. Right now, it looks like it's
Southern California,
Dragan and Jarman from Oregon out in front there in lane 6, and then in 7, Liu and Woodmansee from Michigan, and in lane 5, Seymour and Zosnier.
I think you're looking at the next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yep.
Excuse me. So that would be Blumenschein and Labunco from Southern California, USC out in front. And then Piskorowski and White from Lafayette, and Lagarde and Burns from UMass in that. The lane 7 not being so kind here in some ways. It looks to me like that Lafayette crew had a little bit of steering problems just at a place where it's particularly narrow. So they sort of, that can sort of freak you out a little bit, and they're getting passed now as a result by also the crew in lane 3. Would that be Washington State, Soto and Fox coming up? So hopefully they can get their game face back on, but it definitely has allowed the crew from UMass to move cleanly into second. But we have Southern Cal out in front nicely and moving away.
These guys are getting pretty close to the 1,400-meter mark and then closing off the first 3 quarters of this race. So a little bit higher in the stroke rate here, a little bit more power and pop on the stroke. This is a much tighter field than we've seen for I think any of the pairs so far. So I'm not gonna say that as they pass through us, all the finish order will be the same as it is in the face. But USC putting together a really great piece here. These guys getting
That's some really nice rowing in
really
a
nice
pair
rowing.
there.
They're
As
getting
they
a
come
lot of
up on
movement
us,
on
just
Watthall.
moving together, prying the backs together really well, leg driven.
Right,
And then 5 crews with some overlap, all trying to get in at the final. We still have UMass in second, and it looks like Lafayette has gotten their act back together and is moving into third.
They're looking in third. Wash State still holding down that fourth. One of those guys is a novice, according to their coach. So pretty awesome that he's racing in what I think is pretty much a varsity rower event, even if it's other people's 3v, 4v level guys. And then with the green blades, is that Florida State borrowing blades? Must be.
I think so.
Or Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And then Florida State a little bit further behind the pack, Grand Valley in the mix there. So this is going to be really great. We'll start to tighten up on what we're talking about when we get to the red buoy.
And remember, it's really the 4th place spot in some ways, which is not only the tighter race, but also the one with the consequence.
Yeah.
And it looks here like we have lane 4 Cincinnati putting a push on Washington State to try and get in there.
And on UMass.
And on UMass, although I think that's some open water. I think those top 3 are in pretty good shape. That said, knock on wood, the pair is one of the most tippable, flippable boats out there. And it just takes a little bit. You could just catch one of these buoys and it can mess you up for just a little bit.
Yeah, and if you were with us for the last race, you heard us talking about the rules in which you don't have to stay in your lane. You don't have to finish on the course. But this is such a tight field that to leave your lane right now would probably get in someone else's way and be some type of penalty. So I think that crew over there in lane 3 is testing those rules and how much it can really have an effect. But yeah, I think it is
now,
USC,
one thing you're
UMass,
not allowed
Lafayette.
to do is interfere
No,
with another
can't cut
crew,
off
right?
somebody else.
Oops, and someone had to stop in lane 6 and
USC.
Southern Cal out in front. I think they started to come off of their course a little bit. Sometimes as you go into your sprint, one rower doesn't match the other. It doesn't get called as smoothly as you'd like to, and all of a sudden the boat goes around. So now you have a little bit of very tentative rowing out of what was a very gorgeous row from that crew. They're still going to come across first, just at the end, a little bit of spookage.
I'm gonna assume,
coming in.
and UMass coming in second place in that Swift. President Brandon Burns holding down that bow seat, the only senior from a class that started during the COVID-19 pandemic. Doing a great job leading the way in that small boat. And it's going to be really close down here. Lafayette holding down the 3rd spot. Really excited to see what we are at 7:42 for Washington State men. Just over a second behind Lafayette. University of Cincinnati, literally 1 second behind Washington State, but missing the AB final. So great race, tight field, Grand Valley, 7:44. Wow, that 4.56.
And then
hard earned.
And then Florida State coming in at the end, and they started out they're in lane 1 and they're still there. So they're getting down the course straight. You said sort of an interesting thing there. The one senior left in that class because of COVID. It's not showing really in the rowing today, but club rowing is still getting over the COVID epidemic. Unlike varsity programs, sometimes on the same campus, where the universities worked really hard to get their varsity programs back out on the water daily, testing, all these other sorts of things. They often looked at the club programs and just said, even if they're rowing out of the same boathouse, they have all the same programs. They said, you're not allowed to go out.
Yeah,
right. So a lot of these programs were having to figure out they weren't allowed to train together, they weren't allowed to go on the water, all these sorts of things. So there still is sort of some deficit in some of these programs in their years. Michigan has a fairly small senior class this year.
Right. And it was
they have some important seniors there, but a lot of places they lost racing experience and they lost people, and a lot of them, let's remember, are walk-ons.
Yeah.
So it's not like they had 4 years of high school rowing to fall back on as well. And in some of these campuses, that lasted 2 years.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Fortunately, I know small boats were, if programs had them,
They were the answer.
a good way to
Yeah.
help out, because you could maybe not distance in each other, but just two people masked up could row together, or if you had singles, a lot easier to get across to a rec sports or a club sports board. And I know UMass already had a small fleet of pairs from the Gray Family Foundation from a former rower who passed away that they already had in the boathouse. So I know I'm sure Brandon Burns had a lot of time in the pair in his 4 years. So that's him putting it to good use on the course here at ACRA. So pretty mixed field right here. No longer getting our reverse chevron. Guys all over the place in terms of speed. This is UVM and I believe another Georgia Tech both in our line of sight. And
the crews in this heat in lane 7, Liu and Woodmansee from Michigan. In lane 6, Urban Dragon and Jarman from Oregon. In lane 5, Seymour and Zonser from Penn State. Baylor in 4, Clarkson in 3, Turner and Turner from Vermont. So maybe a second sibling boat there. And Upadhyaya and Mihalis from Georgia Tech. Upadhyaya, sorry. And what we have out here looks like Michigan easily out in front, I believe, in lane 7. Or is there another crew? Now we're sort of, yep, those other boats are 4s that have stopped on the way up to the start.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have
great shot.
Clarkson, Vermont.
Yep, there you go, Michigan.
Oh, now we get outside. We can see Michigan probably actually in 3rd.
And I think Baylor here, unique colored boat and hull. I know, is that Baylor and 3rd? Clarkson's here in lane 3.
And Michigan moving up, actually, pretty even there, popping up into the boat in lane 3. Fighting to get back in again.
Looking for second.
Michigan's sort of known for their second half and a lot of pair rowing in the fall. So these guys probably have had some time in there. And then
I think that lead
Clarkson
Baylor crew
over in lane 3, is that
yep.
right?
And then behind Baylor with a really long, patient stroke here.
Baylor very long.
Looks so patient. It looks like they aren't too worried about if anybody does catch up to them. It looks like they're going to keep rowing their race. We'll have an idea as anyone closes in on their margin, if they put that to the test. Unique to see the Baylor crew out there with all blue. As far as I know, Baylor's another yellow and green
they're
program.
at a 30 and a half. Michigan on the again, trying to raise the rating and go through, but it's getting them a little short. They're at 38 and a half in a pair. And so we'll see what works there. But I think that the longer, more controlled stroke is going to work that in the end. That said, this Michigan crew is going out. The hard part, no coxswain here,
no
right?
Coxswain.
So if the stroke starts going at 38 and a half, a little short, that's what happens. And that's happening to this Michigan crew right now.
Clarkson getting a little bit out of their lane there. Not detrimental to anyone yet, but it could become detrimental to them. I think I'm going to assume that is them really trying to hold on to that second place ahead of
Michigan now.
And maybe working a little too hard and not looking behind them. So hopefully they don't get so wrapped up in where they're going that they forget where they're rowing. This is the great, actually, cool thing is if we get the stroke right now, we can tell
Michigan's still up at 39.
And that means that Clarkson's there too, because they're almost mirror images of each other.
So we'll check Clarkson on the other side. I think they're more like 35. Yeah, 35 and a half, 36.
They're both going while they're in the red buoys here.
And they're popping up now. The Clarkson's going into a sprint, but you can see it staying long and it's very efficient. The Michigan crew having gone up. In fact, they may be taking themselves right through. They've popped up to 30, and I think they're going to win this now.
In the Clarkson show.
Yeah,
yep, I think
just
so.
moved through. That was just a gorgeous shift up.
That was great.
Right, and you remember where Michigan was relative to those crews, and now they're coming across, even giving the on the course, but giving the final buoy a little pop, so their coaches might lengthen out a little bit for the semifinals because they have good base speed.
They do. 738.5 for Clarkson, 739.7 for Baylor, Michigan 745, Georgia Tech 752. See the rest of these crews coming in pretty soon.
And the first heat was a 7:31 and a 7:38. So that, that puts a 7:31, but then both Clarkson and Baylor there. And then Michigan has that 7:38 speed.
They do.
They just race it differently.
They do. Last heat of the men's pair is on the course now, about a minute, just under a minute and a half in. So they'll be approaching the first 500 soon before we get them on the camera. And this is, I believe, Oregon borrowing some Washington State oars coming down the line. There you go. And the 5 spot in Penn State will be following them.
And we're back up into our third heat here in lane 1, Pittsburgh, lane 2, Lehigh, lane 3, Arizona State, lane 4, Michigan State, lane 5, Georgia, lane 6, Purdue, and lane 7, Colorado. And it looks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crews there, all visible. Like Lehigh way out in front there. Lehigh moving away very nicely with Pittsburgh and Michigan State in contact. Then 3 crews there, I believe Georgia, Colorado.
Lane 5, that's Georgia right there. Oh no, this is Penn State finishing in the first from the first event.
There you go.
But that looks like in this third heat, Lehigh, the Mountain Hawks, with a really dominant lead over the field there. We will get to see some of that rowing up close pretty soon. We'll let you know our opinion is too, people who don't row the pair anymore. And then I'll need another shot of the aerial to give you an idea of who is in second, third, and fourth. This is another top 4 to A-B semifinal, and then there'll be the next 2 crews to the C. And this 7th place crew will go to the D final.
I think it's Lehigh, and then is that Georgia in lane 5 up?
Lane 5 would be Georgia.
But we have lane 1
Pittsburgh
there with Pittsburgh in second, and then
Pennsylvania
Georgia also MSU, sorry, in lane 4 up papping off of them. Is that a verb, papping off?
I don't know if it's
it is now. Just moving up on them a little bit. So this is the, this nice shot of the drone from behind. The thing about these pairs is they do get stretched out, and you're sort of just out there at this point. So you're doing your own thing. But again, 4 crews to try and get through, and that looks like the 4th crew there just coming into
Arizona State.
Your, which I think is Arizona State. But then we have
Colorado
trying to push up, and again, now it's just into who can hold on to a better rhythm, who can keep their rowing the most efficient as they go at this point.
And that efficient will be both in how much they move the boat per stroke and how well or how little they steer their crew and add any extra meters on. So this is a great spread here. I think we're going to see Arizona State and Colorado duke it out with the former Pac-12 programs. Couple lanes across. Yeah, rest in peace. Pac-12.
But the identityless crews. Yeah, I mean this pair out in front here, again, just really quite gorgeous. Looks a lot like that Southern Cal pair that we had in the first heat. So I think that's going to be some really nice rowing, and their base is just moving them away from that. You talked about the efficiency of the pair. One of the things that Greg Hartsuff has done for years at Michigan, actually sort of the highlight of the fall season, is the pairs matrix, the pairs tournament that he has. And it's not a matrix, it's actually you're there through the whole thing with your pair partner. It's how he selects 6 of the 8 rowers for the Head of Charles 8. So, I actually don't think Greg cares about the Head of, actually I know Greg doesn't really care about the Head of Charles finish very much. It's a cluster beep of a race, and so you can go up there and win, which is fun. We've done that before. But he wants the guys to come back rowing small boats well.
Yeah.
So he prioritizes that in the fall to go to the Charles, because all the guys want to go to
They do.
Charles, right?
Speaking of
So-
cluster, these 3 crews in the middle just passed by us, really close together. I think they're all in their lanes.
And that would be
I think it's Purdue,
Georgia, and Lehigh.
No, Lehigh's up in front. Let's say it
Lehigh's
might be
out in front.
Arizona State.
Or Pittsburgh.
Crew in the back. No, so those 3 were really close together, and it's 2 crews who are side by side, lanes next to each other. So we'll see as we get to the red buoys if anybody starts
I think that was
steering
Purdue and Georgia.
into one another's lanes and getting in the way. Can't play defense in this sport, so hopefully they don't choose to move into one another's lanes. But Lehigh, we'll see if they set a pace here ahead of or behind the
So we'll see what comes up. We would be able to see, one of the challenges here announcing sometimes is that the people at the regatta want to see, and folks walk up and block our view, not realizing what they're doing. No fault of their own, but sort of in our way of being able to see what's happening down the course live. So here, lane 2, Lehigh out in front, moving, throwing a little bit of a sprint there into the finish. We'll see where their time comes in as they go. And so at a 7:22, which is significantly faster than the Southern Cal of 7:31. I mean, that's how good that crew looked like. Then we have here lane 4, Michigan State.
Wow, they really put themselves in the picture.
Lane 1, Lehigh. Lane 1, sorry, Pittsburgh.
Wow, Michigan State really making a statement. I don't think I said a word about them the whole race.
Pittsburgh's going to finish just outside the course.
And that might explain why they're a little bit further back from that second spot than they were at the 1,500 meter mark.
Again, as you go into your sprint, they've got to be careful. What I was going to say, then lane 7, perhaps, was that? Colorado coming in 4th? Yep, there we go. Parker and Walsh from Colorado. So those 4 move forward into that. But what I was saying about that pairs matrix there, take the last stroke, buddy.
Oh, gosh.
Crew laid down in the boat before they came across the line.
I'm going to have to send that video to Coach.
And they may have been, I mean, these yellow buoys may actually be past the line, but I don't think so. I think they're right on the line. I haven't actually
right
seen
on the line. I think the
final.
Fairness Committee did a lot of hard work to make sure they were right at the 2K mark, because everyone else has been rowing through them.
Yeah, everyone rows. You rode through them in any case.
Yeah.
That's just the way they work. So what I was saying about that pairs matrix, though, there's or that pairs tournament, very few guys have won multiple times. One guy has won on both sides, which is pretty amazing. But there was one of the rowers who won sophomore, junior, and senior years, and Jeff came back a few years later just to watch, just because why not? And so Greg said, hey, here's one of the guys who's done really well in this. What did you do, Wags? Jeff Wagner's his name. What did you do that made you successful? And he said, 102% to technique, 98% to power. Like, you always have to be rowing the boat well and making it go straight, and you'll beat people rather than going 102% power and letting that 98% technique sort of rip you around. And there's no such niceties as a buoy line,
right,
on the Huron River at that point. So here we go. Lehigh, fastest time of the afternoon, 7:22 to win that, with MSU, Pittsburgh, and Colorado coming down.
And now we have the first heat of the men's quad coming up, and I think this is just going to be the men's quad.
We did say that Virginia is quite a good sculling school.
Yes, they got scullers.
Virginia is known for its sculling, as we should say. And here we have a Virginia quad in the orange. It looks out in front, though being pressed by Vanderbilt. Actually, maybe Vanderbilt's out in front. As we sort of get there, we'll tell a little bit more. But those two out in front. There are 2 heats of the quad, so the top 3 go straight to a final. But again, there's very few other regattas with a quad race in it. So these guys
Yes.
have not raced this very much, if they have at all. And Virginia,
Looks like
known
they
for
are.
its sculling, is doing quite well here.
Looks like they're loving it. According to Coach Biller, the quad is his favorite boat to row.
Well, he's
and
Swiss. That's what they all say.
Since the inception of this boat class, Virginia has had strong quads at ACRAs, and it's a good tradition they want to carry on. In his notes, he says, in fact, this very shell was donated by a former quad ACRA champion, Ryan Cheng, UVA alum, and he said because rowing brings success in life. So I think he'll be happy to see that his
And they're
friends.
out in front, bow to stern there over Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt 34.5, Virginia about a beat and a half
I like
lower
the
at
way
33.
Vanderbilt's rowing this quad, though. I like the back end swing. I love just finding that the handles line up in the middle. You get all your leverage right in there, and you just swing the weight back through it. I think Virginia's a little bit, maybe not technically cleaner. They are very technically well done, but it's just a more powerful stroke, so they're at a lower rate, able to just push along. A lot like what we saw in their eights this morning, too. They're not overworking themselves. They're not changing the plan they set out to do, and I believe this will be a heat progression. They're going right to the A final.
It is a 3 to the A final. And Virginia opening up a little bit, picking the rating up. You can just see the press at the finish there. Very, very nice. You've been using octuples with your 9th and 10th graders in the novices to teach them to row. So you've had a lot of time to sort of have people figure this out. And it's fascinating as they do. The quad almost as fast as the 8. No coxswain though, so the rowers really, really have to think. It's not like they can just sort of go on semi-autopilot and just be the slave to the coxswain.
Yeah, the first time I rode a quad at Club Nationals, my bow seat did not get that memo, and we added a couple extra meters onto our course. Still did well at Club Nationals, but it was a little bit more time getting to know the buoys than we hoped.
Yeah, we made a joke about the Swiss, but the Swiss are like the small club, one of the small clubs of European rowing, sort of like the Greeks, and so they've specialized in the quad and in the double and the single some. Very good sculling nation, and so Frank brings that to his coaching here at Virginia, or he has, and you can just see the effortlessness, the efficiency of that. Virginia crew coming across the line. Very nice rowing.
Solid. We'll get their time in just a second. Here now.
The Vanderbilt crew, though, also quite nice. I mean, right there. So 6:44.
Great.
And
I think that lines up because especially the crews in this one, all of them have been fielding 8s or 4s so far today. So I don't think any of them would say this is their top 4 rowers. So this is more in line with the speed we saw from some of the third varsity 8 crews, maybe not the ones in first and second, but
second freshman, 3V.
Yeah, second freshman, 3V.
That whole sort of group. And they may very well have some freshmen in their boats here as well. Right. You sort of at the bottom level, you sort of see the lower boats in your program. You see who you've got, and you patch it together the best you can. Ohio State comes in 7:17 to take the 3rd slot into the A final. And this is Illinois finishing out from lane 2.
Nicely done. So this will have UVA, Vanderbilt, Ohio State heading to the A final into the weekend. Illinois, when they cross through the finish line, will be heading to the B final. And the course behind them is the second heat of this event. It's just men's quads this weekend, at least I don't see any women's quads now because we're doing this, and then we have the lightweight varsity 4s from the men's side following that, and then the women's novice 8s, second varsity 8s, and then at about 4:10 we'll start up the repechage.
The repechage.
If you're joining us
refishing
at any point in the day, we didn't get to do it at the top of the hour because we had so much exciting racing to talk about. But we're bringing you the ACRA National Championship live broadcast from Here Now and Rowing Mavens. I'm Eddie Moog.
I'm Charlie Sullivan.
So thanks for joining us.
We don't know each other or like each other at all. Nope. So we don't get along well. This is all an act.
You can hear it in our voice. So on the course right now is the second heat of the men's quad. One of the 3 sculling events that we have here at the ACRA National Championship, and really one of the only places you can compete in
a quad at the college level.
At the college level, which we're
Absolutely.
excited to bring to. So on
Jim
the course,
Dietz would be very happy.
He'd be very, very happy. On the course from the bottom of your screen, that is the University of Connecticut. Next to them, Purdue. Out in the lead should be
Michigan State,
and then
Texas
just
trailing.
off our screen.
Yeah.
So really great press here from Michigan State, setting the pace early. UConn and Purdue.
Pretty good race there with
and a
with
lot
UConn
of,
and Purdue.
Yep, a lot of great just catch and placement here. When we look at this aerial view, something great that we can look at is how efficient, how clean those strokes are. You can see the blades square down, place in, and the boat just drive through them. And there's going to be a little bit of whitewater as that blade releases, but if there's no whitewater disturbance of the lake during the stroke, you know that they just drove the boat through wherever they put the oars in the water. There's not a lot of displacement. And from this area, we're seeing a lot of
They've
that
been rowing stroke for stroke now for 700 meters or so each other, and there is no coxswain there to let them know where they are. So they're having to sense it while they go. And you know that each one, oh, they took another inch or so on us. We've got to find the answer, right? And so those two crews, like the antenna, are buzzing, you know, with all sorts of information coming into them about where they are. And we could just see their Purdue starting to take a move, which they've done on UConn. And you could see that start to happen. And Purdue's going, okay, here we go. UConn knows it's happened. They were right next to him. And all of a sudden, in the last 20 strokes, Purdue's a length up. But still out in front is Michigan State, and actually rowing quite nicely there. So now that it's sort of stretched out, the only 3 are going to go through. It's clear that Texas is going to be the 4th crew.
Yeah.
So, you know, someone in that crew has to make a call, and they should have that worked out. Usually sometimes it's the bowman who speaks. A lot of times it's the 2-man who speaks. Depends on the crew.
2-man or 3-man right ahead of them. I've had that happen in a lot of quad crews where you have just so much going on in the bow. Just focus on the steering. Don't try and do it all at once. Spread that out. So 2 or 3 seat can make the calls because you don't have to know where you're going or even who you're next to still
just
follow
have to
the
know
race
where
plan.
you are. Yeah.
A little bit more separation. Looks like Purdue's pulling just a little bit ahead of UConn, closing in a little bit on Michigan State. Still going to be open water between these crews. I bet about 4 or 5 seconds between each of them. Michigan State really
Michigan
solid.
State crew is moving quite nicely. I don't think quite as good as the Virginia crew last time, but right on touch with the Vanderbilt crew. Now they've gotten out in front, and maybe sometimes, as you said, you get out in front, you back off 3 or 4%. It doesn't look quite as good, but so the crew behind them there, looking actually sort of a little better in some ways.
Yeah, in some
Purdue
ways.
Crew, but the speed is the same.
And I think Purdue, as they've passed by us, have just also picked up the rate a little bit. It's just a little bit more punch in the stroke. You can see those the oar handles, even from this difference in the shaft, just accelerating into the finish with them, which is just
so
a great
they spent
efficient.
700 meters even with Connecticut. Then they've spent the last 700 meters moving away, and now they're sort of in a little bit of no man's land, and then they'll probably throw their sprint up. But it's looking quite nice, you know. And how they know where they are. Back in the day, you had to worry. I just had to sort of follow landmarks on the shore. There are big sort of numbers on the shore every 500 meters. There's a yellow buoy to the outside, but most of them, they're just looking down now at the electronics in the boat, right? So the whoever's calling the race just going, oh, we're now this many meters in, because the electronics will measure that for you and let you know where you are. One of the things that they're playing with today at herenow.com is some software that lets them have the speed from these crews and the 500 meter splits almost automatically. So we may see some of that tomorrow in the heats, or we may not. They're sort of breaking it out, giving it a shot, beta testing it in this regatta. And so we'd even be able to see, as the rowers can in their boat, what their boat speed is at any time. So they may very well just have something that they go out after. One of the things that Virginia is also very good about is adopting technology. And in their Varsity 8,
Yes.
they actually race with telemetry in the boat.
Huh.
There is a peach, it's called a peach
Peach
system, which it connects the foot plates to the oarlock. It's very fancy. It's quite expensive, and it's finicky a little bit. But Frank was telling me that he has his guys set up so that it's sort of done two things for him. One of the things about having these really, really smart athletes is they outthink the coach.
Right.
And the coaches are saying, hey, this is what we do, and this is what we're seeing. And it's not until they see the data that shows them that they go, oh, I guess they do know what, things that we see with our eyes as coaches, the rowers feel in their bodies as athletes, but they don't always want to agree with you, and they don't want to make that change that you've been telling them you need to do this around the front end. But the telemetry in the boat, in the racing, which means the coxswain has the data in front of them to allow him to make some decisions about what's going to happen or the corrections that he needs to see in the race at that point, or saying, we're going out at X speed. And that's where we know from our training, our physiology, that we can handle. Different people have tried to use the peach system. The Princeton heavyweight men, most sort of famously for doing that, and they have had an undefeated season so far. But I'm not even sure that they race with it. They might. I don't know. It's just this is the change.
It's a good training tool.
The question is, do you give people too much data and they get lost?
And also just in the practical of taking the riggers off the boat, putting them on the trailer, putting them back on. It's a lot of extra steps.
It takes a lot of stuff to do it. So now we're going back into some fours here. This will be the men's lightweight four, the first heat. In lane 2, Georgia Tech, lane 3, Santa Barbara, lane 4, Michigan, lane 5, Bowdoin, and lane 6, Chicago. Lightweight meaning 160 pounds or less. There used to also be an averaging in the boat, which made it 155, but now I think the rule at this regatta is just under 160.
Yeah, just per athlete. So every athlete had to weigh in to start this weekend at a standardized scale here at Oak Ridge, so that we can get the line in. So hopefully that's a pretty natural weight for everybody, because it's a really hard deal to come down here, cut weight and miss weight. So I think all these guys.
One of the freshman lightweight crews missed it by not very much this morning, and there's some pretty strict rules about when and how that happens. So it looks like we have Michigan out in front. We have a nice chevron going here.
Chevron's back.
If you haven't, chevron is back with Bowdoin pushing up on them on their right, and Santa Barbara on the other side. This is the top two straight to an A final. So if Santa Barbara wants to get in that, they're going to have to push up into Bowdoin. You can see the Michigan crew is just from the top, the maize on the end of their oar, similarly the white on the oar out of Bowdoin. You can sort of see, it helps you see what's happening with the blades. The yellow on the UCSB oar, how tightly matched they are in those boats. Again, the nice thing about lightweight rowing is they're all the same. They're all this. I mean, the mass in these boats is pretty much the same across the board. So it's who can move their mass better. It's not, and who's got a little bit more gifted physiology in some ways to do that. But this Michigan crew slowly moving out. Again, they're coming into about 1200, so maybe they'll make a second move here, lift as they've been doing all day, moving quite nicely. The boat is picking up and swinging. Jerry Hoffman coaches in the spring what we call the small boat circus. So all the fours, the pair, the single, they all go out and battle each other every day. And Bowdoin is coming on them.
Bowdoin is really separating themselves away from the Gauchos out of Santa Barbara. That is traditionally a fours school. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier this morning, if you weren't with us, Bowdoin has been racing eights on the men's and women's side. Women's to great success, winning ACRAs last year, which is great. But I'm sure all these athletes have spent a lot of times in the four up in Maine. I think they're at a 36, just under a 36 and a half per stroke. Pretty solid pace for these light crews. Great movement, just holding the hull with them as they bend the oars back. And those two crews are really making a big gap between them and the next four.
Michigan, sorry, this is the third time I've done that.
Yeah, you're gonna get in
What
trouble.
is wrong with me? Michigan up there, 36. Bowdoin a little low, 33. Perhaps
I
they're
called that wrong.
deciding
I'm
we're
sorry.
going through. Sorry, yeah, I'm taking the ratings and showing to him. Here we have Michigan from on top there. We were having a gorgeous shot there from the drone, and you could just see the bodies swinging quite nicely together. And they've now opened up some water on Bowdoin. Don't know if Bowdoin just saying that's fine, you can go. We have another race to do later in the final, or if there we have Michigan from on top
Great
again.
luck.
Very nice motion. Moving, let's check this rating. I think they're probably at 37. A little bit of rush on the slide, 36.5. But they're just coming into the red, and they're wanting to make sure that they're uncorking this. They haven't raced as a lightweight 4 all spring, really. So this is, you want to get, again, the sort of the rehearsal underneath there, but under a real, it's a dress rehearsal, and it's open to the public, right?
Fourth 8 probably, or maybe fourth 8, third freshman 8.
I think this is all 4V guys.
Okay, yeah.
So, because there are 3 8s ahead of them, and the pair, the light 4, the single.
Yeah.
And
so just great move here as they close out the last 250 meters.
And I believe that boat is called the Widowmaker, named for an older boat that was just one of the heaviest boats I think I've ever seen. And it was just, if you went and rode the Widowmaker, it was going to be there. So yeah, by the time they get to the finish there, Michigan with quite good control over that heat there. And
Bowdoin 6 seconds behind them.
Bowdoin 6 behind them.
UCSB should be
Santa
taking
Barbara.
the 3rd spot.
But it's the top 2 to the A final.
Oh, Georgia Tech taking the 3rd spot.
Gotcha, Georgia Tech. It's the top 2 to the A final.
And everyone else we head to reps.
And everyone else goes into reps.
Chicago closed out that last spot for us at 7:18. So one more heat of this coming up. Excited to see what the next set of crews do, and if this is one of the faster heats or if everyone's around the same pace. Michigan and Bowdoin heading to.
Oh, I'm sorry, only
final.
2. Is it only 2 heats there?
2 heats.
Yeah, so it's 2 heats. Then it's the top 2. So they're taking 4 crews out, and then there's a rep to put the fastest next 2 crews into the final. So in heat 2, we have lane 2, University of Connecticut, lane 3, Bucknell, lane 4, Texas, lane 5, Rhode Island, and in lane 6, the Berkeley lightweights. But it's they're one of the few club programs set up exclusively as a lightweight program. The Cal men, one of the absolutely storied programs of rowing. You saw them in the movie that made rowing chic again this fall, and not beating out Washington, but they did beat Washington this spring. So Cal's very fast, but there's not a lightweight program at the varsity level, but there is a lightweight club out at Cal. So here again, let's see, Connecticut out in lane 2 sort of seems
charging
to be
ahead,
leading right now, and Cal maybe. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there are only 5 crews in this. So we have everyone in the shot. Cal in second, and then this large race between Texas and Bucknell. Texas up just a little bit. And Bucknell would love nothing better in some ways than to get up and sort of go ahead. So the difference again, Texas, not a lot of crews here. So these lightweight guys may have had in their mind for a long time that they were going to be the lightweight 4, and they sort of committed to each other. The Bucknell guys are saying, hey, maybe I'll be in the 2V, and sort of putting this 4 together right before ACRA. But that doesn't mean that it's not rowing quite well.
Actually, in Bucknell's case, these are guys who would have been in the 4v8, but we don't have a 4v event here. So This is the first time Bucknell has rowed a lightweight 4 since 2018, and that one had a lot of success, finishing 3rd overall. We have some freshmen, some sophomores, and a senior in this boat, and they were coached by the assistant coach of the program, Henry Leonardi, who was the coxswain for that 2018 Bucknell lightweight 4.
Wow.
I'm sure the guys
And
in
the
this boat,
seasons, they go
sure the
round
guys in
and
this boat
round.
have heard really what it takes to do well and gotten a lot of great support from their coach.
And here we have the Connecticut crew out in front. Again, Connecticut also not here with a lot of other crews, right, from their program. So again, these guys having said fairly early on, hey, we're going to put together a lightweight 4 and we're going to go. The Cal guys obviously is a lightweight program. That's what they've been doing anyway. That Cal 4 came out to New York and raced in the National Lightweight Invitational.
Right.
So they've been committed to this lineup for quite some time.
And then, the guys at a Yukon rowing on Lake Coventry, Coach Marissa Semperbaugh always puts out some really strong rowers, even if depth isn't the same year to year. So these guys are Cal's getting a little bit closer to them. So we'll see what happens when we get through the.
I think Cal is definitely closed and caught up there a little bit. Now here we do have coxswains in play. So the coxswain in lane 1 can look over, or in lane 6, sorry, can look over and see the crew in lane 2 with a quad, not quite as much.
However, in this bow loader position, they've tucked themselves pretty far down this boat to distribute the weight as helpfully as possible. So there might not be too much outside of maybe peripheral vision that they're getting out of their crews, because they also have their hands on the steering.
Cal just jumping up on it. You can see them
really great
picking
strokes.
the boat up so nicely. They're at a 38.5.
Both
moving,
crews.
and they have moved through to take the lead here right now. Back down at a 35.
Connecticut's still holding them up on this aerial shot. It's close. It's not much more than a seat, but they are really holding it down. Bucknell and Texas a lot closer than some of these rowers might want it to be. They're bow to stern overlapping, and I think it's going to take all the way to the last buoy to figure out who has the gas right in their system.
But at the same time, right now, it's just, again, the top 2 straight to the A final, and Cal said that's going to be us. You could just see the jump happen, and now they've lengthened back out. And Connecticut maybe just couldn't even see that happening. They're far enough across, and their coxswain was out in front, so you don't see it. And to a certain extent, the bow of a bow loaded 4, the bow rower is supposed to sometimes say, hey, here they're coming. But if you don't see them, if you're not looking out actively, it can just happen. It looks like they're moving back up though. So maybe they found an answer, or maybe that was just a move, and then they paid a lot of energy to me, because it looks
a little bit ahead.
Looks like they're back up ahead of Cal. So Cal took that move to move up, but sometimes you got to make sure you can sustain that all the way through. And so Connecticut is now moving away.
I think they're going to finish half a length up. But I love that. It's another one of these situations where Cal really came and pressed on Connecticut, and both of them responded to it and separated themselves away from the rest of the pack here. So great to have them, steel sharpens steel in this situation. They're coming in the last 100 meters or so, or panning over to get a great shot of this finish line side by side. And I think Connecticut's going to.
There's Yukon, a little rough, a little sort of missing some water there in the finish.
Maybe 102% power, 98 technique at the moment, but they've got them a little bit of open water.
But they did what they needed to do, coming in at 6:55. Again, Michigan in the other race was 6:54, so that should be pretty close. Bowdoin in the first heat was 7. Cal, the Berkeley lightweights were 7 minutes each also. Tight there.
Close.
Now, it didn't mean much, except they're both going to go into one rep.
No, but a good race is a good race.
Good race is a good race.
You're never going to back down in the middle. And Bucknell didn't get to catch. They had that bucket in the middle on the starboard side, so had to catch all that speed. Last crew to come to the line here will be URI to round out our lightweight varsity 4s. We'll also be headed to the repechage. I believe tomorrow will be their repechage, because what we have coming up now is the women's novice 8. We got the 2 heats of women's novice eights, followed by 2 heats of women's second varsity eights before we head on to our first at repechage races of this afternoon.
And I'd like to reflect on this. It was not that many years ago that there was not a women's second varsity 8 event. That the second varsity 8s were racing up with one event with the women's varsity 8s. So that we have, all of these heats here. Again, pointing out that many of the men's programs here, the women's programs are varsity funded programs, and so they're not eligible for this regatta, nor are they interested in coming to this regatta. But so there are many more men's programs here than women's. So where we start to see this depth in the women's club program is really a great sign of growth for ACRA as an organization. A lot of women training and working hard, and also, Purdue, Santa Barbara, some of the best female athletes on their campuses. Regardless of sport. So we have in lane 2, Central Florida, lane 3, Illinois, lane 4, Santa Barbara, lane 5, UC Irvine, and lane 6, Penn State. Only Central Florida has a varsity program, but clearly they're putting together a pretty good club women's program as well, which is interesting to see. Hard to tell right now who's out in front. I'd expect to see ratings of around 35, maybe 36 here. We'll
get that pretty soon. They're about 2 minutes, 20 seconds in. I'm sure they're closing in or have passed the 500-meter mark. I'm sure they've passed the 500-meter mark at this point. Looks like the lanes in the middle are a little bit up ahead. I think lane 2 is a little bit further back. Lane 3 might be a little bit further back as well. Good quick blade work here, up in the air, out, still beautiful conditions all day long. I'm sure everyone is happy that it is pretty protected, pretty contained body of water here, and they don't have to guess what it's going to look like when they get out there. I think as they row up and what they watched their teammates do this morning, it's the same they get to experience. So
we do actually have some wind picking up here today in the afternoon. Not anything bad at all.
Sure, yeah.
But just more than there was, but it's still pretty flat, but there's a slight tailwind going on right now. That sort of means that you have to be a little bit better technically. I mean, it looks like right now Santa Barbara out in front, and Illinois behind them, and then Central Florida and Irvine in a race with Penn State trailing. There are some Santa Barbara rowers right near us, and one of them just went, they're actually on a little bit on about a 5-second delay. So we're talking, and then they heard 5 seconds later. So it's sort of pretty cool to see that. Again, Santa Barbara moving away very nicely. One of the programs which has been traditionally strong on the women's side, Santa Barbara and Purdue in particular, with really good histories at the regatta, and Grand Valley.
The Illinois crew is also still holding on, not letting themselves get walked away from. There's still a good amount of overlap, even if it's on the decks of these crews. And then Central Florida, I think, still holding under that 3rd place spot. And this will be top 2 directly to final. The next 3 will all head to a repechage tomorrow. So I think.
And here's the Gauchos just out in front. Again, really nice flow in this rowing.
It's a really nice flow. Shout out to their coaches. Really love the rowing we're seeing from your crews here.
And let's see what we got on a rating from them. Santa Barbara at a 36 here, sort of lifted in the second half. That's a pretty nice rating. The blades going nice directly. Lots of parallel motion there. So very efficient rowing and pushing together. Illinois right behind them. Let's check a rating. A little bit lower than Santa Barbara. Yep, 32.5.
Nice.
To be up there. That probably needs to be a little higher.
A little bit if they're going to get where they want to go.
And with 2 to the final, which is in some ways too bad, because these other 2 crews are just taking each other really hard. Central Florida and Irvine, Florida. Central Florida up on right now with
Irvine
500 meters to go.
And I think they're going to stay. That's just a bit higher stroke rate. I think they're just pushing the pace a little bit harder, and they're using it to their advantage. They're not spinning their wheels. They're not doing it in reaction there. If they're intent purposefully keeping that up high. This is great. There is that separation from the first two crews behind him, but it's almost this 1, 2, 3, 4. Not a lot of open water between second, third, and fourth, and so on. Penn State even made their way a little bit closer back into the
Santa
mix.
Barbara 36.5 now, sort of winding up a little bit to get there. Illinois still really low. I want to redouble check that rating. They're now up at like a 34, but they were at 32.5 there earlier. Now they're picking up a little bit. Maybe they heard us from over here, and they've gotten some overlap as a result. They're actually moving back in, so that rating would have helped them a little bit to be up on Santa Barbara. Again, crew may be focused a little bit on the technical side of their row, and Santa Barbara focused on the let's get it done part of the row. And we're not talking about huge differences. We're just talking about a little bit of the spirit of the crew that's going in there. But you can see it in the oars. So if you're new to rowing, you're watching because your grandson finally decided something that made his life complete and perfect, and you're like, what is this stuff?
Or her granddaughter.
Is it not a cult? These are the women's novice eights. But if you're here watching to see what's making her life go really well, one of the things that you can just see in the rowing right there is Santa Barbara sort of with a sort of going after it rating, a going after it approach, and it's working for them right now, really looking quite nice there coming in.
Yeah, great flow here. And these are the novice. These are the newest members of the program, and they're saying that our floor is to be one of the faster crews at ACRA, and I think their varsity team members are going to say where the
so both of those programs have about 35-minute drives to their water from campus.
Wow.
In Santa Barbara, they have to go up and over the mountain behind them to Lake Cachuma, and they have to row in the morning, both because of classes and because of the water. So they're out of there at like 5 in the morning to this 35-minute drive before they even get to the boathouse. And Illinois also has rows on a lake. Trying to come up with the name of it.
Like text to our coaches, our friends. Clinton Lake, is that right?
Clinton Lake, that's right. And 35 minutes also from campus. So, and these are people new to the sport. And so they've decided that, over an hour round trip each day with practice in between is what they're going to do, eating breakfast as they go back.
Yeah.
To
so here we have the second heat of the women's novice 8. I'm really excited to see this one comes down. The middle lanes here, I believe we have Bowdoin and Purdue, who should be the ones leading the way. The rest of the field, Purdue has a second novice 8 in this event. In lane 1, Northwestern, lane 2, and then on the other outside, Michigan State and Virginia Tech. Not on our screen right now. It looks like, if I have this right, Purdue is leading the way on Bowdoin.
A couple of seats, maybe.
Just a couple seats, Bowdoin, and then Northwestern and Michigan State are fighting for third. It won't make a remarkable difference if they just find third among each other, because top 2 are the ones that head to the
Purdue
A final.
half a beat higher than Bowdoin, but Bowdoin hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
If Bowdoin has another gear to go to, the way that we can tell, if you look at the blades go in and out on both of those boats, you just see that Purdue is taking more strokes and sort of getting up there. So that's about a beat higher, maybe even a beat and a half at this point, to try and get through that crew. And as the coxswain's calling the race against Bowdoin, that may actually sort of have the crew get a little bit more animated as they come up there, and they're putting a pretty nice move in there to get out in front, and that'll sort of, as we said, that's going to be a Purdue Santa Barbara, the sort of old programs there, but Bowdoin's still in the hunt. And Bowdoin, I think this is just their second year here at ACRA. I think, if I'm not incorrect, last year was their first year as a program.
You might be right.
It might be their third, but they're new to the regatta in any case.
Bowdoin,
And they're also
come over the tent and correct us.
Yeah.
But the Bowdoin 8 won the Varsity 8 last year, so I think this novice crew is probably very inspired to be a part of this program. That is.
And Bowdoin moving from racing 4s primarily to racing 8s here is their focus, which is
great.
Very nice move here out of the Purdue crew. really sort of pushing. I'm wondering, and maybe some of the Purdue folks will tell us, that oar, the white oar I also saw with their freshman aid, is that like a freshman or a novice oar that they have to row with before they move up to the black and gold, which I've known as the,
Interesting.
so I was getting confused on the oar, but now I've seen it on the women's side too. That might just be something that they have in place in their program. Again, the top two going straight to the final with no rep, which is a sort of an advantage, and both look like they are moving well here.
I think, Purdue's starting to put some space between them and Bowdoin and the rest
Absolutely,
of the field.
open water ahead.
I think Bowdoin still has a big walk on the field, but I'm not going to count out that Michigan State crew or the Purdue or the Northwestern crew. Their bows are getting pretty close to Bowdoin's stern. And we'll see if they take advantage of that again.
Purdue at 36.5.
Nice.
And, looking back to where UCSB was in the last one, this crew just looks stronger to
They
me.
do.
They're bigger. There's more use of power, and just powering and moving away very nicely.
Yeah, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't guess it's a novice crew. There's not an inkling of a mistake coming around. No
bodies all moving. No one's getting out of the rhythm.
Everyone's right through the middle of the boat, swinging in time. And that swing, that transfer of mass is just helping the boat sail along a couple extra meters or centimeters per stroke. Bowdoin still holding on that second spot pretty strong, but
Michigan State moving nicely.
You're going to see what happens in the last 600 if they close in, because again, number 2, that matters. That matters a lot. It means you have one less race and you punch your ticket to the A final a little bit sooner. So if they're in position, let's look to see them pounce on that opportunity. Northwestern, I love the rowing they're doing, but they're just dropping back a little bit further away from that top
you're
2.
Seeing here, and this is where fitness comes in. This is where the strength you have available falls into it, and the ability to hold on to the technique all at this point, right?
Virginia
this is the part of the
Tech
race where you're wishing your mom hadn't necessarily decided to have you today, because it just hurts so much and your body tries to get you to do everything to stop. It'll be worse in the finals, though.
Virginia Tech
Purdue
and
has
Purdue
gotten out in
B
front, has just loosened up.
Are rounding out the back of the field here in our second and last heat of the women's novice 8. I think Purdue A just started to make their way into the red buoys. Bowdoin still holding themselves out in that second place spot. Once this angle starts to line up with us, we'll see if Michigan State sneaks in. Because Bowdoin, I will say,
Bowdoin crew is still rowing pretty well.
They're rowing well, but I think some of the power is overtaking some of the technique. It looks a little bit strained. Same
thing here as Purdue goes into their sprint. The rowing that was just very nice and packed up, still hitting, but the body's falling around.
Yeah, exactly.
Around a little
the
bit
legs
more.
are still driving down together, but there's
extra
much
motion in the
the swing of the body looks like it's a little bit of a. It is the follow-up. It is not the natural extension of that leg drive. But they're through the line with open water. Who am I to talk about?
Santa Barbara went a 7:13, so we'll see.
And
7:13 from Purdue also.
7:13, 7:01, 7:13.76 from UC Santa Barbara. They're going to match up really well in that 8th final.
Even. Wow.
7:23 from Bowdoin. Great piece there. Michigan State holding on that 3rd place. Northwestern. And then I think we'll see Virginia Tech followed by Purdue B to round out this heat. So great racing from the women's novice 8. Again, we're thrilled to have so much more depth in this event. And we'll have the women's second varsity 8 coming up. Actually, they might be on the course.
Coming across.
That was awesome. There go the Hokies and
Purdue
B.
Purdue in there. So 4 crews straight to the A final. Santa Barbara and Purdue winning their heats. Illinois and Bowdoin second in their heats. The rest will come back into repechage tomorrow.
And so starting our second to last heat of this first day of the ACRA National Championship is the women's second varsity 8. Following the next 2 races, we begin our repechage. We'll talk about a little bit more when we get to it, about what that means for crews. It will be some people's last chance to put themselves in position to go to the A or B semifinal to proceed to the grand or petite final of their event. But these women in the second varsity 8 who are on the course, about a minute 40 in, so probably closing in on their first 500, if not already past it, are looking to see who can get the top 2 spots to move directly to the grand final of their event. It looks like, if I have this right, I think that's
Bowdoin
Bowdoin
out
up
front,
ahead,
Santa Barbara in third,
Santa Barbara in,
Vermont in second,
yes,
and then
Irvine.
Irvine trailing. So again, the top 2 to the final, and a nice race here again from Bowdoin, having moved in to make the 8s work with the 2V. More experience in the boat. You could have seniors in there. You could have someone who's been rowing 8 or 9 years at this point, rowing in these boats.
Yeah, and I think Bowdoin, as one of these smaller schools from Maine, probably has a good amount of athletes coming in from some of those New England area schools, public or private, that have rowing. So it's definitely a mix of people who are walk-ons, people who have a little bit of rowing experience, picked it up just as a single one of 3 sports they did, or people that were fully committed to rowing as their main thing. So a lot of great tradition there, both in the sport and in the walk-on culture of it. So they're really stepping away from the crews around them. Pretty cool to see that Vermont is actually holding on, just barely letting their bow overlap with the stern tip of Bowdoin's boat, but just great power
Vermont
from here.
also, relatively speaking, not a new club program, but relatively speaking on the women's side in particular, new to ACRA. So they've been adding some good depth here when you start to see a program that used to maybe have a novice 8 and then a varsity 8-ish and then like a 4, and now they're racing varsity 8, freshman 8, second varsity 8.
Yeah, and I think we could talk about that with a lot of crews here. Honestly, I think we could talk about it all day long. We just might miss a couple races. How many crews expanded their programming and got deeper when they started committing to come to here because they saw, wow, we have so many more events that we can boat people for, whereas a lot of league championships or traditional championships actually restrict how many you have to do, right? Some of them are 2 8s and a 4, or strictly keep it in the 8s. So schools like Bowdoin, Vermont, and others.
Yeah, so we have a lot of Big 10, Big 12 championships happening on the women's side. Now, the Big 10, to its credit, has made their league championship on the women's side a large regatta.
Yes.
There is a novice 8, there's a second novice 8, there's a varsity 8, second varsity 8, a varsity 4, second varsity 4, third varsity 4. Now, if they make an NC2A bid, all of a sudden you're only taking a varsity 8, a second varsity 8, and a varsity 4. That's it. So you go from racing 60, 65 athletes to racing 20 at the national championship. Sort of like as if you said to the basketball team, okay, you've qualified, but you can only take, 6 guys instead of the 14 on your roster. Here, though, at ACRA, everyone gets to race because that's the thing. You just find the right level for you to race here. Very nice rowing here from Bowdoin out in front. Nice flow. You're seeing Vermont here behind them. If you could see the two together like we do, you just see, again, a little bit more grace, a little bit more flow, a little bit more push. We have talked sometimes about having the intent to go, but it doesn't always read as sort of an edge on the oar. Sometimes it actually reads, as it does here with this Bowdoin 8, as just this very nice relaxed flow, but you can see through the water that it's pick up and go. So the ability to sort of be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Dr. Jekyll through the water, Mr. Hyde on the recovery, or maybe it's the other way around. I don't even know which one was the crazy one, to sort of go through. And that Bowdoin 8 now has just sort of opened up very, very nicely. Vermont sitting behind them and saying, that's fine, we'll sort of go. But again, I believe, and you could check because I think you have the results. I think Bowdoin won the 2v8 last year as well, didn't they? I think they won both varsity 8s. So we're going to check that. So, the first thing you do is come to the regatta and you learn to row the regatta, and then you go back and you say, how do we make it better, right? So that's also, I think, what Vermont is doing right now. They're going to, learn, hey, we can put it down in the heat and have the afternoon or the morning off tomorrow, which would be great. So a little bit of stretched out here in the 2V. The depth in some of the women's programs may be a little bit falling off, just a little bit here. The
I
Santa
don't think
Barbara
Bowdoin
2V.
had a second varsity 8 last year
Oh, we don't think they had one, but they
on the women's side.
on the women's side, yeah. So they're just, people came last year, and then the novices came up into this, and now they have 2/8 of varsity women and a novice 8. So just that's how you build your program again, by coming and by valuing the racing in the boats that fit your program really well. The same thing from year to year. We're gonna, you value the 2V8. It's not just, oh, I only made the 2V. Like, I made the 2V.
Yeah.
That's really helpful.
Again, yeah. We mentioned about some of the crews earlier in the day. It's not, oh, that's the seat I have. It's like, I earned this seat, and
it was hard for me to do.
When you're able, you have the opportunity to boat cruise to that extent. It also it builds up the mindset of your crews. Everybody has a seat they earned, and it matters that they are in that boat, and it shows in the results here. 7:11 coming through the line, and Bowdoin
Vermont
7:20, UCSB 7:37. That's 7:11, just a little bit faster than what Purdue laid down in the first. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the first of the second varsity 8.
And so Santa Barbara will have to come back into reps tomorrow, and this is Cal Irvine coming across in the 2V. Yeah, not quite at the speed of the others. But they'll through at 8:22, and they will be coming back to race again in the reps.
They will.
And then I think there's a B final on the 2V8. I'm assuming there is. Our next heat coming up, we'll have Middlebury, Cal Irvine, Purdue, and Grand Valley. And boy, Irvine is out in front. Something crazy. Very nice moving away. They're almost 2.5 minutes in. So that means they're someplace in the second 500, and Irvine just has dominance. But again, two get to go through, right? And we have Purdue and Grand Valley. Certainly, many races over the decades between those two women's programs. Grand Valley having put a woman from their program into the national team and then onto the Olympic team.
Yeah.
And Purdue turning out some very good athletes as well. But those two programs have been racing each other for years, and here they are locked in within a seat of each other, and one of those two crews gets to go through.
That's great.
Irvine here moving. Looks like we're getting a little bit sort of a hiccup in the imagery, so it's smoother than it looks right now, I think, on your screen. But a nice view from over the top there. You can just see how getting all 18 people, all 16 legs, all 16 arms, moving together at the same time is
powerfully fluent, just working exactly with each other. And something that you might have seen a little bit in the novice, but actually not so much because they were rowing so well. Just takes so much time to perfect, right? How many hours of doing something over and over does it take to master it? All these athletes are on their way to master rowing throughout their college career. And this is Purdue leading the way. And
from Grand Valley, and they've gone from 1 seat to maybe 2.5, maybe 3 seats.
Yeah, nice.
So, I mean, and that's been over 500 meters that they've been that tight. So is that Purdue taking a small 10 or something here, or is that they've just have a different gear that they've shifted into? And can Grand Valley answer? If they're going to, they've got to get moving now.
But UC Irvine also looks really good in this heat.
Just gorgeous out in front, absolutely.
Oh, wow, yeah, they're leading the way.
But Purdue Grand Valley now pushing A little bit up on Purdue. Purdue rowing gorgeously. Grand Valley moving a little tenaciously, and it seems to me moving up on them, just taking a seat back again as they come into the 1500. And Purdue doesn't have such a big a lead that they can just absorb it. Like, it's actually going to push.
Think there, if they pick up the stroke right here, that's going to be essential, because it looks like they're sort of hitting their wall at the rate that they're at. But Grand Valley looks like they're charging, almost like it's a Michigan crew. And honestly, I think the UC Irvine, great stroke, but it might be expending a lot of energy. I don't think it's so much that Grand Valley would take over bow number 1 by the end of this race, but I think that race between them and Purdue is going to push them both up on UC Irvine. It's going to be a pretty tight finish for the second varsity 8. Middlebury.
It does look like Irvine has sort of stretched out and is content to mark the race in front of them. Once you get enough of that, you can do that. It's a mature racing strategy, because you have to stay on full power, just lengthening out the rating a little bit. But at a 2V level race, you should be able to do that, and that's what's happening. Looks like Purdue has reestablished itself over Grand Valley there as we go up top, back out to maybe 3 or 4 seats.
Yep, and this is a great shot we're getting from here now to get all 4 crews on there. The water, the wind, the little that there was calmed down. So these crews all had great water to work with. And yep, UC Irvine, I think I spoke too soon. That energy was not expended, but instead I think they are holding on to it for a more important time, because they have established such a great lead ahead of the crews around them that they're going to charge through these red buoys.
Yeah, their rating is higher than it was. Purdue has gone up there a little bit, up to 37. Oh, that's a gorgeous drone shot, right? Absolutely, to sort of come up there, and you can see now Purdue just extending their lead over Grand Valley to 6 seats or so, and maybe 4 seats as we come up on side. Grand Valley charging back up.
They are, yeah. They want that
Grand
second
Valley
spot.
is like throwing it, and they're in the red buoys, and they're almost even.
They want that second
They're
spot.
within a seat. They're going hard. The finish line coming up, I still think it's going to be Purdue, but we'll see here in the next couple of strokes. Purdue coming in this side, then Grand Valley, and it's Purdue by a seat. But that's to come back from almost 7 seats down. Grand Valley. So they're just going to have to come back. But in the final, they may very well have Purdue's number. We'll have to wait and see. You know, that's the thing here. You're stitching together this quilt that is your regatta, and you learn something each time you go out. If you're smart, and the coaches are going to come back and say, okay, what do we need to do better? When did they get away from you? What were you feeling? What could you have done to stem that at that point? There's nothing like, it's not sort of like it's all gelled completely in the heats that we're seeing today. Ideally, if you do it right. The longtime men's coach at Wisconsin, Chris, used to say it's like giving birth to a mayfly, a mayfly that lives for one day.
Okay.
And you just are trying to have that best rowing hatch on the day in the final. And so if everything were perfect in that race for either of those crews, and you don't have something to fix, if your crew comes up and says, hey, that's the best we got, we don't have anything more to do, then you're sort of like, okay, what are we going to do? If they come and say, well, it was good, it was strong, but there was this little moment, they say, okay, let's work on that, and everyone gets on board to make that shift. So now we're coming into the first of the repechage for the day. Repechage means what, Eddie Moog?
It's a French word, and we are fishing again.
We are fishing again.
So we have the men's varsity for the repechage. So these are guys who, this was a time trial this morning, right?
Yes, this was a time trial in the varsity 4s. So the top 8 were taken out, and everyone else, I believe, goes into these. So there's one site available in the AB semifinal. So one crew could theoretically at least come back and actually win the national championship in this.
Theoretically, and all these crews are looking to punch their ticket to the A final. I believe this is lane
4, Texas. That's up front, maybe a seat or so over Bucknell, and and they are a seed up over Oklahoma State. Again, this is probably Texas's 4 best guys.
Yeah.
You know, this is Bucknell. They had a 1V. They had a 2V. Did they have a 3V? They had a 3V.
They had a 3V,
and
yeah.
now they have a 4. So, you know, like for those guys to come up and go back up into the AB semifinal says a lot about the depth of Dan's program. And the Texas guys, I think, there's not a Texas 8 in there that
There's
I
not a
remember
Texas.
seeing.
No, they're all
So
small
it's their
builds.
top 4 guys maybe in this 4, the Varsity 4. And we're 3 minutes into the race now, so they're almost coming into the 1,000 here. Again, this is the part Texas slowly inching a little bit more up over Bucknell. You can see the referees launch there on the left. That is that buoy, that yellow buoy is the 1,000-meter mark. So just as they're coming in to halfway, you can see the yellow buoys on both sides marking that line there. Again, Texas trying to get just another seat, and Bucknell sort of digging in a little bit. We'll see what happens in this third 500 to see who gets to move on up into the top 12
And we
crews.
shouldn't count out. So Bucknell's doing a great job here, but Oklahoma State and UC Santa Barbara are still in the mix, and none of these guys have not even come up to the 1,200-meter marks. We got a lot of race left to go to figure out who's going to take that second spot. I don't think those 3 crews are going to make their way up to Texas unless they really shift maybe 1-2 gears up.
Or if Texas just spent a lot of energy in the first 1,000 and they're looking great now, but who knows? That said, these crews are seeded into these reps from their results this morning, right? So we expect to see the chevron. We expect the crew in lane 4 in each of these to be somehow either 4 or 3 to be the fastest crews there from the morning. But they may have had to spend an awful lot of energy to get in there. Nonetheless, we have Texas out in front and Bucknell in second, and then very tight racing there between UC Santa Barbara and the other crew. Sorry, I have someone standing in front of me. I can't exactly see what's going on there. Is that Clemson? No.
So we
Oklahoma
have
State.
Oklahoma State is just behind UC Santa Barbara.
Coming just in front of them now, right? Maybe.
Florida State's also up on the charge. So again, I don't think those 4 crews behind Texas are going to catch up to them. And I'm happy to be wrong about that.
But I see the Texas crew having to work harder than they were earlier.
But Florida State's working really hard, and you can see them on the picture now. So open water, hard to close that in less than 500 meters.
Bucknell still in second and moving, right? And it's going to be 1 through to the AB, and then 3 more crews through to the CD semifinals.
Yeah, this is really essential to these guys that they place as well as possible. Everybody wants that A final and B final if you're going to go to it. They want to.
Yeah, Texas opening up now, so that was real speed that they were playing with.
It is.
And now they're locked. And these 3 crews are going to go into the CD semifinal, and
so I think it's actually now going to be between UCSB, Oklahoma State, and Florida State. If they're creeping up outside of the camera, who's going to take the last CD semifinal spot? Because that means Texas is probably going to take it away. Bucknell is probably going to hold on to that second.
But Texas making sure they'll at least be in the top 12 in this event. And then in the CD semifinal group, you can end up 13th or you can end up 24th. So,
these guys
but quite a race as Santa Barbara trying to get through Virginia,
Oklahoma State's top guys.
Sorry. Absolutely. Santa Barbara's 3V.
Yeah, and this is the gentleman from Lady Bird Lake down in Austin, Texas, coming through the last, say, 150 meters. And then Florida, oh no, that's Bucknell.
Bucknell coming through, Bucknell coming into second. They've still been there the whole time. It's just they've been out of the thing. And Bucknell
great work by those guys.
Staying up on top of Oklahoma State and then Santa Barbara. But those 3 will go into the CD semifinals.
And Florida State will be top of the
Florida
C
State
final.
Will go into an EF semifinal. So some really exciting racing there. Texas 7:05, Bucknell 7:10, Oklahoma State 7:12, and Santa Barbara 7:14, Florida State 7:17, and then Tennessee is going to come across and finish that out.
Nicely done by all those crews. Repechage 2 is headed down the course right now, just about a minute in or under. We're going to have 6 crews in this one again. We are just through the first 250, I believe. We're out of the breakage zone, and we got a really tight field right now. Lane 3 and 4 holding up the top few spots in this race, and I think everyone's still probably up in their high strokes. What you're looking for is they do the starting 5 out of the blocks where they're at a standstill, and then they pick it up way above base pace, and then this side-by-side racing, they didn't do this morning, it was a time trial. They're going to figure out when all these other crews are shifting down to the meat of their race, their base pace, and that might change some people's plans. They maybe said, I'm going to do 20 strokes and then shift down to base, but that crew next to me is still up. Let's hold on for 5 more. Let's see if we can hold ourselves ahead. Mentally helps to have your bow ahead to see from the rowing seat that you have crews behind you, from the coxswain seat to see that you have no bows ahead of you. So I'm going to take a look here. We should have, I think this is URI, just barely putting their bow ahead. Seattle U and Penn State up next to them, which would put Wichita State just a little bit further back, and then off our screen, Virginia Tech and William and Mary. So we'll see what happens as they get close to the 1,000. It's really common in these heat races that you've got to race to the 1,000, right? Nobody is going to separate enough before then that you can take it easy and say, we've got this locked in. You've got to race to the 1,000, take a look as the coxswain, see where everyone is, and then see if you can need to commit to your race plan or punch it up a little bit to get yourself back in good standing. So this is one crew is going to make their way to the AB semifinal, joining what I think is the top 8 from this morning's time trial. So see if they can put the top 12, put yourself in a position to earn one of the top 12 spots in the country in the Varsity 4. The next 3 crews will go to the CD semifinal, and the last few crews from this event will go to the E and F semifinal, which is great that everyone gets a final here. Looks like URI is still holding on to that surge, but Penn State is working really well. I'm going to say that they're even right now over this aerial, and Seattle U just a little bit behind them. But this is great. These guys are not going stroke for stroke quite yet. Let's get a stroke rate check in about 30 seconds. Everyone's still at a pretty high rate here, much higher than we saw some of the 4s come through in the middle of the day. Still going, just trading bow places, stroke for stroke, between Penn State and University of Rhode Island. It looks like Penn State's working their best to surge ahead. They're sustaining this pickup. They're not just picking up the rate for 10 strokes and moving back down to the base pace. It looks like they've made a consistent commitment to driving the base pace up. As they come through around the 1,200, 1,500. They should be hearing the cowbells from their teammates on the shoreline, but URI still have that little bit of press ahead of them to hold that number 1 spot in. So it's going to matter really intensely who is holding down this top spot right now. Penn State looking, oh, this is just going to come down to the last stroke, because URI is just barely putting themselves back in the lead. Penn State is working to get back ahead of them. And Seattle U not letting themselves get dropped back. Crew on the outside should be UCSB, trying to hold on and earn that last spot for the CD final. Not to count out Virginia Tech, who is, I'm sorry, that was Wichita State looking for the CD final. Not to count out Virginia Tech, who is closing in on the Shockers.
But URI is gonna, they're actually putting a little move here, and at this point right now, if anyone's going to get through them, Penn State is going to have to really move. Penn State, it looks like, moving on Seattle U here, but not enough going on to get them into that Rhode Island spot, I don't think.
Yep. We'll see if that sprint really makes a change and before the red buoys, if it really makes a change in the bow of the leading crew.
That said, they're being pushed from behind, and they've closed back up right now.
Yeah.
So, and they have the power of the bucket working with them right now. And you can see these buoy lines, these buoys line up, right? So with each time that they hit a buoy, they're just getting closer and closer to Rhode Island with each stroke, partially because Seattle U is just then sitting there pushing them up again to get up there. So Penn State may be able to get there, but it's getting tight. When you see it from this view, not quite as close. Or Rhode Island is popping itself back out to get up into that one spot that takes them into the AB semifinals.
Yeah, so the Rams out of Kingston, Rhode Island, really working hard, rowing pretty well here. A lot. I'm going to say again, 102% power, 98% technique. It's really powerful, and it is together. But some of the things are being left to be desired in that technique that could really just open up their spacing and get them a little bit further ahead.
And now you see Seattle U coming through and coming up in front of Penn State.
Oh, they did. I think that bow is going to stay
It is
ahead.
Of Penn State. But is it going to be enough of a spurt at the end as they're moving? No, not quite. Almost. But Rhode Island holds on there.
Yeah, great race from
now,
the three.
They were up much more than that, so they got moved back into a little bit.
7:08, and oh, look at that. Less than a second. I think that's going to be less than a second, separating all three of those crews. Wichita State Shocker is going to pull into that fourth spot. VTech and then William and Mary going to move their way to the EF semifinal.
Right, so 3 crews there faster than Bucknell, who was in second in the last race. But you see a lot of parity across this. I mean, those semifinals are gonna be flowing because just 4 going into the AB, but these CD semifinals, there's a lot of speed right on touch, and they're again, are we going to be 13th in the nation? Are we going to be 24th? That's a big deal.
As a committed sports fan, a big event like this. One that is going to be populated by really different guys every year. Someone's top crews, if they're 3B, 4B guys, it kind of feels like the March Madness of whatever it takes, you can move on to that next step of the bracket. Like if you just have a really
great race,
consistent row.
But it's really hard to come back the next day then and play again. That's why, and the basketball players, they take like a week before the next. I mean, they do too, but then they go away and then they come back. The football
really good
players
row
take
like
their
that
time.
separates, am I going to be putting myself in a position to try and make top 12 or 13 to 24? And that makes a world of difference to all these athletes who've been working all year for this.
This is repechage number 3 here in lane 1, which is to your right. Well, they were there for a little bit. Middlebury, lane 2, George Washington, lane 3, Long Beach, lane 4, Ohio State, lane 5, Connecticut, lane 6, Clemson. The way that they've been seeded into this, Ohio State should theoretically be the crew out in front, and George Washington, who's in lane 2 and leading right now, shouldn't be in front of Ohio State, but right now they are, and they're just laying it out. I mean, sometimes when you're on this bubble crew space, this is actually your race here. This is actually the race that gets you into the level that you want, and you have to spend all your energy on this race here and just sort of hope that everything else comes up so that you can get into that level, and then you're just happy to make the B final, and then you're happy to finish 11th because you came, hey, maybe we'll make the top 12, right? So people are really pushing on it, and in this case, what we have here is, I believe that's GW up on Ohio State. But Ohio State looking across and answering. Long Beach State out of touch, but not so far. And Connecticut also sitting back there. Connecticut had another 4 that we just
That was a
Stephen.
lightweight 4?
Lightweight 4 also sort of out there racing pretty well. So some of these programs, not in the 8, these are some of their better guys. That's true of Long Beach, true of Ohio State, true of Connecticut, true of Middlebury, and while you have George Washington racing in the Varsity 8 and actually looking pretty good up there, as we remembered from this morning, Clemson sort of kicking off the end of the race there, right? So again, this is cutthroat racing here. It's one gets to go through. It's not, well, we were okay, someone got out. If they get out in front of you here, they are kicking you out of those top two finals in the end of the day.
Right. Coming in around the 1,200 meter mark, about to close in on the opening 3/4 of this race. Still that same spread of crews. George Washington looking like they're leading the way. Ohio State just a little bit behind them. Long Beach State a little bit behind Ohio.
And it looks now like Ohio State has moved up past George Washington as I'm reading it from here. Really nice move going on there. And Ohio State 36.5. You can hear an OHIO.
And it looks like Ohio's working their way with that cheer from the sideline. They're looking to get their bow ahead.
And they're doing it right now.
It's ahead. So that is going to be a really big game changer if they can work their way back up to the AB semifinal. And now this move is taking them places. That was a bow ahead.
Absolutely. And
Now it's
36.5 out of GW. But again, we're going to move now, right? And on top of that, 2 through 4, the 4th place is not in dispute. So those other crews are just going to end up the BC final. But
UConn's walking up on Long Beach State.
On them, George Washington. Can they move back into Ohio State? Did Ohio State maybe spend a little bit too much energy? Because now we see a crew moving in lane 2 on there. This is great drone footage here, by the way. So you can see where the race is. You can see the 2-man from Ohio State just sort of hunched over a little bit. I mean, he's feeling it right now as they go, but they're trying to move forward and just watch the acceleration through the water there. Bam, 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 saying we're going to do this right now. And George Washington, doing as well as he can, doesn't have the answer. Or from the side again, look at the man in 2. He's the second man from the right there. It's looking labored. It's looking hard.
But and GW looks like they're about to make a move. Looks like they woke up and said, let's not wait for the red buoys. So we'll see. That is.
I mean, there's 45 seconds left in this race, so we'll see. We'll see what can happen at this point. Again, if the boat just starts to get heavy, and GW is moving on them.
They're moving. They're
GW is coming back. So you gotta choose when you go because if you're holding it, I still think this is Ohio State's to win, but it's sort of like they're pushing to the edge, and I bet you when they go across, you'll see some crews really going hard. This is sometimes the reps is some of the hardest racing.
Some of the hardest racing. Some of the most rewarding
tournament like
too.
this. Absolutely.
They're
still coming. GW is still coming.
All it's going to be about, are they going to run out of real estate? I think they might have heard
finish line coming up right
and,
here. GW, I think, what do you say?
I think GW.
I think GW, but just by a hair. We're going to see another finish photo here at that point.
Fantastic.
Yep,
great
and
work
GW 707.7, Ohio State 707.9, 0.2 of a second there.
Incredible.
Between those two. And both of them faster than Rhode Island that won the heat, the second repechage.
Yeah, great work by
Texas
the Colonials.
Still the fastest day, 7:05. That was a great race there. Sticking it in and holding on to it. Again, I think, it just looked like Ohio State spent a little bit too early to go there, gave just a little bit too much space for the GW crew, a little bit better organized, mentally, emotionally, maybe, physically for sure.
To everyone listening on the live stream, you can't see, I'm nodding my head. I'm agreeing to everything. Totally chiming in that this is Ohio State. It was a great race. It was a great piece. I think they're going to be towards the top of the CD final, CD semis. But I think they just spent a little bit too soon, and that's why sometimes it's really helpful to have consistent moves where you just let yourself get all the way up in that base pace instead of just containing it to 10, 15 strokes just to get ahead, because the other crew can just as easily snap back and say, all right, you took 10 strokes to get through us, we're going to take 10 strokes to get through you. And
Again, remember, these guys raced this morning in time trials, right? So as we said, the difference between being next to people and being off by your own in your own lane, it's generally accurate in the seating, but it's not absolute in the way that some other stuff is. So here we have the fourth and final repechage: Kansas in lane 1, Chicago in lane 2, Arizona State lane 3, Texas Christian lane 4, Oregon lane 5, and Virginia Commonwealth in lane 6. And you see right now, 2 minutes in, we still have 6 boats overlapped across in the middle and 5 boats within a seat of each other.
Nice.
This is gonna be bonkers.
Yeah.
Virginia Commonwealth and Texas Christian right now, sort of up there, the schools of the two names. They're in the bottom of your form. You can see the photo finish from before with George Washington just out clipping Ohio State. And we're coming into what, 3 minutes in here? I can't really see the clock right now.
Yep,
2:50. It may start to sort of lengthen out a little bit here, but I still see 3 crews within a seat of each other, actually 4 crews within a seat of each other, and another crew just a seat back, a little bit up in lane 4, Texas Christian, a little bit back in Arizona State in lane 3. But as they come across, and Kansas out in lane 1 is not that far off.
They are not worried that the course or the rest of the crews are so far away from them across the field. They are locked in, making the most out of the strokes they are getting from that far lane. And it's none of the lanes give you an uneven
here
advantage, so they can just stay in their lane, so to say, and just keep running their race. But this is, I think we're going to trade a lot of bows, right? If there were an automatic ticker at the top, it would just be trading places over and over and over again. This is a great shot.
So Texas Christian has moved themselves a couple of seats up, which right now looks huge. Right? But those other crews are all right there, and they're all in races. So again, is that just a 10 out of TCU, a 20-stroke move? Was it a permanent commitment to speed? How is the other crew racing? What's Chicago doing out there in lane 2? They're starting to move up, right? And there's a good race. Yeah, in fact, here comes Chicago pushing pretty hard. Maybe they're taking a 20 through the 1,000, but that gets them back in, and the guys go, oh, we should go. So again, overlap, and that means that Arizona State in lane 3 going with Chicago, maybe they can push back up into. This is going to be one of the better races of the afternoon. Still 5 crews in contact, but TCU having moved themselves into the favorable position, at least right now, coming into about 1250. Still 700 meters to go,
700 meters to go, but it looks like the stroke that they're putting down is not one that is going to expend all their energy too soon. To eat my words if everyone else walks up, but they're sitting up tall as they get
lane
that pressure.
6 VCU now coming in a move.
They're sitting up tall as they get their legs and their knees to drive down and just swinging that mass all the way back to the bow.
So they've got to stay efficient now with all of that, right? If they lose that, that's what's going to fall apart. There's still 500 meters to go, but that was a 500-meter move to go from 1 seat to 4 seats,
and
right?
This is a great shot from here now. All these crews trailing, because again, it's just one.
But look at that!
That's great.
4 boats right behind.
That's fantastic.
Texas Christian right now, as I know, feeling good that they have gotten themselves out in front, because this is bedlam behind them.
Yeah, they just want to get out of the gates and just away from everyone else.
Right now, second seems to be Chicago in lane 2 there. Getting just a little bit over Arizona State. But then there's lane 5, Oregon and VCU. And remember that 3 of these 4 crews go forward, and the 4th crew goes to the D final. So, or the ENF semifinal. Yeah, right? So there's actually something on the line
There's
here.
A lot riding on this. And I think Arizona State, if they don't make a move soon, I think they might be the odd man out. But VCU is also tailing off a little bit. That move they made through might. I think they're
VCU, Arizona State are stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball right now. Chicago has moved nicely up to make sure they're probably going to make that selection. And there's also Oregon sort of in a decent space there. It's VCU and Arizona State. Which one of those is going to go into the CD, and who's going to go down to the E and the F, right? So D is 4. 4 times 6 is 24. So, am I going to be maybe 12th, or am I going to be 25th?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe 13th, sorry. So here you go. Just a very nice move that happened there. Some very powerful mullet-born rowing there in lane 3, in the 3C.
Texas Christian, who cement that great move to earn their way into the AB semifinal.
And in the end, there we have Virginia Commonwealth making its way up to make that next 3, right? With Arizona State being the one who sort of pulls the short straw there.
Really, I'm excited to see these times come down. 7:11.4, 7:12. And then we're going to see VCU.
So again, a 7:07 to win. There was a 7:07 in the third rep. There was a 7:08 in the second rep, a 7:05 in the first rep, and then 7:11s. Just like there's one on every corner, and the rest of the results here going 7:11, 7:12, 7:13. So that means these semifinals are going to be fire tomorrow.
They're going to be fantastic.
After these guys have put out a heck of a race today.
Yeah.
So you don't know who got through there with something else still left in the box and who has just spent it and is going to come out tomorrow and be 10 seconds back. So that's why if you're watching today, you got to come back tomorrow.
You got to come back tomorrow.
I'm just saying, you can't let it drop now. Who is going to be the next leader of the crime syndicate? Who's going to make it through the Friday night massacre, which we're going through right now?
And Novice 8 reps on the course.
And we love us some Novice 8 repechage because sometimes at this point, the Novice 8s, with every race, they are learning something, and this is high contact racing for them. Although they had a time trial this morning. No, they had heats this morning.
This morning, yeah.
Just, it's been a long day. We're into our third Coca-Cola here, and things are getting a little fritzy.
But it makes it easy because UCLA is well ahead of the rest of the field.
With those blue oars, baby blue, easy to see.
Nice, long, strong strokes. So this is also going to be top crew to the AB semifinals, next 3 to the CD semifinal.
Now, their coach, Paul, is not here. He drove the trailer cross, but his son, Caleb, is graduating from college this weekend. So he has flown back to California to the graduation. Then he's going to fly back, I think, and drive the trailer back. So he has all the benefit of 2 lovely cross-country trailer drives with none of the racing. I'm sure he's watching. So Paul Wilkins, your guys are looking awesome.
They are.
Such nice long strokes there. If I remember, they were sort of the crew that almost made it this morning. And now they're just totally laying down some smack and saying, here we go, we're just going to make this easy. My expectation then is, although they're rowing quite strong and very popular, they're only 2 minutes into the race and they already have a full length of open. I think we're going to see a crew lengthen out a little bit.
Lengthen out a little bit, but they're not super high right now. You can see from an aerial shot pretty far above, they're holding the legs down as they come out of the water.
Love that. Good coaching, Paul Wilkins.
The crew is just, I don't want to keep saying
they're only at a 33 and a half, so they've already lengthened.
There's effortless rowing going on, but these guys are smooth. They are, if they do not have a lot of racing experience, which I think a lot of the California crews did between Whereas, if they did San Diego.
What they're not having to do is spend a lot of emotional energy here. Right.
So the flip side of what we saw from the force coming up, that they had Wairas, they had San Diego Crew Classic probably, and they might have done a little bit of racing around. So we have a lot of other Southern California crews that are in their region. They don't have to travel super far. They don't have to travel up north every time they want to race or out east. But great look here. This program's come a really long way. It's really got a lot
they
of
were one of the first varsity men's programs to get cut in the early 90s, I think, late 80s, someplace in there. And so they've had alumni who were part of that whole storied history of Cal and Washington in the Pac-12, Pac-10 at that point. And those alumni have been incredibly supportive of what's coming down. But and they're in Marina del Rey, which is actually some really fun water to train on. but just leaving it out right now. And very clearly, they're going to be the crew that goes through here, one to the AB, so that they're there, and just really nice rhythmic rowing out there, way out in front.
And
Pretty nice race going behind them there.
yeah, a lot of overlap between the two crews behind them, thanks to Hirnap. This great shot overhead.
UNC and Penn State.
Yeah, Penn State, great work by this Novice 8 by them. Both crews also still pretty low all in all. I think just trying to be a beat around each other, maybe 34, 35. But again, not trying to empty out the tank. They're both headed to the CD final.
So UCLA coming past us right now. A very nice loping 32 and a half,
Wow.
just pushing the boat along. Really quite good rowing. A lot of these kids, by the way, having rowed in some of those Southern California programs.
Yeah.
Junior program. We have Penn State and UNC racing up there. UNC having sort of worked their way out in front a little bit with the Carolina blue.
Yeah.
God didn't love Carolina. Why do you make the sky Carolina blue, as they like to say?
Great work by the Tar Heels there. They're just punching up a little bit here. I think
they are. They want to make sure they have a nice open race on it on the other crew.
Yeah,
and a little bit of hang in there at the catch. But they're at about a 36. And then Penn State, actually hats off to them for racing a Frosh 8, because they've sometimes gone down to the port, so they've retaining guys and keeping people in place to be able to sort of hold on to the race, to the guys in their program.
And they're rowing great strokes. I really love the strength they're putting down on it. As a novice 8, you can't see just from looking at them any hiccups, anything about whatever their experience of racing is. It looks like they're a pretty seasoned crew, comfortable pushing their way down this course with who they're going to go up against in the CD semifinal. I think they want to assert themselves up in that race.
And we see right now, again, UCLA coming back in there. There was a great great drone shot there earlier. You could see the musculature on the two-man in his lats. You could see exactly where you're supposed to get the connection going. Really nice hang going on there. Looks like there are some tall young men in this boat, and just moving very gently under control. This is shutting down under control and moving across the line. UCLA coming through. Very nice race there, Paul. Hope you got to see that. And 6:29, which is a pretty good time, particularly with that shutdown going. Here we have North Carolina, UNC coming across in second place. That will put them into the CD semifinal. And Penn State across there. And then Oklahoma State, the Cowboys. So 6:30, 6:45, 7 minutes, basically about 15-second separation there by the end in those top three crews. Again, there are 4 reps here, 4 repechage, 4 reps here. And this is the rep 2. Lane 2 is empty. Lane 3, Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, Clemson. And they're almost 2 minutes into this. Again, 1 to go through. And we have Washington State and UCSB out in front. Clemson already dropped a little bit. It looks to me like someone was supposed to be in lane 2, but maybe wasn't there. So we'll see what or scratched earlier in the day. So that will be the race going through, or there's just 1 short, and this is the rep with 3 crews. Either way that works. So it feels like it's a little bit less on the line, but there's every bit as much on the line here. Just Washington State doing a really nice job of moving out. and getting in front. Again, these guys had to race this morning, and they've had to come back now and race a second time. Sit down. So not quite as. Tell your teammates to. The so not quite as much sort of emotional call on the line here, but still people having to put out the energy to come here. At this point, I think a lot of the crews go into sort of a little bit of energy retention mode, right? We're still going to get done what we need to get to. And this is when you go back down to technique. A lot of work you've done at 24 to 28 beats per minute in anaerobic threshold work. Just this very, very efficient, gorgeous rowing out of this Washington State crew. Just as they come by, again, a lot of flow, a lot of energy. The blade's going in directly. The shoulders are down. No one's swinging too far. There's no extra body movement going on.
It's a really dynamic stroke from the Cougars out of
Absolutely.
Pullman. Just a lot of energy. Really, I'm going to say excitement in that stroke. I think these guys are loving it. They love the piece they're putting down. Santa Barbara, the Gauchos, are also putting down a great size 5 and 6 heat. Look at the frames on them. Those guys, tall.
There are some large men on that UCSB
Big
campus,
guys.
the Varsity 8 that won in that won at ACRA a number of years. The first crew that was not either Virginia or Michigan to win the Varsity 8 there. Truth in Advertising, I was their coach that year. They had 5 guys like 6'4" to 6'7", just great athletes moving really, really well. And so that's what UCSB is trying to build, is get these athletes. Then next year they'll sort of move up into the bigger stuff. I know that's what JP Sekulic, their coach, is really working on doing. That was another program really hit hard by ACRA.
Right.
By ACRA, by COVID. Sorry, ACRA, COVID.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Whatever it is.
But coming through. Oh yeah, here we go. We're still in the same piece as we were in before. Now it's Clemson that we just saw in the overhead. Great colors there, a little bit further behind. But they're going to have a great race tomorrow in the E final. Washington State making
throwing a little bit of a sprint here, at least just a little bit of motion. You want to make sure that you're keeping that a little tight. We've only seen one crew really lengthen to shut down. Unofficially, if you go below 30, it's not awesome. You should at least maintain 30 when you come across some crews. And again, as long as you're out in front, it's enough, right? So that was a 6:22 for Washington State, and that UCLA crew rowing in front was a 6:29. So that Washington State crew, quite nice.
Quite nice, but we will all imagine that UCLA has a lot more speed, and then because they were ahead so early, and they didn't bring it below 30, but they were at a long 32, which is sub race pace for most of the boats that we have out here, outside of maybe some of the smaller boats. So
absolutely,
I'm sure
Washington State was laying a little bit more down, longer.
So I'm sure they will
down
have
the race,
if
which
they get in the draw, them and UCLA near each other. I think they'll have a lot of fun racing each other in the AB semifinal, which they've just earned their way into.
And they may or may not end up in the same semifinal. So we have 4 of them two of these crews will end up in one semifinal, two will end up in the other AB semifinal. But then they have to come back against Purdue, against Virginia, against
Purdue and
Michigan,
and
against all of those crews, Orange Coast, all these crews that sort of had those great races this morning, and will come back a little bit more rested.
right.
That said, if the crew use this to work something out, sometimes going down the course another time is not a bad thing.
Especially for the novice crews. Again, there might not be a lot of racing opportunity that they got to have. And if they did, maybe they were dual races or just 3 crews across, and it's a serious race, but compared to a big invitational event like this, could feel a little bit more like a scrimmage. This one, the more often you do it, you practice exactly what you plan to do. That's what you are. So they probably really appreciated getting the second time down. It wasn't the best thing to not go right to the AB semifinal, but they used this repechage to their advantage.
And in the next rep here, we have repechage 3, lane 2 on your right, University of New Hampshire, lane 3, Wash U, lane 4, your boys from UMass there, Eddie
All
Road
right,
at UMass,
Aggies, let's
and
go
lane
Aggie
5,
pride.
Rhode Island. And again, here we have Wash U sort of out in front, a little bit higher than the other 2 crews, having sort of laid down a little bit of stuff, but some really good contact still there with UMass and Rhode Island within a seat of each other, and they're both pushing. And so how long is Wash U going to stay up in front of them? Is this energy they actually have? Or in the first 2 minutes, have they been seduced into, we got to get out in front, and this race behind them is keeping them from being able to lengthen out and relax?
I was saying that a little bit a while ago, because some of these crews might have planned to do 10, 15 high strokes, but too many crews around them haven't hit their stride or their settle. They're like, oh, we got to change it on the fly. And that's cool, but maybe that affects you down the line. A 2K short race, 6 minutes or so, feels a lot longer. Feels like some of those decisions early on, if they are made rashly, can have really big effect at the end of the day.
About 2 minutes and 15 seconds is where the pain sets in.
Yeah.
So this is the point where you've created some lactic acid in the start, and your aerobic system hasn't quite kicked in. And so what we're seeing, this separation that we're seeing right now, could very well be just where their cardiovascular conditioning is. But now I don't see this Wash U crew got pushed too much by that. They're moving away fairly easily.
Yeah, they're moving
here.
away. They're pretty eager. UMass holding a couple seats up on URI, New Hampshire. This is a very New England area crew. New Hampshire a little bit further back on the field. So this is going to be a really solid race. They haven't even reached I don't think the 1K mark, so anything can still go. But I think this is just enough stretch.
They should be at the one. There's the 1,000-meter buoy, and it looks like they're through in about a 3:08.
I don't think Wash U is going to shut down unless they hit a move and really separate. I think they have a few seats worth of open water, but I think they're going to push. This is going to push them to.
Well, 3:08, if they're even split, would be a 6:16, probably maybe a 6:20. Again, Washington State was at 6:22, so they're showing some of the same speed there, perhaps. But it also depends on, at this point, do they just lengthen out? This race, again, sort of showing, again, there are these crews that just missed being in the top 8, right? And so they're actually pretty good crews. Again, some really nice rhythmic rowing. Doesn't look very freshman-like to me at all.
No, it looks really controlled. It looks really mature, I'll say, as they come through our line of sight. Love how all 3 of these crews are rowing. You and I have talked about this before. It's interesting. One of the things we lost in the pandemic is some traditions on the sideline when we didn't get these crews coming in. A lot of athletes watching on shore. So one of the things I'd hear now, usually as this UMass crew came through, was from the shoreline, one person shouting out "you" and everyone else echoing back "Mass," until this turns into this crescendo of UMass. I remember you mentioning one time trying to do a Michigan call, maybe ahead of the Charles or somewhere else.
Let's go blue. From time immemorial, and they didn't know what we're doing. So actually, UMass is moving back in here.
I think it's going to be from the shoreline. I think that's the benefit of the angle that makes it
look at the overhead. Look at the overhead. They're back overlapped.
Look at that.
I mean, they're coming back in. So again, here UMass is moving and they start to see it's there. They may not have enough space, but they're gonna make everyone have to go harder.
They're going to make
They're
everyone
still
have to go
taking
harder.
seats. Actually,
They
they
are
took
here.
another seat in the last 10 strokes.
And if they can get about half a length of overlap before we hit the red buoys, I think Coach Tony Cronin and then Bob Bullitt Engelhart, I think they trained these guys to really empty out the tank when they kind of like
well,
a
there's a
matador in a
time
bull
to
when you see
empty.
red.
There you go. There's a time for them to empty out the tank. It's right now, and they've taken yet another seat. Again, there's being patient work here, and UMass is starting to try and answer. But it's disheartening when the crew keeps moving on you just a little bit, and you start to get anxious, and you can see that in the 3 seat of the Wash U boat, just getting a little anxious. And here comes UMass.
Let's go. All right.
My God.
This is really going to go down
and
to the
they're
wire.
just going into the red buoy, so that's 250 meters to go. Who's going to take it up and sprint? UMass is moving. UMass is moving. UMass is moving.
All the Aggies
There they go. They're
chiming
even.
in.
They're going through.
They are
just going through, and Wash U has no answer. None right now. They just got up too much, and UMass held in and started to move, and that's how you build a race here.
They're looking like a Michigan crew with that late lift.
lift.
You got to be at your
you
fastest
don't want to
when
have
you
to
come down
win
to the finish line.
You don't want to have to win a race in a sprint, but when you do, it's a damn fun thing.
That feels great, and that is
awesome.
Wow.
UMass
Congrats
coming through.
to
Wash
UMass.
U. Oh.
Congrats to Washington U out of St. Louis. Great piece you had there. Really solid rowing. None of the things we said earlier do we
UMass
take back.
pulls into a 6:27. Let's remember that they sort of were back at the part-time. So, Wash U may be out a little bit too fast. They cashed a check they didn't quite have, and UMass stayed in contact, not by much, just a seat or so, but they don't get away. The coxswain starts to pull a move, and it starts to work, and the guys believe. So that's the sort of stuff you're saying that Tony and had been working in his program for so many years. Tony Cronin leaving coaching UMass to do some other work at the university.
After
UMass is looking for a head coach. So
after a 22-year career, really leading UMass into the 2000s, the 2010s, the 2020s. A lot of great classes graduating from there and making a really distinct change around 2013, 2012, 2014 to make the whole program come to ACRA. First few years when it started to gain some traction, they had just bring the top 4. And then around 2014 and then onward, they'd start to bring the whole program. And that really made a difference up until 2019 about the depth. Started to be a team that could almost field 4H worth of guys. Again, COVID pandemic changed that.
So if you want to go live in the Pioneer Valley,
you're
a good rowing crew, good rowing coach, great place to go live. So here looks like another really tight race.
This is
and in
last
Rep 4, you're going to have some of the folks who are the tightest and closest there. So in lane 5 on your left, we have Michigan State rowing against Ohio State. Those two have a dual race every year, so they have seen each other. No love lost for sure. UC Irvine and then Wichita State trailing a little bit. It looks like right now Ohio State has managed to put a little move along with Irvine. Again, one of these going through. Michigan State getting dropped a little bit, but you never know where they're going. They're 2 minutes in, and one of the things that can happen, particularly with the freshmen, with the novices, is maybe this happened a little bit to Wash U in the last race. They get a little too hyped in the early. And you have to be able to breathe and sort of settle down. That Ohio State crew rowing pretty high right now. So again, you can do that. You see people do that in the gym erg all the time. They go off like crazy. 119, 120, 121, 226. So that can happen in these boats too, and there's still contact. This is still early days, as our British friends would say.
But yeah, Ohio State making a really good opening to their race here. Love to see that they have a novice 8. They're basing at 37.5, which is solid.
Pretty high, but it's pretty high for this early in the race.
Right, so let's see if we don't burn the candle a little bit too quickly.
A little bit of a fly and die pace early, particularly for freshmen.
For novice rowing, but it's don't let any Michigan fans hear this. It's a campus with a lot of really strong athletes on there. I think it's great to see them in this novice 8 category. Hope to see them fill out more categories in the upcoming years, because if they can,
You know,
they're gonna
Ohio
have
State has the makings of one of the best programs in the country if
Yeah.
they get the
and they've
right
produced
coach.
a lot of great ones in the past 30 years, right? Volpenheim, Brian
Brian
from USA.
Volpenheim, arguably one of the best
Best
rowers
rowers.
ever in the history of United States rowing, I would argue, and
Nick
then
Lee
went on
Parker
to
was
be the
also
Olympic coach from Ohio State.
Right.
Famously said when he was asked what his biggest regret in rowing was that he never beat Michigan. So you know, but he had an Olympic gold medal,
There you go,
so that
Michigan
was
fans,
okay.
you
I think
can
that
take your hands off your
worked.
ears.
He and his wife down now in Oklahoma, where
Oklahoma.
she is the head coach for
Oklahoma
the University
Sooners.
of Oklahoma.
But that 37.5 seems to be working for Ohio State because they are about 6 seats up on the field. However, Michigan
You
State,
know, but you see the lag coming. Look at the first half of the drive. If you're
Mhm.
new to this, the first half where those oars are in, they're sort of bouncing around just a little bit in the water. And so Irvine is putting a move on here.
they're putting a
And
move
they're
on.
coming back hard. Are we going to see another one? Is this going to be
This
again
might be.
lane 3 coming through lane 4? There we go. One of their coaches has just pulled up on his bike as he's watching his crows move. They're putting a nice move. Ohio State is actually, though, gathering themselves back again and is moving back out. I think they took maybe 20 strokes of, oh my God, that was hard. Now they're up at a 39
That's
to try
intense.
and move away. And we have Michigan State moving back up in there as well. So, again, is it going to be enough? Is this second move actually, with 600 meters still to go, is that something that's going to kill them? Because again, here comes Irvine, and I'm starting to see a little bit of lag happening.
A little bit of lag.
In that Ohio State.
Michigan State's
rowing.
bowman's looking over at the other crews. Hopefully he doesn't look out the boat for too long and forget that he's got to keep rowing his boat. You see Irvine Anteaters still holding on just a couple seats ahead of MSU.
So now there's match speed. Ohio State looking a little bit more composed, but you know, it's still a little up and down and up and down. This Irvine crew has just been going pretty consistently. They have, 400 meters, 350 meters left to go. They're leaving Ohio State. I think Michigan State, sorry. I think Ohio State has managed to get out there and do it.
I think
and
so.
They're now out in front enough. But, you know,
because if anybody was going to come up and challenge that bow position, they would need a couple more seats of overlap.
and it should have already happened.
Yeah,
right?
so now it's really just UC Irvine and Michigan State seeing
Racing
which of
for
those
second.
two is going to.
But, you know, one or two guys in that Ohio State boat sort of thought it was over, I think.
But
And all it takes is one or two of them to let the other crews back
right,
in.
but Michigan State made a pretty big move. If I'm looking at this head on, they're about to walk away from UC Irvine.
And
So that's a pretty big change.
maybe the bowman looking
Hey,
over was not a bad
Look
thing.
at that. Hey, the guys,
Yeah, they've
did you
moved
know
up
they're
and
still
they
right next to
remade
us?
contact there with Ohio State. Again, you know, just at a certain point, the guys just feel, oh shoot, it's over.
Mhm, mhm.
Caught myself there. This is
Thank you, yeah.
this is absolutely
Family-friendly.
public broadcasting going on. So Irvine having put a great race out there, but Ohio State manages to get it back together, pull across. Coxswain's heads go up in the air, and that may have been their race of the regatta.
Right.
You know, we don't know. But then again, they may be able to identify things like, we can't just get out and then sit. You know, we've got to keep going. We've got to sort of push it out. So some really great racing there. 6:36 for Ohio State, 6:39 for Michigan State, 6:41 for Irvine. The UMass race in the last one, those were 6:27, 6:28, while Rhode Island was 6:38, so about the speed of Michigan State and Ohio State. So we'll see what happens tomorrow when that moves into the semifinals. And again, just as some crews today and the reps are having to put it down, because this is actually the race that is the hardest and that counts the most for them, as we were talking again with the rower and the coxswain from Michigan earlier today. You know, the semifinal is ruthless.
Ruthless, right. It's a hard race. It's a hard race because this one, I'm not going to say you're going to get a false sense of security, but if you can lead the way the whole repechage, it can easily feel like, wow, yeah, we're going to charge back. We're going to show everybody who we didn't beat in that heat, or we didn't beat in that time trial, what we're all about. But those crews, they got you early on. They didn't need 2 races to pick up and get their legs going. So it's going to be tight. And at this one, for a novice 8 here, so many crews, A and B finals are great races to land yourself in, but the grand finals coveted. Everybody's going to want to be there.
Absolutely. And, you know, for some crews, the great regatta is making the final. If you're a crew that has the speed to medal or to even win, you may be able to go through the semifinal, getting out in front and marking a little bit. But the other crew that is sort of at their 101% race to try and get through, and you've got to be careful.
Right.
So you have to go out and go hard in those semifinals.
And we got
so here we are in the women's varsity 4 reps.
First repechage for the women's varsity 4. It's the top of the hour-ish. If you've just joined us to the broadcast, I'm Eddie Moog.
And I'm Charlie Sullivan.
We are co-hosting the ACRA
Click and Clack
live stream with the help of Here Now and Rowing Mavings. They're on
Laurel
cameras.
And
They're on the timing, and we're just talking over them.
Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers.
Yeah. Okay, I'm Fred.
That's Eddie's way of telling me, okay, Charlie, you can stop that now.
But this is 3 crews asserting their way early in this race to try and make their way to the A or the AB semifinal. 1 crew out of this race will make their way into the AB semifinal. The next 2 will race a semifinal to be placed either in the C or D final. And the
right now, that is the Washington State /men, although it's their women.
I think it's their women, yeah.
So
otherwise, the Fairness Committee really overlooked that one. But yeah, I believe the Washington State Cougars out of Pullman are up ahead, which is also another one of these teams that has a women's Division I varsity program and still has men's and women's club, because the love for rowing runs even deeper than a Division I roster can sustain. University of Cincinnati and I believe George Mason, all pretty close together, which is great. I love that I can see them from the hull color and not just the blade color. I really appreciate all of you committing to the color scheme of your school, Bearcats. But this is pretty tight for second, and what we just saw in the men's novice 8 repechage were a lot of change in lead late in the race. Nothing happening in the first 500. Something we will commonly say as rowing coaches and people who observe a lot of rowing races is, college crews, you've got to race to the 1,000-meter mark. And once you get through that 1,000 mark, which I think we've just passed through, then you shake out.
Then you really have to race again.
See who's here, who's still with us, where do we have to go? Because nothing is decided. If you get that early lead before the 1,000-meter mark, no one is going to say, well, that's good enough. You're going to be fine. You need to put your nose down, commit to that, and then you can look up and, hey, if you're ahead, how do we race while we're in the lead? If you're in the middle, how do we race while we're trying to push away and catch up to another crew?
And so you don't have to be in the lead there, but you can't be out of the pace at 800 meters in, 1,000 meters in. You've got to be in contact in some form. And you don't see that in the first crew race here, but you do see it between Cincinnati and George Mason there. Sort of still in contact, still pushing each other. You know, that said, Washington State just moving away now. They've gotten to the 1,000 and saying, okay, we've done our stuff, and now we're going to lay down another layer of our plan, which they have. And on the other side, you have Mason moving back into the University of Cincinnati, actually moving quite well right now.
They really are.
So the sort of result is already written, but still people are out here to race pretty hard. Vermont a little bit further back.
But I think this Mason crew has, it looks like in their stroke, they have that energy to keep driving up on the Bearcats here from Cincinnati. I think a little bit of I don't know, not stagnation, but it looks like they're just having trouble working in that stroke rate that they're up
They're
in.
not
Makes
getting
me,
the recovery moving together very well. They're having to
yeah,
fight their way back up to the start, while the George Mason crew, sort of overseen by Bob Spousta, but coached by some of his assistants, just really moving. Now, Bob is one of the best single scullers in the United States over many, many years. Holds a lot of the, or has held a lot of the head of the Charles race categories. When I was a young coach, he was training out of Potomac, and I was coaching there. And I was like, "Wait, you're how old?" Because he was just jacked. He's still pretty jacked, but part of what he brings to his coaching is not just this technical knowledge, and they're moving again, but also, by the time you get to be his age, my age, life has hit a little bit. You've learned some things about what's the most important part, and he really values and cares for his athletes deeply, and you can see that show up in the athletes' sense of trust that they can keep going on each other. And so now we're at a point which is sort of stroke for stroke here. And George Mason with not in front yet, but with the momentum.
Give it a couple seconds. I think they're going to.
And there you go, Coxon looking over and saying, "Yep, there we go." You can see George Mason starting to put it down, and they're at about 7, almost 8 minutes. So they're not that far from going into the red buoys, the last 250, and they're up a seat now, maybe 2.
Nicely done.
So that's been a very nice, long, dedicated movement to speed there by the women in this 4.
Washington State Cougars still pushing themselves away from the Crews, fighting for second and third. Pretty good punch out of that front end, not quite so much squeeze and clean release from the back end, but hey, look how far ahead they are from their competitors, so works well for them.
And
George
there
Mason,
again, very nice move. Mason
open
continued
water.
that move through, and also it looks a little bit like Cincinnati just said, "Okay, you've got this. That's fine. We're going to end up in the same racing level anyway. We'll just, we'll go across here. We've done what we need to do."
Right.
As we said, 1 into the semifinal, 2, 3, and 4 go into the CD semi, and 5 goes into the E final. The challenge being that a lot of these are just 4
I think
crew races, so I don't think there's an E final. I think the E final is gone. It's just in the written in the in the program as how the racing will play out.
I think this is going to be a lot of crews actually heading to the CD final if these are all 4.
I'm not seeing any 5-boat races, so if they did, there would only be 1, and they would pop them up into the CD final. So Washington State 8:10, Mason 8:17, Cincy 8:21, Vermont trailing a bit in 9:03, and that was repechage number 1. We're now on to rep number 2 in lane 2, Florida, lane 3, VCU, Virginia Commonwealth, lane 4, Florida State, and lane 5, Middlebury. So some really large state schools, and then a small little New England college.
Yeah, with the Cowblades.
Is 2 Florida schools and a Virginia school. So 3
Commonwealth,
Southern.
yeah, it is a state school, right? On Richmond, Virginia.
It's not actually the state of Virginia; it is the Commonwealth of Virginia. Just so you know, Pennsylvania is also a Commonwealth.
As is Massachusetts, it's a Commonwealth school then.
So where you grew up and where you went to college were Commonwealths.
They got a lot in common.
They do have a lot in common. There you go. And so we'll see how these come out. From this long shot, it looks to me actually like Florida and Florida State are up there. I've got to imagine they've seen each other way too many times so far.
But, so do MSU and Ohio State, so do Michigan and Notre Dame and everyone else. So sometimes you just can't wait to keep racing those crews. I would come down here as a Northeast program, and I'd
Well, there's something really on the line here too. It's not just like we're gonna take that. So as we look at this right now, it looks like Florida State actually out in front. Middlebury still in contact there, maybe in second, and then a little bit further back to Florida, and then Virginia Commonwealth. Hard to tell from this angle if Middlebury or Florida is up there. I think it's Middlebury though. Yep, yeah, there we go as we flip onto the side here. And Middlebury actually not too far out of it on Florida State. So we'll see what comes up in the second half. Florida State actually sort of getting out, moving nicely. Again, 3.5 minutes in. By that time, you've actually settled into your main physiology, and this is what you're playing with what you got. They are, and they're not that far up, but I think it's open water at 4 minutes. They're coming through the 1,000 here at just about 4 minutes. So that's going to give them a little bit over an 8-minute time, we would anticipate. And that last heat was at 8:10. So they're about the same speed from where Washington State was, or I'm sorry if who is it that won that one, Eddie? Washington State. Okay, I was not losing my mind completely yet. So here's Florida State in their rowing, a little bit of bouncing around on the water. You can see their legs bounce a little bit sometimes at the finish there, but holding it down pretty well. That's a pretty aggressive bit of rowing. It'd be nice if they relax just a little bit to be able to do that. Absolutely. That is very nice rowing out of the stroke there.
Yeah, great rowing by Middlebury.
Florida State getting a cheer
establishing
from the shore here, and but that's 3 or 4 lengths, 3 or 4 seats of open. That's actually pretty hard to close up on. But Middlebury's giving a good push here. Again, very nice rowing out of the Middlebury stroke as well, getting out in front of the rowing. Nice hang on that arm all the way through. 2-seat. Shooting the tail just a little bit. By what I mean that is she's driving the leg, but it's not moving the handle quite as well as they would nice. So that's getting her ahead a little bit, but sort of unable to get the blade out instead of matching the nice length in the pair in front of her. But still, pretty good rowing, and the gorgeous pink hats. The pink visors you can see from a long way. I'm a big one on rowing fashion and accessorizing.
So yeah, I think
Eddie's at a loss for words now.
I am at a loss for words. I think Florida State is going to hold on to that lead that they established start this piece. I think Middlebury is going to hold on to that second spot that they have now. But really great look from these crews as they make their way through.
Yeah, and it's the speed has actually sort of lengthened out here pretty well. I don't think anyone's in a position really to move on the other crews. So it'll be those 3 into the trailing 3 into the CD semifinals. 2 of those crews will end up in the same semifinal in the CD side, and they will join. Well, no, actually, they're 2. So that's correct. That's the way the math works. Sometimes I'm doing the progressions in my head to figure out who goes where, and there we go, lane 2, Florida. some nice long rowing, moving pretty well together, but the stroke sort of driving the rhythm a bit. You want the rhythm ideally to come from the middle of the boat, 2 and 3, to pick that up.
Yeah, because otherwise, if it's not going back to the boat, the stroke sheet could be doing all the work they have in them, and if the middle of the boat isn't helping with that rhythm, it's sort of lost. It's sort of kept up in the stern.
So Florida State in an 8:03, I think we said, they went through just over 4 minutes, and so they actually had a pretty good even paced race there from the first 1,000 to the second 1,000. Maybe we'll see some 500-meter splits tomorrow's racing in this, which will let us see what's going on as we go. And Florida third in an 8:22, Virginia Commonwealth in an 8:33. In our Rep 3, we're already into it, lane 2, and trailing is Emory. Lane 3, Georgia Tech. Lane 4, UNH. And lane 5, Oklahoma State. And right now we have UNH maybe a seat up on Oklahoma State, and they're about 2 or 3 seats up on Georgia Tech. Again, one crew to go through here and go into the AB semifinals. The rest of the crews go to the CD. So really, the race is to be out in front here. There's no
but
other plan.
One's really established himself out front so far that anybody else can check in and fight for a second. This is, I think, so far of the women's fours repechage, the tightest we've seen the field be.
To have 3 crews actually still in it at this point. I mean, they're only 3.5 in. They're not even to the 1,000 meters. So you can see what people's second half. I'm really liking what I'm seeing, how I'm seeing the rowing tighten up there a little bit from, I believe that's Oklahoma State out there in lane 5. All of a sudden, there was just a snap that came into the rowing.
Nice.
Maybe that was a call of a 10 as they're coming into the 1,000, which is happening right now, but it's moving. They're pretty even there, Oklahoma State with Georgia Tech. And now they're just a little bit closer there to UNH. And again, we just don't know how much energy UNH put into that first 1,000.
Good to see UNH here. But I like the stroke. They're hanging the blades up just a little bit more at the catch, and I think that's just it's imagine they're leaving those oars out in the air just a little bit too long, and it gives time for Oklahoma State in that time to take a stroke,
to get the blade in and get the boat moving on them. Exactly.
And that can happen at any stroke rate. It's not just because one crew is up at a higher stroke rate. You could row at a 37.5 and still hang the blades up in the air, and it's something that you can drill on, you can work on, but sometimes on race day it might be something that is easy to forget or easy to let go out the window again if you do 102% power and 98% technique.
What we have right now, though, is Georgia Tech having made the move here, sort of coming up there. They're on the top of your screen in all its yellowness. And they're moving right now into UNH, I think.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And they're moving, I think, I'm going to say this here now, aerial shot is about as even across the side, and Georgia Tech just barely their bow ball, not much more than half a deck ahead. They're coming into our line of sight in just a moment. This is a great.
It looks much tighter in life than it does. We have a little bit more depth perspective, and again here actually, we have Oklahoma State putting a move.
They're
right
back
now.
up.
Now we're just coming in again to about 5 strokes into the 1,500. And yep, they're starting to move on there.
I think they're both starting to move on UNH, and I think if those coxswains really have a good idea of where they are, they're not going to back down to try and fight from this first spot. Because again, it's top 1 to the AB semifinal, and if there's ever an opportunity to really go out and take what you think is yours, this is the time for all 3 of these crews here who. Not quite a mirror image of each other on the stroke rate, but I'm sure this is higher than base, and they're about to make another move.
And Georgia Tech and Oklahoma State are closing, again, just bit by bit as they come here. And again, they're sort of getting themselves in a position for a sprint to come up as they come into, you can see the red buoys there right behind them, a little bit of split screen.
But yeah, hopefully the bow woman of UNH has told their coxswain where these crews are. Don't let this opportunity, don't let this lead that you established and you were really intentional about the whole way. Don't let it go to waste. But Oklahoma
But the
State,
UNH blades starting to get a little caught up in the
Yep.
air, man, and those Georgia Tech blades, boom, right down. And Georgia Tech is moving
they're
on them, and Oklahoma State is moving on. And one of these three crews gets to go to the finish as they're coming into the red buoys
thanks here now for this picture-in-picture shot. This is super helpful to see. Oh man,
Oklahoma State is closer.
Might run out of real estate though. We must be in the
very,
last
very
100
tight.
meters here. UNH is holding on. They definitely have brought up the stroke rate.
UNH has an extra gear here, a
I
little bit
think
of extra power as they're
the
sitting
photo
up and
finish
they're
is gonna
going.
happen.
But here comes Georgia
Oklahoma
Tech.
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State. Oh my God, they're all three even.
This is going to be the best photo finish so far of the day. And I think Oklahoma State.
It looks like Oklahoma
gonna
State's moving on speed, but
squeeze.
Georgia Tech on the outside, we can't see their bow ball in this shot. Oh, there they go in the shot on shot. Those two have both come
laps
through UNH. And I think right now we have Georgia Tech by about a seat, and they're sitting up. That's a very nice sprint
That
relative
is
to the bodies
great.
under control, and they're going to take
And
it.
Georgia Tech.
From
That's what
third
I'm
to
seeing.
first in the last 400
Wow.
meters. So again,
Really
that's the
well
whole
done.
question of how much energy are you using to get out in front, and what do you have left? The Georgia Tech team just down from here, just seeing the result pop up from these instant results that come from
here now.
Beauty
of them coming in instantaneously.
And 8035 to an 8045 to an 8058, and Emory closing out at an 823. So
great.
that I think is the most exciting race we've had.
That was the best photo finish, absolutely, and that was
because
great
it had three crews and massive changing of positions.
The Georgia Tech teammates on the shoreline who just let out a huge cheer for them. They're nowhere near the finish line. They couldn't see just how close it was. So it's live stream, and here now results coming in. Just did world of good.
Back in the day, we would just have to wait until they sent it over on the Pony Express to let us know who had won.
Or what's also more common, maybe it's not at this race course, but coaches would be just riding their bicycle along the course for a 2K, for a head race, to watch their crew the whole way, because there's just not that great feeling in your stomach of, I let that crew go and I won't know the result until they pass me.
There are a lot of coaches here who still
I'm
ride
sure.
but there's a great path for the first 1500, and then it sort of stops.
Right.
And you really can see through 12 or 1300 pretty well. Again, the challenge being it's also a great park that we're in, and a lot of people come and go walking, and then there's this peloton of coaches not watching
who
and
are not looking forward,
not looking where they're going, they're looking to
through.
the side, right? So there we go. So here we have Rep 4, Tulane in lane 2, MSU in lane 3, Chicago in 4, Colorado in 5, and we have another race here. Colorado out in front by a seat over Chicago, by a seat over Michigan State, 3 minutes into the race.
Wow!
So that's some pretty. We're going to have another tight race here.
We might be
Tulane
cooking
is
up
sort of out of this right now.
Yep, we might be cooking up yet another very close finish. Because what's going to be interesting is, like, if all these crews are this close together, over 500 meters into this race, I don't think, just tuning in, any of them have deviated from their race plan. No one took these super
They're all
high
at about the
strokes
same. They're all at about the same rating here. No one's gone crazy to get out in front. Although Colorado is out in front right now by about a seat, and they're a seat over Chicago, and Chicago's a seat over Michigan State. And this is not an announcer seat. Just to make it exciting. This really is a seat. I think sometimes and they're sort of moving Michigan State, moving back up, bringing Chicago with them as they come into 4 minutes and 1,000. And so this is going to be a heck of a race down here.
Yeah, these crews are so close. The coxswains, if they're looking with anything more than peripheral vision, can probably lock eyes with the coxswains next to them.
So Michigan State has taken 2 seats. Remember, they were in third, sort of 2 seats back, and now, if anything, they've come through Chicago by about a seat, and they're up even with Colorado. A little bit hard to tell from right now. We'll have to see it as they come in on live in the live racing. Again, hard to judge this from these shots, but 3 crews easily straight across.
Nice. All right. So yeah, Michigan State
has moved up
half a length ahead of everybody else.
Absolutely. So that's been a nice move from them on the long term here. Um, and Chicago answering a little bit. Colorado not having quite been there, but as they come through as they come through the 1250 there, Michigan State moving up very nicely. And if you watch again, the bodies really pressing together, really pushing together to get up there. Now that said, this is not a huge lead. I
No,
mean, this is
no.
not commanding in any way, shape, or form. And we do have Colorado pushing on the outside here to get back up, taking a move and moving slowly here ahead of Chicago.
I love the Michigan State stroke here. Michigan fans, close your ears. I love the Michigan State stroke going on right now, especially from 3-seat. It is really putting every inch of length, every centimeter of length that you as an athlete can put the oar behind your rigger, placing it in the water and making the most out of it. It's a really long stroke. I think there's a chance they might start hanging the blades up a little bit the
I'm
same way
seeing
that
the hands
UNH.
start to fall a little
Mm-hmm.
bit there, and the
Mm-hmm.
blades going up in the air. Not that I don't love all the crews from the state of Michigan, but they've now done this little bit to create a little break, as we call it, a
Right.
little bit of open water, and that goes a long way as you can. So that was a big push to do it. Was it too much of a push too early? I don't think so. It looks to me like they're still rolling under themselves on the edge, but that's what they have to do right now to get themselves into the top 12.
Yeah, I think it is only, we'll have another minute and a half before we know if this is a move they will sustain and a pace that they are going to hold till they hit the finish line, or if it's just a quick burst of speed. But I think, no, they have no idea what happened in the race ahead of them, but not letting the crews get too comfortable too close, just making sure if you have a little bit of space, make it a lot of bit of space.
Absolutely. And this is not a reality show where they look at each other and go, we're top 12. And like, what's the difference between top 12 and top 9 on, on a desert island when you're voting people out? But here it actually determines who you live with in the next 2 days,
Yeah.
right? And it's permanent. You never come back from it. It's not like you have an immunity idol that you find to get you into the final. This actually has some serious sorting and classification happening. Again, you can tell my general disdain for the Survivor
I feel like
type
we're actually just
show.
leading
Although I
into
watch them
Survivor
incessantly.
yeah, I bet. But looking at some red buoys underneath us, this is Chicago holding a really
Absolutely.
great pace.
Still rowing pretty nicely, getting out there, pushing well. I mean, none of these crews is giving up. They're pushing all the way to the edge, and why would you after that? But here, Michigan State having made a really nice move coming across, punching their ticket into the AB semifinals with much more space than they started out with.
And yeah, Michigan proved everybody that that was a speed that they were going to hold and sustain. When they picked it up, it was not just a little burst of speed. So they opened up on the field 7:59.
First time under 8 minutes in this event this afternoon.
And that's pretty great because that means Chicago 8:06 and Colorado 8:09. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit disappointing for crews that want to reach the top of the tops to go CD final when they were so close early on to a crew.
Where they see Washington State having gone through on an 8:10.
Right. But
they were not having to race as hard.
They were not having to race as hard, but something that you can take with you when you head to the CD semifinals, whichever final you end up in. It's like, well, we are the crew. We could have been in that top 12 or that AB semifinal. So let's put down the fastest piece we have in these next two races to prove to ourselves that we did deserve to be up in there. It wasn't just the luck of the draw.
You know, and 3 minutes in, they're looking across, and the three of them are within a seat of each other, and they're having to make a decision at that point. I mean, it's not. I mean, yeah, that sounds trite, right? But they're sitting there and going, okay, yeah, I really got to do this. I didn't know what this race was going to be like, and here I am. Okay, deep breath and go. Or you can say, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, here we are. None of those crews said that, oh my God, oh my God. They all just sort of lengthened out and put the race in, which is why we saw a time of under 8 minutes come through in that final rep. So now some more exciting reps. This actually will be some of the best reps we have today. The men's second varsity 8 followed by the men's varsity 8. So we have 8 reps to go in the fastest boats in the regatta, the 2Vs and then the Varsity 8s. And again, this same thing. Remember that in the 2V8s and the Varsity 8s, they only took 8 out of the, or they only took, 8 out. And so the top 3 here get to go to the AB semifinal. No, in the Varsity, I'm sorry, in the 2V, they only took 1 out.
Yeah.
Right,
This
so
is the
they
top
have
3 to
they
AB
have
semifinal
4
for 2 repechage.
already chosen, and now is that math working right? It's the top 2. It's the top 2. That's a misprint on our thing. It's the top 2 go to the AB semifinal because we already have 4 crews in there. We need 8. We have 4 reps, so that's 2 out of this, and then 3
Well,
plus
I hope
go to
they
the
know
C
that
final.
too on the course because they are out of the blocks.
They are.
And they're going to race as hard as they can from left to right. I believe it's going to be Virginia Tech, UC Davis, Notre Dame, UNC Men, Orange Coast, UC Irvine, and Northwestern. I had that backward. Let's do it again.
Oh, I'm wrong. There are only 2 reps here. There are only 2 reps in the 2V because we have women's varsity also here. So there are only 2 reps. So there are 3 that come out because they need 6 more crews. They had 3 heats of the 2V. They took 2, and now they need 6 more crews.
Great, and I'm going to do that one more
Or
time.
no.
So from left to right, Northwestern, UC Irvine, Orange Coast, UNC, Notre Dame, UC Davis, and Virginia Tech. I believe Notre Dame is looking like they are just barely ahead of UC Irvine over in lane 2. But a minute and 15 seconds in, haven't quite hit the 500-meter mark. We're just going to appreciate how tight this field is. Virginia Tech falling a little bit behind the pace there, but 5 more crews that are working for that top 3, we've decided.
No, it's the top 2. I went back and looked. We had 3 heats this morning.
Right.
Each took 2. That's 6 crews out. We need 6 more crews to make 12 for the AB Simul. So it's going to be the top 2. I know it says top 3 in the thing, but it is top 2, and it's 3 plus. There's just a typo in there. So this is going to be the top 2 out, I'm pretty sure, having spent years in these. I may be wrong, but I don't think I am. That said,
Notre Dame is opening up. They're clearly through the first 500 meters here. Not a lot of space on the crews next to them. No open water. Not even a full length on, I think we still just have half a length on UC Irvine across the way from them. And in between them, Orange Coast, I'm sure is not going away anytime soon because they're trying to pull up even with UC Irvine. So again, race to the 1,000. Then you look up and see where everyone is. I bet in this race, you're going to look up at the 1,000. You put your head back down to the 1,500 because nothing is going to be figured out.
So it's a really tight race here coming in, and so we're going to see, because in any case, at least more than 1 crew goes through here, and so we have Notre Dame, who's out in front fairly nicely, and then 3 crews within a seat of each other. That being UNC, Orange Coast, and UC Irvine. UC Irvine and Notre Dame and Orange Coast is sent there. We're being told by Greg Hartsoff by text that the top 3 from each 2V rep goes through.
And that is the final say on
that
the
is
top
the final
3.
say.
These guys are fighting for top 3. So of these 3
There's
crews who are
still
side by
Greg
side,
Hartsoff and a typo in your progressions on the top of that, and causing great confusion.
Of these crews that go through side by side here, it is essential that 2 of them get their bow up on the other because it matters. Again, do you want to go top 12, chance to be top 12 crew in the country? This is your time to show how much you really want to make the most of that commitment.
So because we have, can you move them? Because we have 2 reps, it is the top 3 because we need 6 more crews.
Yes.
2 times 3 is 6.
Yes, sir.
It is 2 times 3, not 3 times 2 here.
And Notre Dame is trying to put a statement down on Oak Lake that they are going to be the first crew to progress.
Gorgeous rowing coming here.
And UNC, I think, as they come into our line of sight, UNC is
has
really
put themselves
pulling
in
ahead.
a second very clearly.
Yep.
Absolutely. The
Only
race,
half a length.
Orange Coast 3 or 4 seats up on
UC Irvine.
UC
But yeah,
Irvine out in lane 1 there.
we just have this daisy chain of overlapping crews.
Davis overlapped. So UNC is getting itself back into contact, 500 meters to go with Notre Dame, and is closing a little bit actually. So it'll be interesting to see
UNC is
if they
closing.
do. And it's not so much that they need to get through Notre Dame, it's that they need to stay in front of Orange Coast, who's coming up on them, because at this point, to a certain extent, every Cox is out there counting to 3, and UNC moving nicely there to make somewhere to a nice bucket in the middle of the boat.
Nice. Yeah, and if to stay away from UC Irvine and Orange Coast College, they happen to pass Notre Dame along the way, I'm sure they won't be upset by that. It's a really great tower. What are stroke rates we're seeing? What are the paces we're seeing from the Charles Nielsen
let's
Fighting
check
Irish?
in on some stroke rates here. So what we have in Notre Dame out in front there, and again they're getting closed on.
They're getting closed on.
They're up at a 39,
and we're about to
UNC
in the red
coming
buoys.
through, also at a 39, and they're closing. They are closing there right now. It's just a little bit more. You see a little bit more on the front end, a little bit more lock to push them through. We'll see here what this looks like. Still looks like Notre Dame is going to do it, but UNC is closed nicely.
Yep.
Notre Dame, nice finish work still here. Good rhythm.
It is.
And they're at about a 38, so they have a 39. They haven't really opened it up, but they're pushing pretty hard. The 3-man is looking at his oar to make sure he doesn't catch a crab,
or let
which
it pop
may
out.
be the best thing. He's looking away from the race, So there you go. That's very nice from UNC
the opposite.
to catch
I've given
up
one
there.
of the bowmen grief about looking at the crews next to him. Hey, keep your head in the boat.
That was. I'm going to make sure I don't get caught and mess this up for my whole team.
Yeah, and the light drizzle is still light, but it's starting to come down a little bit heavier. Hasn't been quite warm enough to really cool these guys off, but not bad enough conditions for them to really have to change up the game plan and start with clam on the
Notre
foil.
Dame, UNC, Orange Coast all going through. Irvine dropped off at a 6:23.
Davis coming through 5th, and Virginia Tech rounding out the field at 6:20. I'm sorry, just behind 6:24. So, yeah.
And I know that our head ref Sam has been looking at this this weather front all day, and it's just holding off to get us to get through. One of the things that rowing coaches and even more rowing referees have is very good access to weather data. So I'm sort of pulling up my weather maps to look right now, and yeah, we are in Oak Ridge now. Give me the overlay, just to try and see what's going to happen with this race. There are a lot of cell phones out here eating up a lot of
data, a lot
of bandwidth on the 5G.
Well,
so
doesn't
everything
matter
is
what's going to happen
slow.
for this race because Repechage 2 is on the water.
Oh my God, and we're tight again.
Tight again. I'm going to guess that is Purdue taking the.
It's Purdue and Minnesota out there, looking pretty good at this point. Rutgers also in the red, and George Washington. So those
but George Washington and
across,
Minnesota are probably totally even race at this moment.
George Washington and Purdue out in front. Rutgers sitting about a seat back, and Minnesota 2 seats back from there. And again, only 3 of these crews go through onto the final. Very, very nice rowing here. This is the second Varsity 8. In lane 3, the stroke of that boat is young Mr. Jenkins, son of Coach Jerry Jenkins, we are going to assume. And they're putting a nice little move in Purdue out of there. But GW still in place. And I remember them looking pretty good this morning.
They were.
Rutgers in a very nice, fancy German boat called an Empacher. Which is yellow. They have probably the best fleet here.
I mean, former varsity
that was
program.
A very, very nice trailer which we saw yesterday. But those are all new boats since their varsity program. Their alumni endowment is a great source of support for that program, which is awesome.
And I think they're coming up towards the 1,500 meter mark. They're probably about 1,200, 1,300 meters in. I think Purdue is still holding that lead pretty strong, whatever piece of it that they have. Great.
And it's lengthened
missing
out
shot.
just a little bit.
But
A
not
couple
much
of
more than
sets,
half
and it
the
looks
length.
like Purdue in front, but it looks like Rutgers moving up, and then on the outside, Minnesota,
coached by Scott Armstrong.
Scott Armstrong was the varsity coach at Dartmouth for many years. Really, a very, very successful coach. Then his family life and his personal life and his professional life took him a different place, and he just sort of came back into Minnesota a couple of years ago, building a really ridiculously good program, and that's a program that has just been a sleeping giant for
Yeah, and
a
I think
long
from the
time.
notes he's telling me, a lot of these guys were in the same boat together last year, all sophomores, and they came back with a purpose.
We have 3 boats. We do have Purdue out in front, but we have 3 crews there absolutely within a seat with only 2 going
George
forward.
Washington is just barely off your screen now, but you can see the puddle of their oars. Here we are now. They are charging up on Rutgers. I wouldn't assume that Rutgers holds that seat that they have ahead of GW right now. I think these crews, both in the Empacres, are going to come up to a photo finish. And
the Minnesota rowing, very nice, very powerful, very contained. And, you know, they row on the Mississippi River in 12 degrees in the winter. So these guys are coming out going, oh, it's a little rainy, it's a little windy, whatever, let's go. And you can just see some very organized rowing out of Scott's crew up there. And they're just, again, slowly taking a seat. And this is going to come down to a seat. GW looking like they're on the short end of this. And Rutgers and Minnesota coming in to Purdue, and absolutely Minnesota on the move here. Let's check a rating. Minnesota taking another stroke, another seat, 39, and they're just coming into the red buoys here at 2:50 to go. We'll see if anyone really has a sprint here that's going to do it for them. Purdue very nicely up in front there.
I don't know. GW's back in the conversation.
GW's back in the conversation again, and so is Rutgers. And it's going to be really tight. It's going to be an awesome. Now we're going to have a 4-boat photo finish. Although I do think Purdue is going to stay out in front by about 2 seats.
I think Rutgers is about to lose their edge here.
I think so
putting
too.
Up a really good piece.
Yep.
They're sinking back just a little bit as everyone else charges ahead. They're coming up to that finish tower very soon.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think Rutgers is a little bit behind there.
Rutgers on the back end of that. Purdue 6'10". Second place. Minnesota 6'11", having moved up with that gorgeous move. Then it's going to be GW at 6'11.5", so 2 tenths
of a second.
And then Purdue, Rutgers at a 6'11.8", so 5 tenths between second and fourth. Unfortunately, fourth goes into the next level. Just an awesome race here. That was really tight all the way down. Really nice racing athletes and coaches. Middlebury 626, Boston College 627.
For New England crews rounding out the end of that repechage. Great racing. It's something that we all love to see, and hopefully those of you who are tuning in for maybe your first rowing race or first year of watching racing, this is what we love to see, right? Nothing in the seating matters until you get on the race course and you prove it.
Also, skillful rowing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like no one was being kept out of doing it because there was something wrong with what they were doing.
Yep, no lanes.
Everything was just really tight. Who was getting their blade in just a little better? Who had just a little more leg squeeze? You know, this is a really high level rowing, and this is the reps, right? There are 6 other crews up and out already above and out on this event.
Yeah.
So maybe some of those crews found a little speed. Maybe Purdue, I'm sure they were not happy to have to come back and race, but that may have helped them really well, or Minnesota for the same.
Well, what's very cool to see, you can't straight up compare heat to heat, right? Water's a little bit different, circumstances are a little bit different, but all 4 of those crews that just finished faster than Notre Dame did in the last repechage. Notre Dame 6:12.6, and Purdue through Rutgers, we were 6:10.7. Actually, Purdue through Rutgers is 1.1 seconds.
1.1 seconds those 4 across.
So
that is about 2 seats.
How did you describe the AB semifinal earlier?
Tell me.
Ruthless, something like that. Look at this, great shot.
Right, so just how tight that is, right. awesome.
Yeah, coaches should be proud of your guys, not backing off, not letting anything affect them. This is a great finish to make it to the AB semifinal, CD semifinal. I imagine the third repechage is on the water. Oh, the first of the men's varsity 8 repechage on the final. One goes to AB, and we talked to those guys from Central Florida early. We know that they are really invested in this race coming up. I think early this crew up ahead is going to be Drew. You can't see them quite from the.
I'm sorry, I called the wrong cruise there.
That makes a lot of sense.
In lane 1 is Boston College, lane 3. Lane 2, Boston College, lane 3 for the very lane 4. CW, lane 5.
So in Varsity 8, Repechage 1 in lane 2, Boston College, lane 3, Middlebury, lane 4, George Washington, lane 5, Lehigh, who did not race this morning, lane 6, Central Florida. Talked to those guys from Central Florida. They're really excited to make this piece matter to them, but it looks like George Washington is coming up ahead in the lead of this rep. Lane 5, that means Lehigh is surging ahead, I think in a borrowed shell, trying to earn the second spot. But this is just 1 to AB semifinal. So Lehigh or Middlebury are going to have to make a serious move on George Washington if they want to put themselves in conversation for top 12. College men, the Eagles surging through, just trying to hold off Central Florida on the other side of the course. All these crews really pushing down a really great stroke rate. I think everyone's over 36, 37. Just looking at my eyes.
Yep. So Lehigh and Middlebury were right next to each other in the time trial this morning, 5:20.4 to 5:21.6. So it makes sense that they're sitting here racing down the course very tight together. At the same time, George Washington was the crew, I think, just missed making the direct cut. So they were the fastest of the crews relegated
okay,
here
and
at
that's
5:15.
really showing
So that
itself.
shows why they're out in front.
You know, if you just watched the last race with us, it was 1 second separating 4 crews, and it's going to be a very different story in this men's varsity 8. Still solid. 2 through 4 here move to the CD semi. The next crews after that will move to the E final directly, and I think that is coming at 5:40 in the red buoys. Pretty clearly going to be the people we see in this picture. I think that is Lehigh going to command second place.
here at a 38 or so.
Great rowing.
Not really sprinting it out. Now they're at a 37, just lengthening, coming across nice and strong. Again, they know they have to come back tomorrow and really race to get where they want to be, which is in the grand final. And then very tight here, we had Middlebury. So George Washington winning in a 6:02, Lehigh in a 6:06, Middlebury in a 6:08. So 6:02, little bit of headwind
here.
A little bit.
Frost, a little bit, and some rain.
And so these men's varsity 8 reps, really we saw some awesome racing in the
First.
2V, the
Oh, and the
2V
2V
races.
repechage.
And so we just could see the thing that happened in the 2V races, they were compressed into 2. So that was, things were tight. Here we're spread out with 4 reps across. So maybe, and it's everyone but the top 8, right?
Yeah.
So the speed of those top 12 from this morning may, in fact, of numbers 9, 10, 11, and 12, may in fact get there. But if we go up and we look at sort of where the racing was in places, 9 was George Washington. We see Bucknell was 10th, Delaware was 11th, Washington State was 12th, UC Davis, and they were at a 5:16.9. UC Davis was at a 5:17.7. I think those two are supposed to end up against each other.
Yep, and we're seeing
and we'll see them in the fourth one.
Chevron start to form early here. I believe this is Bucknell and UNC men trying to lead the way. If I have my hull and oar colors correct, from left to right should be Virginia Tech, Vanderbilt, Bucknell, UNC men, Northwestern, and then Tulane on our far side. I'll let you know if I got that wrong in a minute.
Bucknell
but I think that's
had
right.
some really nice starts all morning out of their crews, and they just missed making the top two. It was very, very tight. But so here they're out to lay themselves in to make sure that they're in the top 12 with a shot to make the grand final. And that's just some gorgeous rowing out there. I love this overhead shot. You can see this nice chevron. These next two reps, the way that the reps work, should be the most formulaic. They should be, we were this, and then you were three steps behind us, and you were 3 steps behind them, and you were 3 steps behind them. So what we should be able to see here in this race is what we're seeing, this sort of chevron that's coming off as Bucknell continues to push itself away nicely from UNC,
double bucket,
but Vanderbilt in there as well.
Yeah, I love looking at this overhead view of Vanderbilt's health. Dan from Bucknell is really proud of this crew. It's actually a pretty young one, only 3 seniors in the Bucknell top 8. They've been ranked top 10 in the ACRA poll all season. Good amount of members returning from last year's 7th place crew. Stokes, Eaton, Coxon have been teammates for 8 years, starting back in high school. So a lot of great camaraderie, a lot of growth together, which goes a long way, right? If we're talking about mastery of the stroke and the skill, it's also the time spent rowing together. You can gel, have a good idea of when you all are on, what it takes to stay on when the going gets tough, and what it takes to assert yourself to do something like this, earn your way back into the AB semifinal after the time trial.
And we have Bucknell again out in front, but they're not moving away from North Carolina at this point. North Carolina hanging in really nicely, maybe moving up just a little bit more at about, I'm going to say 1,250 meters in here. And so you can see UNC making a determined move here. They're a little bit lower than Bucknell. Bucknell pushing a little bit harder to make sure they get up. And then on the other side of UNC, we have a race going on too. So this is going to be pretty tight, as Vanderbilt also trying to push up in there.
They are.
Meanwhile, we have just gorgeous rowing out of this Bucknell crew and out of the UNC crews. They're both just moving very, very smoothly. It's hard to make a move when the rowing is that good, but UNC is making a push up in there, 2 or 3 seats up in there to sort of be able to get up there. It's going to be a fascinating race, but they're leaving Vanderbilt behind as UNC is pushing up 500 meters to go. They've closed down to within 2 seats here.
They have,
we
haven't
fast
spoken enough about how
crew.
well this UNC crew is moving. They're not hanging anything up there, not leaving anything up in the air. They're just putting pedal to the metal and challenging this Bucknell crew, challenging this crew that really wants to come back and go top 8, let alone top 12. They're not going to get that easily. Vanderbilt.
Now, one thing about the Bucknell crews, they will stay together and focused all the way through the racing. Very, very well drilled. But here you see UNC popping up, getting within 2 seats here. This is going to be some great racing here.
They are
lane 4 and
coming
lane
back.
3. Absolutely. UNC having made a really nice, long, extended move here. It looks to me like they're moving past Bucknell. Just look at how the blades go in just a little bit deeper, a little bit more suspension on that, and it looks to me like UNC is pulled even, or at least within about half a seat.
Half a seat for sure. Little too close to call. Got this quartering angle. It's going to be hard to tell from back here. We got the picture-in-picture now, and
I can guarantee you Bucknell has some sprint. They always have some sprint, and the loins are girded, and they are pushing through here. It's just going to see whose blade's getting in better right now.
I think they're throwing a bear claw down now. There is a distinguished sprint, and the puddles are just getting bigger because there's so much force.
And they're
moving
just
the
going
boat
into
through.
very round, nice motion in the bodies, just picking up and going. And I think Bucknell's going to pull this out by about a seat.
Bowman's looking right at the bow ball of the boat next to him, and I don't think he wants that to get any out of his
Bucknell,
sight. Great work by the Bisons.
By about a seat. But what a push from UNC.
Fantastic.
That was just gorgeous.
Nice work, Vanderbilt. Solid row coming through.
And they were in it, but it just got too rich for them. And they said, okay, that's fine. We'll come across and go the other way. And so then coming in at the end of that, I think Virginia Tech and Northwestern, and then Tulane coming across now.
And no.
5:59.
First sub-6 2K I've seen of the day, right? Something that's not from a time trial.
That's not from a time trial. Yep. The race before us with George Washington was a 6:02.
Yeah. All right. That is some great speed coming out of there. They had to get pressed a little bit to show it, right? But when it counts, they have that speed in their belt. So great work by the Bisons out of Pennsylvania.
And some great rowing from Bucknell also, because their coach is one of the really sort of main organizers of this entire event. So
president of ACRA right now?
He's the president of ACRA, or he's certainly the workhorse of ACRA right now. You certainly are seeing him at this regatta all over the place. So he's not able to sort of give his guys attention, but maybe that's good. Maybe because Dan's away, they're just going to do the good stuff. And I'm sure he has people who are stepping in for him.
Yeah, and I've heard, and I think from his assistant coaches, I've heard nothing but good stuff about Dan. And what I imagine is crews have a lot of ownership about where they are in this weekend and what it's going to take for them to go out and execute what they've practiced, what they've done in races prior. So that ownership gives them the autonomy that they can go out. They don't need that every last minute pep talk. They don't need a 30-minute boat meeting at 11:30 the night before. They know how to handle their business. They've been pretty well prepared. And they showed it right there. So now we have repechage 3, I believe, second to last men's varsity 8 repechage of the afternoon, about a minute and 15 seconds in. So we're closing in on that first buoy of the 500-meter mark. From left to right of this overhead view, George Mason, University of Rhode Island, Delaware men, Grand Valley, Clemson, and then just carved up by their own name, Villanova Wildcats out of Radnor, Pennsylvania. So looking at the chevron, I believe this is the Delaware, the Blue Hens out of Wilmington. Up ahead, Grand Valley and University of Rhode Island fighting each other for that second. Glad to see URI back in the 8s. Last time I raced at ACRA, they were a force to be reckoned with. I'm really happy to see them back with a pretty growing program.
So this third rep, with the way that this has come through, this should be classic chevron the whole way. But as we've seen, there's been a way of other people sort of working their way up in, and crews being a length up almost in 2 minutes in, just because that's how they're going, and then the other race hanging tough, because you're sitting in second here. You may as well spend it all.
Yeah.
There's no reason to hold on, right?
Yeah, you're not.
Like, let's give it our shot and see what we can do.
I think I've talked all day, for those of you who've been with us since 8 in the morning. I'm sure it's most of you. Talked all day about how you don't want to come off the race course saying, I wish I could have taken a better stroke. And I think that is Grand Valley, right? It's not like, it's good enough that we got second, we weren't able to catch Delaware, but we were way ahead of everyone else. That's
we'll
fine.
be 13th or 14th.
I think
we could still be first.
I think they are looking to make sure not a single second of this race is wasted. And if they kind of flame out in a blaze of glory, I think they'll be like, you know what, we gave it our absolute best. We're going to shoot for the CD final, but not without letting everyone know we could have taken that spot from them. So really great rowing. I do love, don't want it to be said, or going without saying, I love the rowing I'm seeing from this Delaware crew here. Really wide swing into the finish, a lot of big elbows, open armpits, getting a lot of lat activation. They're just hanging on. I think they have a lot of great rigging and setup in that 8 to help their guys just fly.
We see this Delaware. It's 3.5 minutes in, just a little bit over into the race, and the Delaware crew really rowing gorgeously here out in front. the Grand Valley folks deciding that they're going to start yelling. But this is the point where it starts to really hurt. Right here, 12:50. It's like, do we really have to keep doing this? And you're trying to be as efficient as you can, knowing that if you back off, Grand Valley is going to come right through you. And Grand Valley, again, has not given up contact. So there's still something that they have. They're getting a lot of yelling from the shore.
Yep.
But Delaware, very well coached. A lot of kids who've rowed in high school.
A lot,
and
yeah.
so this means that, there's a little bit of composure maybe. And these are people's top 8 guys.
Yeah, and what comes with that is the mantle of doing it as perfectly as you're expected to do, in how you approach the race and how you take the strokes. And it's not easy. It hurts a lot, and that's not an excuse to let anything fade away from what you know how to do, because these guys are trained and have done 2K after 2K, workout after workout to put them in the space.
But the way it works physiologically is that you've had to go out right on the edge of what you can do. And if you were just a little bit too fast, the payment for that is huge.
Yeah, right. If you're tapping really close to the red line, but if you go over it, you're just going to drain the tank.
So this is what Frank is using telemetry in his boats for, is I know I have X speed that we can really do that. And this is what you also see, say, single scullers at the Olympics do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look at each other for the first 800 meters. They look right down at their speed coach of exactly how fast they're going. This is what Ali Ziegler can pull, which is crazy fast speed.
I bet.
He had some stuff up on his Instagram the other day of him doing AT work, and it was just gorgeous. You should go find Ali Ziegler on Insta. He posts some really, really inspirational rowing stuff. He doesn't say a word. He's like this big, tall
and
German,
Delaware
quiet.
comes through the line,
Absolutely.
commanding that lead, opening it back up just under a length. Grand Valley State holding on. I think we're going to be about 6:04 maybe. URI 6:05. URI coming in third, followed by George Mason.
I believe George Mason.
Great, well done, guys.
And that's going to get, again, it's numbers 2 and 4 to the CD found Clemson. So Grand Valley, URI, and Clemson go on to the CD semifinal.
Oh, sorry, Clemson.
Mason will go into the E final.
I must have missed you
along
guys
with
coming through the
Villanova.
line. My apology. And Villanova Wildcats coming through, rounding out the second to last men's varsity 8 repechage. And if not already on the course, very soon coming on the course is the third to last race of Friday, our first day of the ACRA National
Which is
Championship.
repechage number 4. And having come all the way across the country, the middle 4 in this are UC Santa Barbara in lane 2, UC Davis in lane 3, Washington State in lane 4, and UC Irvine in lane 5. So there is the Cal Cup that they all raced earlier. So they've raced each other before.
And
and one gets to go with Washington State. We also have Georgia in lane 6 and Illinois in lane 1. So that's just the way that the progression works sometime. This is not anything but math and algorithms to sort of get people where they are. It's not even algorithms, it's just progressions. Different progressions you don't know in advance what that's going to be. There are several, and the referees or the timers draw that, and then it's and it's not going to be the same from one event to the next event. It just has to be right for that event.
And they're off. We got a lot of blades moving around in synchronization. Less than a minute into this first piece. These guys are definitely on their starting strokes and then their high strokes, and
just be coming into their base now. Some of them may be doing 20 high, some doing maybe a mid shift coming out of there to be about 30, 20 high, 10 maybe in the middle. Someone may have told their crew to go out and stay high until they're up front. But that doesn't work that more anyway. And you can see 4 crews very easily across.
But
that being Illinois,
UC not far
Santa Barbara,
to be out of the conversation as well.
Absolutely. UC Davis, Washington State. Those 3 up front a little bit, with Illinois even with Georgia, and then UC Irvine. My guess is once we get to about 2 minutes and 15 seconds, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll see a little bit of separation start to happen. And right now in lane 4, we do have Washington State. I remember them being pretty good this morning. It looks like they're a little bit high for me right now. And is that a mistake right now, or is what they have? So we'll check that rating, but I think they're up at like 39.
Their coach thinks really highly of this crew. 7C is the last crew rower to come through the program that rowed at Wash State during the last year of COVID restrictions, and is the current team captain. A lot of times in the sport, we've talked about crews that have to go a mile with their boat to get it in the water, 30 minutes away from campus, find a way to get on the water. A lot of this time, guys who show up here are facing adversity to show up, and this Washington State crew is holding just under a 40, about a 39 and a half, over 500 meters into the race. That's remarkable. It's honestly unbelievable.
It's laying everything out.
It
is
is
what it's doing, and we'll see if it works or not.
We will see if it works out for them. I hope for their sake that it does, because in my experience watching racing, being a part of it,
but
coaching
UC
athletes,
Santa Barbara and UC Davis, good rivalry there anyway, and they're within a seat of each other, and they're only 3 or 4 seats back on Washington State. So this has the possibility of some of that racing that we saw, and we thought that the 4th rep would be really, really tight, and it sort of is. So this is great. Again, Washington State not opening up on the other crews. They got that lead in the first like 600 meters, and they're holding that. But the other race right next to them, again, these are 1Vs. These are the best guys in the program. They're they get the most coaching attention in some ways.
Right.
Whether they get the most coaching or not, they get the most thought on the part of the coach, because you got to figure out the 1V before you can do anything else, right? And so we need to make sure that we can really watch this race come through as we go. It's going to be really quite exciting. But it looks to me right now, at least, like Washington State is holding it.
8 seats ahead of the crew next to them. Everything but the stern deck. That's Davis and Santa Barbara still racing each other. And 37 and a half for that crew for Washington State.
Just going bad astern right now with about 600 meters to go.
But Illinois is not out of the picture yet for those 2 crews racing. Actually,
there's overlap all the way through the.
There's overlap for these back 3 crews with those guys fighting for 2nd and 3rd. So it's only one that's going to make it out of this to go to the AB semi, but none of these crews are worried about what's in the tank tomorrow. They all want to be.
And this is the growth in ACRA, because it used to be that the lower crews, there were crews just sort of coming in here sort of glad to be participating in the Varsity 8, and here we're in a space where everyone is able to sort of race and go and see what they can do to get in there. You still have 6 crews, although you now have Washington State easily out in front. You got 5 other crews overlapped.
That's
and
really
Georgia
great to see.
Racing with some really nice speed. So we'll see where that comes in.
And there's something a lot of crews here are looking to do is win the team points trophy, or at least accumulate the most team points by doing well in every category that they voting as many categories as they can. And something else that a lot of crews, no one is really here, happy to be here, happy to participate. Everyone's still trying to make their statement, and it is going to be a big deal for crews to walk away from the 2024 season saying this was our best year, finishing in.
There are definitely programs saying let's go be in the top 10 in the nation, because they can sell that back on campus.
They can sell that,
We're
but
in
also,
the top 10.
Hey, this is this many years we've come into ACRA as our main event, and we made it to 16th finish in ACRA. That's a big deal for us. That's something to build.
Washington State is gonna move this. By the time we're in the red, there is a little bit of a chevron, but you can see how tight that racing has been. And those 5 trailing crews are all overlapped. So there's Washington State coming in. Let's see the time as it comes up.
I'm gonna say that might be just under 6, because they 6:04. I should have.
But then the rest of the race is gonna be pretty tight.
Really tight.
I mean, they're all across the line. They're all gone. UC Davis 6:08. Santa Barbara 6:10. Illinois 6:11. Irvine, it's going to be like about 6:13 is my guess. 6:14.1. Georgia and then Irvine 6:14.1.
Nicely done.
So those last 4 crews all under 4 minutes, 4 seconds apart. That's really much tighter than reps we've had in some past ACRAs there.
And again, it's no one here just happy to be here. They all really are driving out. And again, such a deep California and West Coast heat. I think they were doing whatever they can to be the fastest California crew out of that rep.
And here's how it works, right? So Bucknell had the fastest time in those reps, right? And they won. Second fastest time, UNC, and they're in the CD semifinal. So they came out and had the second fastest race of this afternoon, and they don't get to go into the AB semifinal because of the race that they just had to have and throw down to do that. And here you have 5 and 6, that being Georgia in 6 and Irvine in 5. Just wait for this. 6:14.147 and 6:14.184. So that is 4/100ths of a second difference. That is really the definition of bow ball right there.
That is great. And our penultimate event is on the course. The first repechage for the women's varsity 8. Top 3 of this event go to the AB semifinal. The rest go to the C final directly.
So lane 1, Central Florida on the right, then Tulane, Florida, Vermont, Grand Valley, Wichita State, and Arizona State. Earlier, we talked to Wichita State rower, and she was saying they wanted to come and leave it out on the course today. And if they are able to be in the top 3 here, that will get them into the AB semifinal, which is, you always have to sort of take the next step in this race.
And they're up in the conversation.
They are up there right now, along with Florida. Again, 4 crews, though. We also have Vermont and Grand Valley in there, and those 4 crews are racing for 3 spots to be able to have a chance still to be in the grand final of this regatta.
Yeah, this is, I think, past the first 500, and so we're racing to the 1,000-meter mark again. A lot of times you can't take for granted where the placing is in the first 500. These crews, I'm sure they haven't thought a wink about it because there's no separation, essentially. We've seen races closer than this totally change bow balls later on, so they are in it for the long haul. Great stroke rates. Nobody's super, super high.
Grand Valley slowly eking out a seat or 2. Again, a little bit higher maybe than some of the other crews. Actually, the same speed with Vermont, who's right next to them. So again, the question always is, if you're the coxswain in Vermont or you're the coxswain in Wichita State here, you're just saying, okay, I need another inch from you right now. I need another inch every stroke because we've got to be there. And as Wichita State coxswain looks across, what they should also be seeing is Florida working their way up on the outside. And again, 3 of those 4 crews, that being Florida, Vermont, Grand Valley, Wichita State, get to go through to the AB final. Again, game of inches here. Grand Valley actually sort of now has moved out to about 4 seats or so over Vermont. Vermont 2 seats or so over Wichita State, who I think is even or maybe half a seat up on Florida, and they're all charging. There's also a race between Central Florida and Tulane happening out on the right side of your screen, and then Arizona State a little bit trailing. They're sort of out of this, and as we sort of keep looking, it's just sort of like, you're grabbing some piece of knitwear or something and slowly pulling it apart, or an accordion, and slowly pulling it apart and getting it open. It's not like you're suddenly ripping some position relative to everybody else.
And that's great to see. Again, talking about the depth of this event and this championship is you come to this event, repechage, not just getting out early and saying later,
okay,
everybody.
We're done. Yeah. No, you have to really race
leave
here.
us in the dust, right? We're looking at, I'm going to say, 6 of these crews that should earn their way into the AB semifinal to go top 12, and only 3 of them are going to make it. So they're coming in.
And let's remember that then they're going to have to come back tomorrow
Right.
and race with the top 6 crews
Right.
that were already out there, and they have to go tight again.
Right. So Grand Valley still holding on. They're coming into line of sight around our 1,400-meter mark, but Vermont's not letting them go.
Not at all. Vermont's been moving back into them actually a little bit, which is quite nice. But those two separating themselves apart.
3 seats.
We have Florida maybe 2 seats up on Wichita
State.
And Wichita State right now is the one that's on the out. But those women, as we know, are going to push it. The blade work in Wichita State, just gorgeous.
Yep,
but
and they're getting
Florida rowing nicely too.
They are, all these crews, but the Wichita State crew that's right in front of us, so much length in front of the pin. They are giving every centimeter of their position to get that blade back there, drive the boat for as long as possible per stroke.
Vermont is moving here on Grand Valley, almost up even, I think. And they're actually bringing Florida with them, which is putting Wichita State in a challenging position because they can't really quite see completely across where the other crew is. The coxswain can, but, you know, they're on the other side. It's hard for the athletes to feel what's happening, and they're just getting pulled along. And now here we have Vermont coming almost even to Grand Valley. As we watch this rowing, Eddie, which crew do you think has more to go?
I think Grand Valley hasn't shown that they haven't put their foot on the gas pedal in a way that looks like their rowing is going to lose any of its pop. So I think they're going to hold this bow ahead and cruise into the first place spot of this rep.
I think they're getting through the water better, but I tell you, Vermont's letting the boat run a little bit better
Right.
underneath. So sort of hard to see, but you see Grand Valley sticking themselves out in front a little bit. Again, not that it really matters necessarily. They're both going to go in as the 4th crew.
But right, if the fight to get to the AB semifinals, the fight to put yourself in the top 12 conversation, I think everybody has in mind. If we can go top 12, maybe we can go top 6, maybe we can still pull this off and win. But I think Vermont, they're working to do this, but I think they're going to have to lift it up yet another 2-stroke beats if they want to get up and ahead, and I think they're going to run out of real estate.
And how many times this season have they had the opportunity to race this tight stroke for stroke? So you're learning about what you can do as well. Is the coxswain calling the right thing? Are we getting the blades in right? It's not autopilot yet.
No.
You know, they really have to go. But very definitely Grand Valley is sort of, I think you called that right, a little bit more pop, a little bit more push through the water, and they're coming through to win that. Vermont 2nd, Florida 3rd. And those 3 crews will go to the AB semifinal. Wichita State, a great race, just a great race out of them, but just off the pace a little bit of those top 3. And then we have
that'll be
the last 2, Central Florida and Tulane.
Central Florida and Arizona State.
Arizona State, sorry.
Oh, right,
Tulane
is
Arizona State is going to be the last crew in. Remember, these are
Tulane.
Yeah, that was a 7-lane race there.
Here we go, coming up to the last race of the day. I'm sure these athletes have been up at it all day long. Hopefully they've had a good amount of rest in between the races to recover and give it everything they got on the piece. We're about 40 seconds into the next race. I'm sure we'll see them on our screen very soon.
And we started our morning here at 6:30.
6:30.
And it is 6:23, so by the end of this race, it'll be 6:30. We'll have put in a nice 12-hour day. And all we're having to do is sit here and talk. Although currently Eddie is standing and stretching his back.
I haven't had to do a 2K all day. So going from left to right, I believe it is UC Davis in lane 6 on the left side of your screen. Then UC Santa Barbara, UC Irvine. Look at this. We got another California draw, Middlebury, William and Mary, and then Illinois on the right side of your screen. And it looks like
they have a surprisingly good start
They are up there with those California crews, Middlebury and William and Mary, just a little bit behind, but I'm not going to count them out.
From the way it was seated, they shouldn't actually be up that hard. So,
and I'm not speaking correctly. Middlebury is up in the pack. UC Davis is a little bit behind the other crews.
Right now, we have Santa Barbara in lane 5 up front. Again, on UC Irvine, I know that they've raced each other before, and I believe that Santa Barbara won earlier this year. At least once when I saw the results, and Middlebury still in there. But Illinois really giving it this gorgeous start up there.
It's
Again,
solid.
We're 2 minutes in. So they may have said, let's spend it because why not, right? Let's go. So that might actually turn out not to be the case, or they may have had something that they fixed between this morning and this afternoon. So we have a great race going between the two Cal boats. UC Santa Barbara, slightly darker yellow than UC Irvine, and they're within an inch of each other.
This is a great race. Happy to end it on this one today. I'm really excited to see what these crews are going to do when they come through the 1K mark.
And here we are at 2:30. This is about when it starts to hurt, about where we see what happens with the conditioning. That overhead drone shot was still showing us that Illinois was sitting in there as a real contender out in lane 1, still there. In fact, Illinois up on Middlebury by, I'm going to say, about a seat. And Middlebury and Illinois may be even, but they have left William and Mary behind. So 4 crews. Illinois still moving. These 2 boats from California still exactly the same point in, coming in to about the 1,000-meter mark here. So they're at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds so far. Really, you got to stay composed here, if nothing else. And I'm watching the blade work from both of those California crews, really sending it very nicely. They haven't moved on each other in like 600
stalemate.
meters. It's just
tight.
been a stalemate, and they have other things happening behind them. So no one here is just saying, let's match them right now and we can outsprint them. No one's playing those games. Illinois still hanging in there 4 minutes in. That means this is real speed.
This is.
It's not just something that
Not
they threw
flash
on
in
the
the
top
pan.
of the race, right? So they're a little bit detached from the rest of the race. There's a lane in between them a little bit. That can either be good because other people can't see them, and in particular, if they're able to come up in those California boats, the UC Santa Barbara coxswain may not even know that they're there.
Right, because they're probably, I got to imagine they are super focused on Irvine. Maybe it's just because they're so close to him. Maybe it's just a California rivalry, and probably have eyes on Middlebury too. They're coming into our line of sight. A lot of great rowing. I love the way these strokes are looking.
I'm going to say Santa Barbara is now up a seat. They're starting to move here. They have a race plan now very similar to the Michigan race plan, sort of moving and attacking, but Irvine's coming with them. On the other hand, in some ways, although that front race is exciting, that race for third is going, and it looks to me like we have Illinois 1 seat over 1 seat maximum.
And it's a long and
there.
Strong pace, and I think if they want to really capitalize on this, they're going to need to shift up soon, and they're going to need to shift up and hold it because Middlebury's not backing down.
Middlebury is not backing down, but what we do have here right now is Illinois' blades going in just a little bit high. Middlebury hanging up there, and it's just giving up the seat that they need
they're just
every 10
disappearing
strokes.
into the lake. They're making this really, really easy for the boat to stay up at speed.
Meanwhile, Irvine has moved back up on UC Santa Barbara. I think they tried to take a move there, didn't quite fully work, and Irvine may be sitting 2 seats up there. And here comes Illinois.
Nice, with Santa Barbara
I've been telling you, don't pop them out. And I told you the Santa Barbara coxswain cannot see them.
That is Irvine up, yeah.
So it's Irvine front, but the Santa Barbara coxswain cannot see them because there's another crew, Middlebury, sitting in the middle. So very possible they don't even know that they're out there.
Right, if the coxswains listen to the live stream, they should use that to their advantage right now. But I think they're locked in with their crew, helping their women get the best finish they can to finish off Friday.
I'd be so excited to see Illinois be able to do this. At this point, remember it looks like UC Santa Barbara is up on them, but the drone is a little bit behind, so there's an angle to this shot that we can't really sort of see.
Little bit behind.
Have to wait. They're now in the red buoys. We'll see who has the sprint. I do think Illinois is up on Middlebury, but not by much. And
I think
again,
they're
the top
fading a
3
little
get
bit.
to go into the AB semifinals.
I think they're fading a little bit behind Middlebury's oars.
There you go. It's quite possible. Irvine coming up, Middlebury charging, Santa Barbara charging. Irvine's going to take this, and it does look like Illinois is getting dropped right now. Santa Barbara throwing a sprint, and Middlebury sprinting up in.
So yeah,
and there we
Irvine,
go. Irvine,
SB.
Santa Barbara, Middlebury, and a great race by Illinois. They really laid it out, and but just they're going to be going into the C final for this Varsity 8. So they get tomorrow off, if nothing else. They get to
right?
come out and have a row, but they'll
William
come back
and
and race on
Mary
the final
bringing
day.
it through in the 5th place spot, and then you see Davis, I believe, coming through in our 6th place spot here to finish up our last race of the day. So tomorrow we're going to see a lot of semifinals to figure out where people are going to go, and I think, will we see any C finals tomorrow, or are those all reserved?
There's for the small boats. There's some
C
actual
finals for the small boat,
yeah.
and grand finals. Great.
Grand finals.
So
one of the things we do, though, just so you know, and planning out your weekend, tradition at the regatta, every single Varsity 8 gets to race at the end of the day on Saturday. So the men race first and the women race second this year. We switch it every year, but you'll start those 8 races with the E final for the men, the D final for the men, the C final, the the A final, and the grand final for the men. And then we'll have 3 more races on the women's side: C final, B final, A final. That is a recognition that the 8 for most of these programs is the boat, and the best athletes from each program should be honored that way in sort of showing up at that point in the regatta. So from right now, here it is, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time in Oak Ridge, and I'm Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog, we're about to sign off on the broadcast, but just a reminder, if you are watching and one of the athletes you care about is in a small boat, single, double, pair, quad, or 4, it sounds like tune in tomorrow to watch them race in a semi or grand final.
And then we're going to get the semifinals of all of these big boats,
too.
and
the semifinals for all these 8. So thanks so much for joining us, especially those of you who stayed with us since 8 in the morning. I know it was very few, if any. Thanks for listening in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ben Carey, if you're out there, we love you. Hang in there. And thanks to Here Now for both the fabulous images and all of the results up there. If you're going to run the best regatta in the country, which this is, you should get Here Now working for you. Okay, and yes, they paid me to say that because they're paying me to be here and talk. So there you go. They didn't ask me to say that, though. So that's purely from the heart, and hoping that I get asked back again next year. So y'all have a great day. Come back on Saturday and watch some really good racing. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye, Eddie.
Bye, Charlie.